Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We're about to get started in a little bit. Welcome, Nubia. Good to see you. Boomer. Thanks. I hope your Sunday is working very well. I hope it's been a cool day. I kind of chilled myself, just kind of relaxed. Oops. Southern Belle, welcome to the after party. Doing good over here, Southern Belle. Let me see if I can get a little something going on here. Southern Belle, I'm not sure who flying the plane myself. Camo's in the house. Camo, welcome in. I might as well put the chat, the link. Good evening, Camo.
What's up?
Just kind of relaxing, watching Big J's room for a second, but I'm done. You know what? That room, rooms like that remind me of like Skid Row, of where all the lowlifes be at. That area that you want to stay away from. That's what that was about. Nobody knows them. It seems like there's always got to be a place where everyone who thinks the same and who's creepy and everything, that they stay in a certain area of a city. And that seems to be the same thing going on right there in Big J's room.
I mean, he's upset because, you know, his daughter found out that he was on YouTube talking crazy, you know, like, and now he's mad at everybody. But he sat on Peso panel for months and didn't have no issue. And now you have issues with all these people. Like you're exposing yourself. Like, yeah. you said your piece and said why, and that should have been it, and you should have moved on like a man and just kept it moving. It would have looked better, you know, for you to continue on with what you was doing. But you know, the reality is that you sat on the fence because you're involved in degeneracy, but you know it's degeneracy, so you want to feel some type of peace or some type of goodness, so you come to a channel to discuss things and also to defend the degeneracy that's going on. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and it's not, you know, it's not our fault. We just pointed it out. That's what he's mad about, is that most people, they get really upset when they get exposed. That's basically what's going on. And nobody likes to look in the mirror, and a lot of times we become that mirror for them, if you know what I mean. You know.
Yeah, I had this conversation. I said on Peso channel, I don't know if he was there, and I was trying to explain this whole situation that's going on with Austin, you know, to my husband, and I was trying to explain, like, you know, the characteristics of the passport bro and what they are, you know, and that these are men who don't want to, who look in the mirror every day, but and I use the example to him that when I gain a few pounds and I don't want to accept it, I can look in the mirror every day and not see it. But it's that one day that reality hits and you be like, oh shit, like I got a little bit of a gut, so I need to like tighten it up. But these are men who look in the mirror every day that don't want to look at the problem, which is them. And now they have like a place to go to be able to continue to provide this illusion that they have, you know, that I can be trash, I can be unattractive, I can have a fucked up grill, I can have bumps on my neck, I can not shower, and there is women that still want me, but when the reality hits them, such as what happened to Austin, they can't. Now it's waking them up. I've seen like people in the tweets of Austin say, I thought that Brazil was a place that I can go to find a wife and this and that, but now I have to rethink all of my plans. But then you also have ones that's like, oh, you did nothing wrong. I don't see that you did nothing wrong. I don't understand what's happening. So these men is on a downward spiral. And to think that some of these men, because I didn't know that Big J was as old as he is. So to think that some of these men is like 40, 50, almost 60 years old, is really deplorable.
Yeah, you've nailed it. I believe what it is that these men's, their lives are falling apart in front of them, but they're thinking, I mean, they really, I mean, the thing is this, the life can fall apart in front of you and you can do something about it. These guys just made it clear that they don't want to, you know. That's why Big Boss or whatever, he can do the deplorable things he did and not feel bad about it, because basically he's through. He's through with life.
So it's a guy on here that I employ anybody to look at him. He's a white guy. He's very attractive. His name is Tony. He's a very attractive guy. He make like YouTube videos. He's also like an OnlyFans like model, whatever you want to call it. And he made so much money that he retired his family. So his whole family is involved in his, what ventures or whatever. But I never knew, because he did like a thing of showing where he came from. And he was like an incel. Like he really looked crazy. Like he looked like the typical nerd, basically like you would never imagine that this man that is beautiful right now can look the way that he looked. But what he did was he worked on himself, and he is very, very attractive. But if you see him now compared to where he was, two different people. You wouldn't even believe it. Two different people.
Dang, that's a trip. But hey, it happens. It's simply that if you put in the work, you can build yourself into something. But there's just too many men that are they're too lazy. It doesn't mean anything to them, you know? So it's just going to keep happening like that. And the funny thing is, like, the guy who was the big truck series dude, how he was bragging about, you know, oh yeah, I got all this and I got all that. And it's like, he doesn't understand that people don't care. The only people people he thinks cares don't care. People in his own subs don't care, because if they really, really cared, he'd have more subs and he'd have more success. But he made it clear that he didn't, you know. So,
but Austin is going to be one of those people, because at 23, when you like, and I'm not saying anything, like, you got to start a career from somewhere. Austin started a career as a barber. One of my skills is also a barber. Like, I can cut hair as well. Like, you can actually make, you know, a living off of being a barber, but you have to start from the bottom. And to, you know, with Austin, he just don't want to go, he don't want to do the work. Whereas that you could start from the bottom, and you, like, Austin could have, I'll say it like this, Austin could have easily made a great YouTube channel, going with his barbering kit, going around in Brazil and giving free haircuts and showing it online. Like, I seen YouTubers, a lot of them are white, that is going around in certain places in America and saying, hey, can I cut your hair?
Right.
Like, but he wants to follow a mode that's already done. Like, and it's not going to work for you, because we already seen it before. Like, we didn't see Kevin Samuels coming. So now we know Kevin Samuels, and we know what made a Kevin Samuels. So everyone that's against a Kevin Samuels is going to be trying to stop him, because we already seen what he can turn into. But had he made his own person and used his own skills and been something different than all of the other passport bros, the charisma that they say he got, because clearly people think that he got something that we don't see, but whatever, he has it. He could have used that and drawing people in by also using his skills. And at the same time, when the camera off, he could have been smashing women.
Right.
You know, but he's at 40,000, I think, subscribers now. Had he did that, he probably would already be at 200,000, maybe more subscribers.
True. Yeah. The truth also could have started doing man weaves. But yeah, he's they're just a mess. This is that all they keep doing is giving. They want to get mad at Cynthia G, but they keep giving her more and more reasons and excuses. You see what I'm saying? They keep feeding her more, you know, information that she can go, see what I mean, you know.
It's very weird that, like, you know, like, black people just gotta, like, black people gotta stop with the hate and shit. Like, I noticed that, like, especially on social media, black people that's trying to do well don't do well on social media, but they'll subscribe to degeneracy. And you know, having a platform like Peso, man, where you have so many different people that subscribers, like, I'm very, very good with ideas and be able to able to come up with making money. I'm a very creative person, but you're making people an enemy that can actually help you. But the people that you're actually gaining, that you're slaves to, because in reality they slaves to these people. Austin in reality is slaves to his audience, because the people that actually support him are all incels. And the content that he started off with and went viral, he has to keep that going, even if he doesn't want to, because that's what's paying him. But instead of him actually, even in their own passport bro world, all of the men that was older or more or you know, more laid back and tried to school him, he didn't want to listen. But you know why? Because had he listened to them, he would have had to slow down, and he would have had to actually build a platform that is of value. But he want quick money right now. That's full of people that want to see degenerate content, and now it's cost him because he lost his TikTok. He got viral from off of TikTok.
Yeah, that probably hurt him more than anything that on YouTube could have. He messed up because TikTok is blown. That's where his market's at. You know. So man. Anyway, let me put up this video and get your thoughts on it.
What I want to ask one question. Why do y'all think, like, one thing I noticed that nobody talks about is that we have yet to hear from Austin's father. Where's his father?
That's a damn good question. That's a damn good question. You know something? And it can't be good, because having a good relationship with your father, you can floss with that, because a lot of men don't have it. You see what I'm saying? So he could have flossed with that. Obviously, it's not working out well for him, because he would have said something. Either his father doesn't like what he's doing, or he doesn't know who his father is, or he has a bad relationship with him. You see what I'm saying? It's something not good, in my opinion.
That's how I know something wrong with him. Just like, you know, I don't find Austin attractive, but in the reality of it is, like, physically, Austin presents as a decent man, meaning that if we was to go off of how he presents, Austin would, just like someone in the chat said, at his age, you know, he would be in school, you know, probably finishing school, maybe had met a girl in school that he liked, that he dated, and on his way to marriage and a great career. Even if he was a traditional man, or this whatever they want to be, he could have had that in his life. But what you're preaching and what you're preaching and your actions is not going together. So you're in a battle of your own. Everything is going to always clash, because you're preaching this message that you're not living. If you wanted to present yourself as what is that movie called? Is it called the 7 year? What is that movie called? The 7 Year Itch? Or The Gentleman. I think it's The Gentleman. That's what it's called. The Gentleman. That's what it's called. If you wanted to have a life of, you know, a young man that is out there venturing or whatever, you could have presented yourself as that way, but you got to choose a battle. You can't preach this high value traditional lifestyle when you're living as a tramp. Like, it's not going to work.
What's sad about it is that he complains about women not being traditional, but how would it make a difference in his lifestyle? He's just going to run through a traditional woman like he runs through a modern woman. What's the difference? He's only going to be around that person for, you know, a night, you know, or a couple days at the most. So what point is it for him? So that's why, you know, that his BS, everything that he says is BS, because it's like, oh yeah, women in the United States are modern, they're not traditional. Well, you ain't either. You know, you're just gonna go, you're flying somewhere just to croom the streets and the clubs and get sex. What's traditional about that?
Right. I talked to my husband about this today, and we talked about it, and, you know, almost like, you know, we was debating about it, and I had to tell him, you know, right, I was telling him how, like, men try to wave this marriage flag over women's head. Like, they'll use this insult of, like, that's why you single. But I had to ask him, like, think of, like, if all men really thought about it right now, if a woman don't have a man, tell me the negative things that's going to come from that in 2023. We don't live in the 1920s and the 1940s no more. So if a woman is not married or don't have a man, what what is she losing? Like people get married because they care about each other, they love each other, they want to spend the rest of their life with each other. But in reality, the reality of it is, people can really live right now without especially women, without having a man. I hear these stupid like things of like, well, you know, if you got to pick up something heavy or build it, you're not even building or picking up something heavy. We call somebody in when we need to get work done. Like you're not doing it yourself. So the same way that you can do it, we can do it. Like women are doing that alone. So what is it that you're waving over them that is so detrimental that if they don't have a man that they're gonna die? Because even men that's married die before women. So like, what is it? What is the incentive that you're bringing other than you?
Right.
That's why you don't have a man, and that's why she gonna remain single. Like somebody in the woman that I had brought up on Peso Man chat has said, like, because she made a video saying, and I'll put it in the chat, you can play it, about how the question about asking women in Brazil if they can cook is dumb. And this guy in the comment section was saying like, well, men really want to know if women can cook because, you know, women in America be saying that they can't cook and this is that. And I was just like, well, maybe they just tell you they can't cook because they don't value you. And then he came back and said, well, that's why they want to be single. And I was like, no, you're going to be single and she's going to cook for the men that she value.
Right. Exactly. You nailed it. The thing is this. Basically, everything that Kevin Samuels said, everything that these red pillars are saying, are baseless claims. It's kind of like they're just kind of like the same baseless claims that were made against them from, you know, white supremacists. You see what I'm saying? The same basically, all black men are lazy, all black men steal, all black men do this. Those were baseless claims, but now what's happened is that black men are using that same theoretical ideology against black women, which is pretty sad.
No, they're using talking points that's based off a different time. Did you see the video of Angryman and this white guy? They had like a debate and it's really good. I'll put it, it's really good. It's crazy. Like this white man crushed him in all talking points. And nothing that he said made sense. And what's happening is they use talking points from a different time. I'll give you an example. They'll always talk about this teen pregnancy. Right now, black women we don't deal with teen pregnancy. This ain't the 1980s or the 1990s. The average black woman right now get pregnant around the age of 27. So they're using these old talking points from like a long time ago that no longer applies. Right. And they're holding on to it. And what's happening is women are advancing over them because you're still holding on to this talking point because of your ego to basically blame. Literally, Angryman blamed everything on black women. Actually, the name of the video is that black women ruined everything. I'm gonna send it to you. It's a very good to look at. People been it went viral. And this man crushed him in everything, even the talking points about child support and all. And it came up that, like, in statistics, 90% of men don't even show up for court to get custody of their children. And they'll always talk about, well, just give the children to the man. But you're not even showing up to court hearings to get your child. It sounds good. I'm gonna get it now and I'll put it in the chat so that we can look at it and you can just go ahead and play the video if you want or whatever.
Is it by? Well, there's just yeah. You might I might be seeing a different one, but we'll definitely play that one. I can play it shortly after the FD signifier one. In fact, we might play it in lieu, because that's an important aspect that I want to go over. Is that, see, we're making way too many excuses. Black men, I should say. We're making way too many. I mean, the thing is that if we're leaders and we're supposed to be superior than women, as they say, right? Then how can black women ruin anything?
So, like, the truth made a statement, and she said having a husband is hard, and it is. And I had that conversation with my husband too. And I said, if I was single, all I would have to worry about is me. I don't have to worry about coexisting with you. I wouldn't have to worry about my, planning my life with yours. I can do whatever I want to do. Like, I don't have to worry about you and me. So what is it that single people is like, like, what is it that single people is like losing? Like, they act like when you get married that like all problems just go away. No, now it's two people that got to exist in two people problems and two people issues.
Right.
And this is not just a woman thing. It could be man too. Whereas that when you're single, you don't have to care about nobody else's feelings, emotions, career, taxes, this is that. Oh, everything is you. So if you run into a problem, it's all you. It's nobody to blame but you.
Right.
But go ahead. I'm gonna go put up that link for you. Okay.
Okay.
You probably already have, I just missed it. Let me know in the chat. So, here is a quick snippet from Candace Owens defending Andrew Tate that I want to just play real quick. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Fast forward to today, and I see these allegations of him being a rapist, human sex trafficking, whatever in Romania. And my take on this is that I do not believe that Andrew Tate.
By the way, I can't stand this woman, not one bit.
Is a rapist. I don't. I think that is what people like to accuse men of when they're trying to take them down, right? Do I believe that Andrew Tate is exactly what he tells us that he is in his videos when he talks about women and he says that he thinks that women should be subservient to men, and that in his relationships he says that he has tons of children, and that he says that in his relationships he expects to be the more dominant one. I'm paraphrasing here, but Andrew Tate is not hiding exactly who Andrew Tate is and always has been, and clearly he communicated exactly what it was and whatever it was that he does in Romania to my assistant, giving her the option. Maybe she wants to join. For all I know, maybe in Romania, which may be perhaps the reason he moved to Romania, whatever he was doing, being a modern Hugh Hefner, is legal. I'm taking a guess here. I don't know. But if you're a guy and you hold citizenship in America or in the United Kingdom and you decide to uproot to Romania, it's got to be because you can do a little more dodgy stuff in Romania. It's the East.
I don't think I have to keep going. Now, and understand, this is because she's defending Andrew.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for sparing me because I was almost to my limit.
Tate, because like she's connected to Andrew Tate. Like they were connected beforehand. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how those circles work, but the right-wing, commentary community is a community in and of itself. So first, let me just say one thing. All pimps
in that house
are rapists. All pimps are abusers. This is not like Hugh Hefner included. I think I mentioned before, I worked in anti-sex trafficking for 3 years. And while like I grew up in the era of Too Short and the Players Ball and Pimps Up, Hoes Down and a lot of like glamorization of like black pimp culture that happened in the 90s and probably happens to an extent now, the fashion, the gaudiness, and that's still like a cool thing that is a product of that era. Please don't, lose track of the fact that all pimps are rapists and abusers. You cannot convince a woman to sell her body and then give you the money without some type of physical or emotional violence. You cannot do it. It is not possible. Okay, it's either the threat of physical violence, emotional manipulation and violence, or coercion. That's how it happens. That's why they hate OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because like Andrew Tate ran a webcam business, and like as more details come out, like it's so clear this was a pimping, a prostitution ring. And I know this again, having worked in anti-prostitution before. Like he made all his girls get tattoos of his name or some symbol. Like that's a thing that pimps do to their girls. It's a part of manipulation. It's a part of dehumanizing the girls to make them more amenable to the type of treatment they get used to. It makes them less likely to leave because they feel marked by their pimps. And so, like, there is no actual consent there because they pursue vulnerable women in the first place. They pursue women who are financially and socially isolated. Think about it how we think about like boys that fall into the manosphere, right? These are people that are socially isolated and looking for opportunities to belong and feel value. And you get a guy like Andrew Tate or any typical lover boy pimp, has a really flashy lifestyle, you know, generally attractive, used to talking like this, and they smother you with gifts and love, and then they break you. That's what happens. So kind of, I'm a sex worker. I'm not super into the conflation of prostitution with trafficking. People can be and do consensual sex work. Yes. So like, I'm not saying, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that sex work is prostitution, because prostitution is a legal term. I don't like using that term in general. We call it sex work when we're talking about sex work that happens with women who have agency or are not alienated from the work that they are doing. We like to call that sex work. That's labor. That should be protected, supported, you know, celebrated. Trafficking, pimping, whatever you want to call it, is exploitation. That's when a person, you know, in this case, a man, figures out a way to exploit someone's body sexually. And also labor, there's also labor exploitation, etc. But we're just talking about, to keep it simple, we're talking about
this is pretty much what Big Boss did to that homeless woman.
I put the link in for the debate in the back chat.
Manipulation to convince a person.
Got it. I queued it up.
To sell their body and then give you the money. And so I say all this to say that Candace Owens's stick here about, you know, maybe they wanted to, it just doesn't hold up to reality.
Candace Owens is a right-wing mammy, in my opinion.
That's what they say. That's what's going to be his defense, that these girls wanted to do this, that they wanted to be a part of this community. They wanted to, and that's like in some realm true. We look at, like, you know, you go back to the R. Kelly case, it's a very similar situation. Once you've been like inundated into these cult-like situations, it feels like you're there willfully. The hardest thing about anti-sex trafficking was breaking the hold that pimps had on their victims. Like the stories I could tell of girls that were being rescued that literally thought their victims basically had that thought their pimps had supernatural powers. The Stockholm syndrome. But I don't want to call it Stockholm syndrome because I don't know if that it perfectly fits. I'm just not as educated enough. So I won't call it that, but it's probably similar. But like literally the belief that their pimps could like appear out of nowhere, could control the weather, could control airplanes, could mind control people, that they had spies everywhere. Like there would be girls that we would be like, they would literally be in custody, like we'd be surrounding them with as much safety as possible, but mentally they would never feel safe because the process of breaking someone down like that, first it starts with a predisposition for exploitation, which is one of the reasons why I hate most conversations around like sex trafficking and exploitation that like start with, ooh, it's a white van, people are getting snatched off the street, which is true. Like I'm sure there are people that get snatched off the street. But the vast majority of girls and boys caught up in sex trafficking are not snatched. They're collected. They are wayward. They have broken home lives. They have high levels of destitution. And so they are prone to, and then there are people, pimps like Andrew Tate, will find those people that know that they're desperate and they need support and protection and offer them that with the hook of, I am now your pimp.
Now, I'm going to spin this around a little bit and say this is kind of how the Passport Bros operate. They flew from a country that had plenty of women that, by the way, technically they're saying that women are outnumber men by a great number, and they're going to a another country that has more women, it might have more women by percentage, but still you have to go there. You're not staying there all the time. But what's the one thing that they get to do over there that they can't do over here? There are better those feminist laws, as they would call it, which is really just laws to protect women from getting exploited, whether it be, in the streets or in corporations. That's what they're running from, is that now they can't do exactly what FD signifier is saying, is exploit women. It's harder to exploit women in the United States than it is to exploit them in other countries that have less protection overall for all the people, male or female. So this is where these two things tie in, because basically what the passport bros and men who think like them are doing is they're pimping women, but for themselves, if you see what I'm saying. They're cornering women and saying, look, you don't have any money, I have money, you're gonna have to do this for me, just like Big Boy did. Just like he did. You saw how he cornered that woman, and he could have just gave her $4. He could have just gave her $20. All of us have situations where homeless people have been around us, and we've given people multiple different. What part of this man's soul said, I want to get laid for $4?
I think, and DJ Torch, like, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, that a lot of Black people don't want to see the bad in Black people, and that's why, for some reason, and it's very crazy to me that when we see things like that, people still are surprised, although we experienced it, being violated by someone Black, or experiencing in our community. Is almost like the same thing as a passport bro. Like, black people to me as a community pretty much live in that same world as a passport bro, where as a community we don't want to look in the mirror at our own things, because of all the things that we went to, we want to procure and because we already have so many issues and so many stigmas, that when things happen in our own community, we pretty much put it in the back of our head when it happens. So when it comes to the forefront where it's public, like something like of what happened with Big Boss or whatever, it's like surprising to some people. To me, it's not, because I look at it as human behavior. Like, we're not superhuman. Black people are not superhuman. We have predators in our community. We have rapists. We have murderers and everything. But for some reason, when Black people experience this, it's a shock to them. Like, and they'll blame racism. Even with Austin, I have seen with Austin that they are using the excuse of racism, even though majority of the women who is complaining about him is Black people in Brazil. So they're using this racist thing of like, oh, Black people, like these people in this place of Brazil want to see him fail because he's a Black man, and this is what happens everywhere, or whatever the case may be. And white men been doing it for all this time. So why is it that when Black men do it, it's a problem? And what people is forgetting is that when you go into these places, you have to, it's like coming into a different channel, just like I call him Big Pool or House or whatever. I'm not calling him Big Car, Truck, or whatever the fuck he is. He's just a big pool. And that's just it. Came in there, and he came in there with that same character, and he didn't read the room. The reason why these white people are not getting the same backlash is because they add to their resources. Whereas that you have a man that's saying, you could come here and get a date for $15 that's going to end with sex. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's that cheap thing. It's the same thing in America, where that a lot of prostitutes don't want to date, which, you know, in the prostitute culture, they call their acts dating. They don't want to date Black men because of all the issues that they got to deal with Black men, where they rather deal with white men because they don't have to, they have the upper hand with white men. With Black men, they have to deal with more, even though they have to deal with violence and, you know, certain issues with white men, they also feel a little safer, and they also know that they're going to pay and that they have a little bit more control, whereas that these men is taking that same pimp culture into Brazil. Whereas and not only that, you took that further, just like Peso Man said, is you're in stage 2, where you feel like, I'm gonna also not just do this with the prostitutes of Brazil. I'm gonna go into the actual community and do this with regular women. I would not be surprised if this all started with a woman that Austin was dating, and she saw him on YouTube dating all these other women, and she felt violated.
Right.
And this is how this all started. You could have easily gave these women, which in this country is very cheap anyway. If you're getting sex for $15, you could have thrown them an extra $20 for an interview and to tell them that they're on YouTube, and they probably would have appreciated it more. But you wanted to be so goddamn cheap. Right. And not only get a $15 date and sex and dinner and all of her time, but also make profit off of her. Who is not going to be mad about that?
I got an important question to ask you. And I think it's a good question for you because you've been all over the world. Yeah. And you know, can we argue that the passport bro system is basically an extension of pimping? Because it's not like, think about it like this. What do pimps do? They find women for tricks, right? And and it seems like that's what, you know, Austin and company are doing. They're telling you where all the tricks are. I mean, all the women are, so they can trick on these women. And the pay is in super chats, and the pay is in, you know, whatever. And the pay is just, it doesn't look like pimping because nobody's getting paid cash directly. But when you think about it, they are being paid money. It's just through YouTube. So YouTube is kind of like the pimping paywall for the passport bros. You see what I'm saying? Does that make any sense to you? Hello?
Oh, I was on mute. I have muted myself so that y'all don't have to hear it. For Chester in the chat to let you know, the battery is being ordered because you can't buy it in the store. It's a different kind of alarm system, and it's irritating me too. So that's why I constantly put myself on mute so that you don't have to hear it. So to let you know, yes, I am getting my house in order. We probably should have bought a backup battery, but we didn't, and therefore right now we have to live through the beat until that battery comes in. If that answers your questions. So what I want to ask you is, when the fuck is you going to get out of that security job and get into another job? Since you're a high value red pill man, that's what I want to ask you. When are you going to get out of your apartment and actually own something? That's what I want to ask you that.
Chester, she got you on that one.
When are you going to stop working for someone else and work for yourself? You was in the Navy, in the military, so they gave you skills, but you're so fucking lazy that you rather date meth heads, which is on your level and in your pay grade of what you are right now, getting $15 an hour, probably sitting somewhere, telling people that they can't go through a certain door. When are you gonna change that? Go ahead.
Chester, I'll wait for your reply. But anyway, Camo, were you able to hear my question? So basically, my theory is, this is my theory, and I'm going to stick by it. I think the Passport Bro company is a pimp paywall to show men where to trick in companies abroad. Do you see my point?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Okay. I think I'm making this declaration today
Mm-hmm.
that the Passport Bros is just a pimping paywall used via YouTube for them to tell their tricks where to go for prostitution, and they get paid by chats, by whatever, super chats or whatever they can pay, using YouTube as a paywall for chats and whatever. I mean, what really is the difference between a pimp? This is, I mean, there is a difference that obviously most pimps operate in the street with their prostitutes, but who's to say that you can't do it via internet,
Virtually.
virtually?
So basically, I've always said with black red pill content, and we have to separate the two, because the white red pill and the manosphere is not the same. That they do exactly that, and it's like a if we was to use it as like a sex ring thing, they have like a ring of like basically virtually keeping hold of their hoes, which is their supporters or whatever. So in that ring, if you notice, one talk about the same thing and then another one talk about the same thing, and it's been going on for years and years and years, and nothing changed. And even the person itself, like Chester, who is still making $15 an hour and is still not a high value man and is still complaining about women, because in reality, because of his pay grade, he will never be able to get the women he wants. They get to keep him in the same place in this pimp hold of him actually enjoying his and this guy, I saw this video, he gets into that and he talks about it, and he used it the term, and he didn't even know if the term was right, but basically like of saying that like at some point, with prostitutes and people that's been abused, you start enjoying, or you can't live without the abuse, like it's normal to you. He's going to use a term saying that even when these women are saved, they're still afraid, because they have been indoctrinated so much that they think that the pimp is still going to come. It's the same thing as the manosphere. The black manosphere has basically used pimp tactics on their supporters to be able to continue their support, because they're not growing them. And the pimp comes to the hoe and makes them think that they're going to make them better. That's how that works. When when a lot of people believe that people is just like forced or grad on the street. No, they go to a certain weak type of people, and as far as prostitutes, and they feed them this dream of this grandiose life that can happen, and those women are holding on to this dream. And in the manosphere, that's what they're doing. But in reality, they're not. They're just feeding them enough to keep them to stay, but they're not growing. They're still security guards making $15 an hour, living in apartments. That's going from chat to chat to chat, hoeing for them. Like Chester is right now. He's hoeing for the manosphere right now in your chat, and he don't even realize it.
That's deep.
He's hoeing. That's what he's doing. And they don't realize that. Like Andrew was able to create a legion of hoes, technically, based off of, basically feeding them something, that an illusion that wasn't true as far as with his subscribers. And then he had actual hoes in his house that he led on by telling them different things, such as I'm gonna marry you and all this other stuff. But in reality, when they got to his house, he was gonna pimp them out or whatever. So basically, the manosphere is basically just using pimp tactics. That's it.
That's deep. That is deep. Let me play some more of this. Oh, Kim, did you want to say anything?
So when you have people, you know, a lot of, you know, people who are victim of abuse in the home or abandonment or neglect in the home, that's the first breaking. That's the first brokenness of the situation, which is one of the reasons why capitalism and anti-capitalism, if you're really serious about protecting the children, you need to be serious about economic inequality and poverty, because that's where children become unprotected. So they find those people and then they break them again. And breaking them again is what allows you to get your name tattooed on it, and allows you to say, you will do this work, you will sleep with this person, you will show your body against your will, or consensually, but you will give them the capital that you gain from that labor, you will give it all to me, and I will protect you. Iceberg Slim, you know, the hood, I talked about it in the Black Manosphere video. Iceberg Slim, cold-hearted pimp. So I'm not bringing up his book to condone his behavior, but if you want to, like, this is one of those real useful anti-capitalist texts that are not in the oeuvre, that are not in the.
I need to go over this too. Why do we feel what? I honestly don't understand this, because when I grew up in a non-Black area, so I don't have the depth or the knowledge about why Black and hip hop culture are so respectful of pimps. I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense to me. Why did we go through this thing where we were literally honoring pimps in these communities? I don't, it doesn't make sense to me. If anybody has an idea, let me know, because it doesn't make sense that somebody would honor a pimp over their own hardworking parents.
So the reason the pimp culture started at a different time in America, which is in I believe like probably like the 1950s, in between the 1970s or whatever that we know of, and it's with Black men, as far as mega wealth, other than being athletes, and I think even at that time, Black athletes wasn't getting paid as much as they do now. Pimp culture allowed common Black men to experience a lifestyle that they would not have experienced otherwise, which is their excuse of what they feel like, that it gave them a like a heads up over the man, I guess, or whatever, which is crazy, because of course you sold your own people out to have this sort of wealth, but they all based off of greed. That's pretty much what happened, was that the pimp culture itself just was about money, and it was about Black men finally finding themselves in society, being able to compete in what they believe with the white man, as far as when it comes to money, and that's pretty much how it came into part, which is pretty much greed.
So isn't it basically, it seemed like that the job of a pimp is to get something without giving out anything? It's like basically you're when you're pimping somebody, you're getting something, but you're not giving anything. Would that make sense?
I mean, it's the game. You just basically explained the pimp game. I mean, they're selling a dream, basically. They're salesmen. Pimps are people that right now would probably be great car salesmen and insurance salesmen, and that person that calls you and say, your car warranty is going to run out, or do you want to save $500 on Geico from Switch, whatever the case may be. So like it was game that they were selling of, it was too first of all, they approached weak people who was in weak situations, like people that was in women that was in poverty, that wanted to escape poverty, or for whatever the case may be, whether it was drugs, like a lot of things come into play because of the time in the country that we was going through, which is the Vietnam War, where we had a lot of, you know, people coming back home that was drug addicted or whatever the case may be, and a lot of poverty, and they was able to play on that basically. Whereas that you had all of these poor women that, you know, probably wanted something better, and you had these men that had the gift of gab that sold them something that was like, if you get with me, I'm gonna make your life better, which is what Andrew Tate did. He got to these women, and of course, I'm pretty sure he wasn't telling them that you're gonna have to sleep with hundreds of men and this is and that. Like, he willed them. The pimp is charismatic. A lot of times they're handsome. They come in disguise of a boyfriend. And if you got a weak-minded person that see a guy with like these nice clothes and this nice apartment or whatever property and money, and he's telling you like, look, all of your troubles is gone now. Just come. If you come with me, I'm gonna take care of you for the rest of your life.
Well said. Well said. Welcome, Kim. Welcome, Creative Solutions.
I just wanted to add on to that and say, I think the pimp game goes in how they lure in women. They act like they like them, number one. Then they try to date them and to seduce them in that way. And then after they do that, that's when they basically they take away all of their resources. So basically their family, they probably take their phone away, they isolate them. And then that's when after they do that, I feel like they verbally abuse them to the point where they have to seek out that same person for validation.
I see. So they're always, or their victims are always in a cycle of trying to please their.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, do you see all these women who go to jail for their man, or go to jail when they was in the pimp game? And a lot of them, they was trying to please the pimp because she wanted to get attention from him. She wanted to get time from him, and it was never enough.
Right. And that's what it goes into the beginning. Like, she touched on another part of it, and in the beginning I touched on the beginning of it. The beginning of it, if you was to go into, and I'll send that video to you too, and you can cover that. Andrew Tate confessed to what he did. He told it. He snitched on himself, and he told how he got these women in. And one woman, basically, he said that this woman, he was communicating with her, and he asked the woman to marry her, that if he can marry her, that he wanted to marry her, right? And she was like, you know, I need a ring, and I need this and that. And he's like, oh, I need you to come to Romania, and this is that, and whatever. I want you to be my wife. And this is the crazy part. Like, back in the day, it was like, you know, face to face. He's doing this all over the computer and the internet. And he basically is like, you have to submit to me as my wife, and whatever I tell you to do, you have to do it. And you're my wife, and I'm going to take care of you. So this woman comes to Romania, and I'm probably sure that this is probably the woman who turned him in and told on him. When she gets to Romania, he basically says it was all a trick. Like, you're going to be a whatever, his cam girl, and this is your job. And I'll send it to you so he can tell you yourself. And basically he was what they accused him of. He said he did. He had a bunch of rules, like they couldn't leave the house, and you know that they you know he hit them and did all these other things to them. So basically, these women actually was recruited, not saying that I'm going to be a whore. He recruited them saying that I'm going to be your boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to remember, he also went further and converted to Islam. He like, it's way deep with him. But I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna go look for it real quick. Y'all can take over. I'm gonna go look for it. It's a lawyer on here that has his confession of him saying it. It's not just taped. It's on video of him saying everything that he did, and he could tell you yourself what he was doing.
Great. Kim, welcome to the mix.
Hi,
Creative Solutions.
Jay.
Creative Solutions. How you doing? Do you have anything else you'd like to mention?
Oh no, I already touched on it. Anything else? I'll let you know.
Fantastic. I appreciate your time. Kim, how you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. I'm late joining the party, but I'm just here to get caught up. Um, was it Big J? I had to leave that conversation.
No, I mean, the thing is that he's exactly what Cynthia G was talking about. He's that exact person. You know, he's defined as a Dusty. I mean, and you know, obviously he's comfortable with that because, I mean, if that's the role you want to defend yourself in, then so be it. Yeah, believe it or not, honestly, I'm disappointed, and I guess the English accent fooled me because I thought he was really a cultured person, and then that was me stereotyping the English. Um, that was my mistake. But basically, when it comes right down to it, action speaks louder than words, and obviously, actions speak louder than words, and obviously, accent, you know. And he turned out just to be another scumbag. He didn't have to.
I thought that when he first came on Peso's Live that he said that he was Nigerian. I thought he said that.
Well, he's from the UK, and a lot of the UK black people there, if I'm not mistaken, is Nigerian, and some of them are Caribbean.
Population. I'm aware of that, but then he was speaking. He said something patois earlier tonight. Then somebody said he was Jamaican, but I'm almost sure when he first came on the live, he said he was Nigerian, and then all of a sudden he said he was Jamaican. So I don't know what he is.
So if you paid attention to him through the whole thing, like if you notice that certain subjects that would be brought up, he would get very angry about because it was personal to him. Like I caught on to that very quickly.
Big J.
Oh yeah.
Real quick, like I'm sorry to interrupt y'all. GJ Choice, just to let you know, in the back chat, it's the second video, not the first one. It's the second one. It's Andrew's tape confession, and he explains everything himself, on videotape with his face talking and everything. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. I got it queued up, by the way.
Kim, thanks for posting that link for Destiny. I never heard of that person before, but I checked them out. I appreciate that, and thank you.
Yes, I think that's a very, very, very I learned things in that debate that I didn't even know myself. Like Destiny did his research. I didn't even know some of these things myself about a lot of these talking points that the manosphere have, and he literally crushed them. It's really bad.
Are you talking about the video that you put in the chat?
Yes.
The dude with the blue hair. It said that it takes somebody outside of our people to be able to actually put black men in their place. Because he was talking to that dude that's sucking on that cigar.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he came at him with everything that he said. Everything he said, Destiny came at him and counteracted everything he said.
Sister, didn't he crush his ass?
Did he crush him?
I ain't never seen a debate that sad in my life. There was no debate.
Do you guys watch Mary Brown?
No, but I'm gonna look that up too. Can you put the link in the chat?
Okay, because I think he had a link to the video, or he had a video of the video you're talking about, or he did like commentary on it. But he's really good too.
Yeah, it went viral, so a lot of people been replaying it. But I wanted to see the exact one because I want that comment section is it all. I wanted to see that comment section because what he did was very fair, and he came with real statistics. And it's really bad, and I don't want to really talk more about it.
Black men are not. The men from the manosphere, they're not accustomed to real statistics. They're accustomed to lies or statistics mixed with lies, like the shit that Kevin Samuels said. They can't handle, and they're not capable of handling the truth. And that guy comes with the truth.
You know what bothers me is back in the day, black men used to be known for keeping it real, but that doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
That's true.
I mean, we were the. I remember even when Dave Chappelle made that "Keeping It Real," when "Keeping It Real" goes wrong, and we're like we be super honest and keeping it real, right? But today I can't say that. At least on YouTube, I can't say that.
I
You
think
know
now,
what the craziest thing about all of it, and people talk about the Pookie and Ray Ray, which is would they consider Pookie and Ray Ray is black men that live in poverty. And I will go on record to say that they keep it more realer than these so-called educated lanes. Like they're not the Pookie and Ray Ray that they, because I consider them the Pookie and Ray Ray. The Pookie, their stereotype of what a Pookie and Ray Ray is not on YouTube complaining about black women and black issues the way that the so-called educated lane is doing.
Right.
let me
The
tell you them
Pookie
a
and Ray
Pookie
Ray
and Ray
is
Ray.
living in real life black culture and black situations every day that affects them, and they live in it. And they're not on
Cam,
YouTube complaining.
I think they know they fit the Pookie and Ray Ray narrative. They know it because these same guys that are on here on social media complaining about single mothers are most likely single fathers themselves. You know what?
They are.
Nothing they say. I have to check on everything they say. I don't believe nothing that those men say. They complain about women being single mothers, but they're single fathers.
And they're creating the single mothers.
Absolutely. I quoted stats from Social Security on income, and they didn't want to believe that. Well, where did that information
I'm
came
going to
from?
use this as
It came from Social Security Department.
shameless plug for my theory on single mothers. I typed this in my on my community channel, but single mothers can never be to blame if the theory that Kevin Samuels was preaching is true, and I'll tell you why. If men are such leaders, if men are so much smarter than women, if men are less emotional and more logical than women, then how in the hell did they make women pregnant when they didn't want to be?
So if you look at, I'm gonna tell you something. DJ Torch, when you see this debate, you're gonna be flawed. So the answer to that from the manosphere was that the reason single mothers came about was that black women, when we decided to go to work, would make their daughters wash their children, right? This is what Angryman said.
Right.
And from that, black girls got tired of being with, pretty much domestic slaves. So they thought that being if they went out and had children and got on welfare, they'd make it better. And Destiny came back and said, but wouldn't it be the same if you go have a child on your own? Like, wouldn't you face the same or even worse, that now you have all this responsibility of taking care of a child as you did of having to take care of your brothers and sisters?
Yeah, that's not making any kind of sense. If anything, that will push you away from having kids ever.
That's
So
the
let me
part
tell
that
you
frustrates
something.
me.
I have 9 brothers and sisters. You know how many children I had? 1. I had 1 child. I'm 42. My son is 22. I had 1 child, 1 pregnancy, and in reality, I never really wanted to have any children, to be honest with you, because my mom was older. She's deceased now, but she was older, and her and my dad continue to have children. So I have sisters that's almost 60 years old, and I had to watch their children, my younger brothers, and all this other stuff. So actually, when I got older, I didn't even want to have children at all. I just happened to get pregnant, and I had my son, and it stopped there. I never had an abortion. I never had a miscarriage. I had 1 child.
Got it. Anybody else want to say anything? Wait, I want to clear something up. I need to clear some up. We need to clear. I think my point might have been missed because you know how black men are blaming black women for being single mothers, right? That's one box. This is an important point. I'm trying to see if where we're going with. My another theory I have is that if this modern woman theory or this red pill theory was so true, how did single mothers come about? If black men were so responsible, so smart, so in control of a relationship, right? And the women are the illogical ones. So where was the logic of these men making these black women pregnant when the men didn't want the kids or weren't prepared for the kids? Where was the logic before they even got to the bedroom? Then you guys.
So I think that all the questions you asked, I think you should just go ahead and play that Destiny interview because they got into all of that because he asked that question too. Of like where is all of these men? Because he said, I think he said something like only 42% of black women that's on like social, like that's on like welfare has like their the and it might be less than that. Like I don't know. I'm tired and I have a little bit of wine. It's on the birth certificate of their children or whatever the case may be. And he asked the same thing that like, well, if all these women is single, where is the men? So Angryman comeback was that 80-20. So what he said was that, but Angryman himself said that these single mothers is all getting pregnant by 20% of black men, and the other 80% of black men is not involved in it.
That's a lie.
Girl, you gotta see this shit.
So 20% across the entire. So 20% of the black men across the entire country are getting all these women pregnant.
That's what he's saying. That like
that sounds
he
so
said,
dumb.
he tried to. They try to use like Nick Cannon and shit like that. Like that shit is reality. And Destiny said, but that's not a normal. Like it's not a Nick Cannon. And a future is not a normal thing. So where's all the rest of these fathers? And it even got into the point, the part of how, they be like, well, why don't y'all just give the kids to the father or whatever? And then it went into where Destiny pulled up the statistics and said that 90% of men, we're not just talking about black men, 90% of men, when it comes to custody hearings, don't even show up to court.
Yeah, they don't want to be bothered. They want their freedom.
That's the thing that I don't understand.
Wait, Camo, can you repeat that thing about the percentage about the guys who went to court? Just 90%
of men in America do not show up to court for custody hearings.
Well, Camo, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here, and the black man would say, well, the courts are biased, and chances are women are going to get custody anyhow.
That's exactly. You know what's so crazy? Like Peso. Look, DJ Torch, can you please play the video? They got into that too, because the black man said that. Angryman, he said that. He said, well, the reason why they don't. He said, well, from my experiences and all the black men that don't show up at court, they already scared to come to court because they already think the court gonna be against them because of slavery and all the things that come, and so that they just don't come to court. But I be trying to tell them to come to court.
Okay, let me ask you one last question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Creative.
I was gonna say this is the same argument when they say the woman filed for divorce. The woman is the only one who's going to the courthouse. The man is not going to the courthouse. Same thing. If they got all this power, why can't they put laws in place where they could get their kids?
Girl, let me tell you how far this shit went. It went so far, girl. Girl, it went so far that these niggas tried to say, well, when Destiny was roasting their ass, was saying, well, y'all know that they don't notify the man when it come to court. So sometimes we don't be knowing because we don't get the notification. And Destiny was saying, well, that's a lie, because how the fuck can you be? It's illegal for you to be put on child support and all these things without you being notified first.
Right.
Like when I tell you that this man Destiny roasted that, like got in their ass so bad, it's so bad that
let's
it's
say
a
some
shame.
of it because I'm about to play it anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
On Mary Brown show, is that the one?
No, it's the link that I gave you was on his show.
Okay, hold on one second.
Yeah, it's the first one, the one that Camo put in there.
Yeah, is it the first one or the third one? I don't know.
Since we're talking about, we might as well talk about it. See it. Okay, so we'll do this one here. Okay, I see it. He's got the blue hair in the beginning.
The blue hair, yeah.
Yeah,
when y'all see this, y'all gonna be so embarrassed. Right. I was embarrassed, and I don't even have feelings. I was embarrassed for Black people when it's
I'm sad to see that you know, another race has to clear shit up for us. That's
because sad. You got to see his facial expression. He was confused. He was like, but that don't make sense. And what the crazy thing is, Angryman was
come on. Let's look at the video.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sister.
Okay. I have one last question, but just a quick question. Does Angryman have any type of psychological education whatsoever?
No,
he don't. He actually has a degree in art. And that's going to come too in the interview, because he also tried to play Black women and said that Black women get degrees in useless. We get like useless degrees. He tried to play us since it was like, oh, Black women is the most educated, but they get useless degrees. But this nigga got a degree in art. I didn't even know that they had a degree in art.
Yeah, they do.
Man is a troll and a broken man.
The truth. Can you tell us right now what your degree is in?
I have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering and a master's in applied and computational mathematics.
Okay, I got a degree in criminal justice and a minor in homeland security and emergency management. The other sister, can you tell me what your education is?
Health education.
Okay, and then they also tried to play us and say that we only get degrees in social science. And I saw a white person in the comment section saying that, wouldn't you think that with all that goes on in the Black community, that it would be a justice for them to actually get education in social science?
That makes sense.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, I'm gonna start the tape.
It makes a lot of sense. They just, these guys really, I think, are just trying to. JP said, "I see you, the truth." They're just trying to ease their own guilt about not living up to certain expectations. Like they really are. It all comes back to jealousy. I think they really are jealous.
Please tell me what a degree in art is.
I think it's ego.
You know, when I was going to school, I had so many classes in the sciences that it was unreal. So for someone to say, to say that, I find that to be offensive. My degree is not in art. What can an art degree do for anybody?
Yeah,
nothing.
Maybe he a good colorer. Maybe he color real good.
Okay, well, let's look at the video right quick, because I'm excited to hear about what he had to say.
Damn, I'm going to school for fashion. Yeah.
And we need that too, and we do that.
Are we gonna watch the video or we're gonna talk? Either one's good with me. Okay. Oh, by the way, if something comes up and you do want to say something, just say DJ Torch and I'll stop the video.
Did it start yet? I mean, can I say something real quick while it's starting? I mean, you could go ahead and start it. I just wanted to say, I don't remember us ever shaming Black men for not being educated. Like, yeah,
ever.
it's known that we are the most educated, but I don't ever remember us as Black women like shaming them for not going to college, not getting degrees. We never did that.
We
So
never went.
No,
You're right. We never
in
went
fact,
there
let me
until
stop you
they
right
started.
now. And as the
We
oldest
dated
man,
down.
as
We
the
never
oldest
had
man,
sex.
as the
We
oldest
never
man
did that until they
in
started dragging us, and then that's when we
wait,
set
Fact,
can
that
I
up.
answer that?
fact,
Let me
sister.
answer that for
You
you.
are 100% right. Even in this
Wait,
video,
wait, wait,
you're
wait,
gonna
wait, wait,
see
wait, wait,
that
wait, wait,
Angry
wait, wait,
Man
wait, wait, wait.
said
Wait,
real,
Camo, 1
real,
second.
real
Camo.
quick. I know this your panel, but Angry Man said that
Camo, hold
not
on,
Angry
hold
Man, but
on.
people in the comment section, a black man in the comment section said, well, the only reason why we say that is because they use that over us. When the hell did black men say that? Because I remember a
I'm
time
trying to
when
answer that.
black men
I'm trying
actually
to answer
celebrated
that. Let
women
me,
who was educated.
Camo, you can keep going, but let me answer that first. I am, as you guys know, I'm an old fogey. I'm 60, right? I've never heard a Black woman ever shame a Black man about his education. I've heard some concerns like, when are you going to finish your degree? But that was family. You see what I'm saying? We're talking family. It was never a general thing. Maybe Black women should have shamed Black men into getting an education. Then maybe Black men would be more educated. Because it
I
seems like,
agree. Because I
leaving Black
feel
men
like
alone to do their own thing didn't work out, because Black women are getting more education right now than Black men. I can tell you that right now.
I agree. I
yeah,
think we need to raise our standards. And I guess they mad right now because now that we're raising our standards, they don't know what to do. So only thing else they gotta do is they gotta say these things on the internet. It's like we're hurting their ego.
I agree.
yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, I'm not sure if the video is playing or not.
Wait, I think we need to play that over again, don't we? I think Camel said it a couple times, but this is deep here. This is for all the guys who like tune in late. You know what I mean? Let me play that. I'm stopping it right there. I'm just gonna let it percolate for a minute.
Hey DJ, I'm not seeing anything on the screen.
I
Oh
think you
shoot!
need to share your screen. We're not seeing it.
Oh shoot! My bad. Okay, it was only 5 seconds. My bad. Boom. There we go. Boom. Okay. So you mean we've been all sitting here in silence?
Yeah.
Maybe
Yes,
it's
we
so.
were.
By the way, Camo, hey, there's nothing wrong with you. You being excited about this. This is exciting for me too. So, you know,
now all of a sudden, the new age way of thinking is the way we're supposed to do things.
I don't know what when you say like gotten it wrong. I mean, like if you want to talk about do you believe like in the nuclear family?
Yes.
Like that's a really new concept. Hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution is us living like together as like groups of people like hunting for berries and like chasing animals down. Like that's what hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution got us.
Just want to verify. You guys can see it, right?
Yes, we can see it and we can hear it. You're good.
That's what built up to it. That's what built up to it.
Okay, well then fine. Then I could just use your same argument and say, well, that's building up to this then.
That's a good point.
Certain men's rights groups have repeatedly made this claim, okay, that mothers have an automatic advantage in custody cases. It seems obvious enough given that more than 90% of the children of divorced and single parents live with their mothers. But there's more to that statistic than meets the eye. Most divorcing or single fathers, roughly 90%, never ask for custody. In contested divorce and parentage custody cases, however, the father wins 60% of the time. So if that's true, that completely blows up your entire narrative.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on?
Nothing much. Just chilling.
So what was I crying about yesterday?
I don't even remember, to be honest. Came in screaming over something.
Well, actually, first is like, what was your position yesterday? You obviously came through the Bernard Riley show and had issue, I guess, with something he said, or you had debated Myron or something, and your position was that women have evolved and men are.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick. I've noticed there's been like an upsurge of like white content creators that have been debating black men in the manosphere about some of their content. Like this, I wanted to check out, but with this guy, it's this other guy. I think his name is like Asan B, but he was like debating DJ Academics and Fresh and Fit about the whole like Meg Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez case, and I was like, it's just getting kind of sad to see black men getting checked by men of other races about their view about their women. It's getting out of control.
Hassan, I like him too. I mean, I think he's fine. But anyway, he has really good talks, and I like the fact that he's checking them. He's really smart.
Yeah. He really is, and it's like they're challenging black men about their views about their own women, and it's sad to watch. That's all I wanted to say.
Clear this up for you guys right now. What's real bad is that white people are getting sick of red pill black men's crap. They're just sick of, because there are the average white person who I happen to know because I grew up there. Believe it or not, if they're average and they're just normal, they aren't bigoted or anything. They kind of live in a life of logic because logic is how they make their money, believe it or not. So when they see illogical stuff, regardless of the source, it's like a fly buzzing around your head. You see what I'm saying? To the point where it starts to irritate you and you have to reply.
It's like a net.
Yeah.
Like a net. Like you just like, you know how nets fly around and like you just be trying to swipe them and then one day you just say, I'm gonna go and get that net tape or something and just stop their ass. And I think what happened was it's been you gotta remember this shit been going on for years of this talk that everybody is forced to listen to it all over the internet. Whereas that now people of all socioeconomic, issues, is talking about it now because they're tired of hearing it. Black women is tired of hearing it. LGBTQ is tired of hearing it. White men, white women is all tired of hearing it. And then you have the small amount of people that is going to profit off of it.
Right. And it's so funny. The sad thing is that all black men have to do is get responsible. Get responsible and be productive. And this whole gender war goes away. Because if you're the leader, right? If you're the leader, and then all you have to do is behave like a leader. And they're not willing to do that. Or their way of behaving like a leader is getting on a plane and flying and to seedy areas of third world countries and doing that. That's their way of being a leader. That's their solution. That's what they say the solution is.
But as a black man, in your opinion, which us as rational people can see that it does even more harm to the black male image too, because first we went through the wave of being with other women is better in America. And then when other women in America, you know, prove that type of black man is a problem, that type of black man said, well, since the all Western women is a problem, it's not me, all of us, all of them is a problem. So now I'm gonna go to a place completely different that don't speak the same language and don't know that I'm a piece of shit somewhere.
Right.
You know, and then now you got it in stage 2 is that they getting fired from that position. Like, why do you think this is like, at what point are these men, because I don't want to, because I will, and I had put all black men in the same position, and I'm trying to be more you know, diplomatic about it. So why do you think that particular group of black men continue to nest, to find a nest in other people's backyard so that they don't have to actually face reality? What is it?
My answer would be, to them, it seems easier. It's basically what I'm saying is this. It's kind of like the same thing that people who join hate groups, they think it's easier to shame someone else to get what they want than to simply just earn it and get what you get what you're supposed to get. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think it's also instant gratification. You know, instead of, you know, going out there and changing yourself or becoming the change, it's so much easier to just delve into this and not do the work or the self work that you're supposed to do.
Right.
But
Exactly.
even with instant gratification, wouldn't you think that these men would notice that men around them, like, so say for instance, like the man with the sharp teeth, right, that we saw on Peso Page.
Right.
Wouldn't you think that he would notice the difference of him and someone, of a black man who is successful? So like, we'll say that if we was to go off of his talking points or their talking points, a man that wanted a woman and a family and this and that or whatever, wouldn't you think that they would notice a difference in between them and him?
No, not if you're built in chaos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if what is normalcy to them? You see what I'm saying? It's
This
like,
is sad. Like, it's
you know,
sad. Like, I don't even feel sad for them in reality. I don't. Like, I really harden my heart to them. But it's sad that like these people literally live in this small world of failure.
that's true. Let me. I'm gonna play the video.
What's your position?
In regards to like who needs to do what for like in the broadest sense, red pill people seem to give advice about how men and women operate and like what they need to do to succeed, what men need to do to succeed. And I tend to disagree with a lot of the framing. And part of it plays into kind of what you just said, yeah.
Okay, so what part of the framing do you have a disagreement about?
I feel like men need to work a lot more on relationship skills, that it's something that they just don't have much practice with. And it feels like for red pill communities, the obsession is like just be more traditional or become a top 1%er, which is advice for like 1% of the population. I don't think it's like a road to success for most people.
Okay, well, I would say that nowadays, most people don't really have good relationship skills. Not just men.
Okay. I think it, I mean, I would disagree. Do you want to talk about that or?
Well, no, I really wanted to debate you about what we were talking about yesterday, as far as the, as far as this whole concept, because correct me if I'm wrong, you have this concept that women have evolved and improved and made these changes and these leaps and bounds, and they kind of have just left men in the dust, right?
A little bit, yeah.
So how would you How? I'm trying to understand.
So I think that for a long time, the world was kind of like built by and built for men's existence. And over the past, I don't know what, 30, 40, 50 years, especially over the past like 20 years, women have been getting a lot of help or pushing in different ways in society to achieve and succeed and do better. And it was previously thought that, like, well, women can't attain educational levels similar to men. There are a lot of things that men can do that women can't do. And we're starting to see that, given a push, women are able to do a lot of these things. So we're seeing women right now, they're destroying men in school. And what we might be learning is it might be that women's brains, they're actually just better learners than men. That men might be like more physically oriented. We want to go outside, we want to do things or build things and stuff like that. Whereas women are more calm, chill. They can sit in a classroom, take notes, and do class all day, right? If that's the case, then we're kind of like setting women up for success better than we are even setting men up for success. And it's hard to have a conversation about what to do to like make men successful. So as women have kind of like improved their lot and standing in society through things like school, reproductive control, better career opportunities, men are kind of like sitting here like, well, what am I supposed to do? People have cried about toxic masculinity for 2 decades. A job is not enough to secure a wife anymore. I have no idea what to do or where to go to in society. That seems to be like where guys are stuck at right now. And when I look at the red pill communities, it's just like a bunch of like what feels like women hating rhetoric, and then like appeals to tradition or appeals to try to become the top 1%. Like that's my issue. Like that's not good advice for anybody. Yeah.
And what I liked about this is, see, he's using just an objective view about look from the outside looking in. And even to this guy here who probably isn't, you know, famous for any kind of civil rights thing, right? But he's like, what the hell are you guys talking about? This is, what do you mean? And he's just you could tell he's a little bit irritated. And it's not really his it's not really his battle, but he's just irritated by the lack of logic of people like Angryman.
I think that he's also irritated by the lack of intellect of a person of an Angryman. And you're gonna also see through this interview. I think I don't know if this video is about 2 hours, and I don't know if you're gonna go 2 hours. Maybe you're gonna have to do a part 2. That he's gonna get irritated many times because their intellect and logic is so like dumb that you're gonna notice that he's gonna get bored and irritated many times.
Got it.
Like a bunch of like what feels like women hating rhetoric, and then like appeals to tradition or appeals to try to become the top 1%. Like that's my issue. Like that's not good advice for anybody. Yeah.
Okay, well, there's a couple of things wrong with what you said. Number one, women are not blowing men out of the water when it comes to education. We've actually been lowering the standards for them to actually be able to achieve certain things. They've actually lowered the standards when it comes to a lot of the different studies. They've lowered the standards when it comes to the barrier to entry.
Okay, so let me clear this up. He's lying.
When it comes to the military, numerous things. So it's not that women are blowing men out of the water, it's that we're catering to them, which we have always done. The men haven't really built the world for themselves. The majority of the inventions and the things that we've come up with in order to make life more comfortable for women.
He's lying again, just in case you don't know.
So it's not that they're blowing us out of the water, and it's not that the men actually have are stuck in a position. What men have found is they live in a world now where the focus has been on women and catering to women, while simultaneously ostracizing men and making them feel like they're not worth.
Women take the same tests in schools that men take the same to get into school. I wanted to let this roll, but this guy's just so full of crap. It's ridiculous. I can see why they call him Angryman, because he's not very smart.
This is annoying to me. This stuff like this is annoying to me because, especially being in the military and being like in a predominantly male, I'm working with males. It is just so annoying because this is the type of environment that they set in the environment, right? the woman will try to work as hard or try to study as much, and just because the guy is there, they will give it to the guy because he's a guy.
True. And the thing is that right now, Angryman, he sounds like a supremacist. Straight up like it. There's nothing. I mean, there was no different. When I was in high school, right? Let's start with high school. When I was in high school and it was time to take a test, the teacher never said, okay, males, come get your test. Okay, females, come get your test. We all took the same test. We all took the same test to entry into college. In college, everybody took the same test. I never ever saw in a college classroom somebody hand out separate tests for women and men. Never ever. When I went to apply for a job, they handed me the same job application they handed to a woman. Same thing. I can't believe this Angryman dude, and I know very little about him, by the way, is this ignorant. Not only ignorant as far as what he's saying, but ignorant to the point where he thinks that he's going to get this, that this is going to get over. I mean, it's ridiculous.
All right, let me give you.
They don't have any value.
I was going to say, let me give you a little bit of backstory of Angryman. So a lot of the manosphere and the way it has grown, a lot of people who started their own channels came from Angryman's channel. They were all in the chats. So a lot of this manosphere started and, grew because of Angryman. So that's why he is so significant, within the manosphere.
I mean, it's a shame that somebody this non-intelligent is a leader of is one of the core leaders of Red Pill. It's ridiculous.
Because I hate to say this, but I think his followers are not intelligent, and that's why they latch on to him, because they don't need statistics. Like they don't need proof. They just need someone that is a loudmouth that's going to say what they want to hear. And it's I mean, it's really sad, and I think that it does speak volumes about their intelligence level. But yeah, that's the issue. I think is that they really don't need any proof. They don't need statistics. Like they just go with whatever Angryman or any of these other manosphere guys, whatever it is that they have to say, as long as it's feeding their ego, they're going to run with it. Like Angryman, everything that he's saying, I've heard the other Red Pill content creators say the same thing. And this whole women, they don't add any value. They really have been convinced of this, and yet many of these Red Pill YouTubers are unemployed men sitting at home who have found ways to make money off of YouTube.
Also, like you got to understand that, like, these are the men that are saying that you don't have to go to school, and you're debating people, whether it's men or women, who are college educated and experienced in a world that they don't know anything about, but they're trying to have these debates.
Right. Exactly. That's the thing, is Angryman is unprepared. He could have made a better argument even if he was wrong, if you know what I mean. He's wrong and he's incorrect, but he could at least, you would thought that it would have been maybe a little bit more interesting if it was Kevin Samuels, because Kevin Samuels was good at studying. He did study, I mean, not as far as college is concerned, but what I mean is as far as like planning his lives, if you know what I mean. So that's what I meant. He was still equally as wrong, but he would make better arguments.
Well, Kevin Samuels wasn't educated.
By and large, still do many of the jobs that maintain the infrastructure of our society.
Okay, so the part about lowering standards, I don't agree with that. I would have to look into it more, but My familiarity with lowering the standards is I know that there has been research done for University of California schools where for certain affirmative action programs, they would lower the standards to get more minority students, namely African-American students, to enroll in these colleges. But when they lowered the standards there, what would happen is more of those students would apply and get accepted to the colleges, but the graduation rates and absolute numbers stayed the same. So they were getting into school, but then they were flunking out because the standards were lowered and they weren't able to attain the degree. So if they were lowering the standards and more women were getting accepted, but they weren't graduating, then I might agree with you, but that's not the case. We're talking about graduation rates right now. If the standards were lowered and that's what was allowing women to graduate more, then we would see men graduating at the same rates as they were before, but they aren't, right? Especially over the coronavirus period, a lot of men were expected to stay home and work, whereas women didn't have those same burdens placed on them. Also, women have a bit more available to them in the world of like affirmative action and kind of like assistance for women to go to school. You are seeing women, not just because the standards are lowered, but because society's pushing them in a direction, they are doing better in school, like full stop.
Well, here's the reality about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not that difficult to do better in school when you're taking gender studies or getting a degree in basket weaving. Or is that across the board in STEM, or is that across the board in gender studies and other things like that, arbitrary stuff that really doesn't amount to anything? First of all, you have to realize that when it comes to education, the enrollment of men is down across the board anyway. Because like I said before, we live in a society now that is very hostile towards men. So there are a lot of different things that men don't want to be a part of anymore. They don't want to be a part of college, the college experience anymore, simply for the fact that it's a hostile environment for them. Everything is about toxic masculinity and all of this crap. And let's be honest, the colleges are no longer institutions of higher.
By the way, if you haven't noticed, he's not, this is not fact at all. Everything he's saying right now is just his opinion. I just want to make that clear.
Learning. They've now become institutions of indoctrination with gender studies and all of this.
The point of winning a debate is to state facts that he either is rolling a lot of, he's rambling a lot and then he's going to ramble a lot of facts off, or he's just rambling and he's not going to ramble a lot of facts off. I know that I am far from the great debater, but I know that about a debate is you have to have something based in fact sometimes. He's just basing opinions of something that he's probably said to his crowd over and over again.
It's other crap that most men can't really identify with, especially if they're red-blooded American males. They find this whole thing that's going on right now extremely hostile. And
is he talking about education? Because last I checked, other races of men had no problem with it.
And when you talk about women graduating, right? I don't know. I can't speak to the whole spectrum of women, but I do know when it comes to the Black community, yes, Black women are the most enrolled. And yes, they do graduate, but they usually graduate with some ridiculous degree that they don't even.
He's lying, just so you guys know. I can't let that go.
Been used. Not to mention the fact that women that actually do become entrepreneurs, 96% of their freaking businesses fail. So no, they're not outpacing men. They just live in a society that has stacked the deck against men and catered to them.
Notice how he's using emotion to try to get his point across instead of just basically stating the facts.
Single program that comes out now is for women.
Okay, so I hear this argument is brought up a lot that women just get degrees in like basket weaving and gender studies. Do you sincerely believe that that's the majority types of degrees that women are getting, or I'm just trying to figure out before I go down that road?
So you believe most women, when they enroll in college, they go into STEM?
I didn't say STEM, but you know that there's more than just STEM and basket weaving, right?
Okay, well, my thing is.
I have to stop it. You know, he doesn't know how stupid he sounds right now.
I've stated this numerous times on my show.
You gotta keep it going because he sounds stupid the whole time.
I think if you're not going into the STEM field, college is a waste of time and waste of money.
Okay, that's fine if that's your opinion, but one, that's not true, and two, there are other purposes to college, right? You can make money outside of STEM.
We can say that it's not. First of all, if you look at the way college is set up now, and you look at the amount of student loan debt that you're going to get into after 4 years at a university, going for anything other than STEM absolutely is a waste of time.
Okay, One, you're assuming that there's so many bad assumptions here. I'm sorry. One, when you say waste of time, what you really mean is that the only thing you should be looking for, the only thing college should do is prepare you for a job. That's the only purpose of college.
Yes.
Okay, that's not true, right? There are important fields of education that we would want people to do more research in. It's important to have people such as I don't know, having historians, having writers. A lot of women get jobs in education. Teachers are arguably some of the most important people in society.
Historians, the vast majority of the history that they teach every single decade, we find out it's a lot of the shit is freaking lies. Are you serious right now?
What do you mean?
Historians?
What do you mean by find out their lies? From other YouTubers, or what do you mean?
No, by other people who go and do the research. It's
historians, right?
We find out this not formally trained historians. Not formally trained.
Can you give me, okay, I never do this in debates, and if you don't have the ability to do this, you don't have one off the top of your head, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to push you on gotchas for anything. But can you give me an example of this is something that historians thought was one way, and then an amateur investigator completely overruled and figured out that all the historians were wrong?
Okay. Well, let's start with say ancient Egypt. There were a bunch of historians that made a bunch of claims about the Egyptians, and a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ben Yakinen actually went to Egypt and actually found out that a lot of the things they were saying were not true. That's one example.
What is this in relation? What was a claim that wasn't true? Wait, hold on. Is this this isn't the Yakubian shit, is it? Is this something different, or
we're gonna start with, let's not go off into that. The main point that I'm trying to make.
No way. He doesn't want to go off into it. Why not? I mean, you're trying to make a point. If you have to see, this is the thing. The point of making an argument is that you're trying to grab facts that will prove your argument. Now he wants to bail.
Is that yes, okay, you have people who go to college, they want to become artists. I went to school for art, right? You have people that go to college become artists. You have people that go to college become
I need to say this because somebody brought up this point before. This dude is talking shit, and I can only say shit because it's the only word that fits, about women taking basket weaving classes while he himself took basket weaving classes.
Historians and all of that's cool. But the point that I'm trying to make is when we're talking about the importance of our society and the structure, I'm talking about the bare bones structure of it functioning. We need engineers, we need scientists, we need people in the STEM field. So if we're talking about the importance of women, if we're talking from your perspective that women are outpacing men, I'm going to be looking at that field. I'm not going to be looking at art and history and stuff like that.
I don't want a society that just has the bare bones. That sounds miserable. We need things like art. This is where we spend 95% of our time.
And I totally agree.
And by the way, he took art. Remember, he went to school for art. So basically, he's kind of telling on himself. He's saying that I am too dumb. I am so dumb. I'll just take art.
Someone in the comment section said all you need to be a manosphere leader is to wear big hats and smoke a cigar. And I agree with that.
That's it seems to be.
Agree with that. I'm an artist. I totally agree with that. But the problem is your premise is that women are outpacing men. In order for women to outpace men, they would have to be outperforming them in the bare bones of our society, the things that make the structure run. That's the point that I was making yesterday.
Okay, I don't even know if we disagree. This might just be a semantics thing. Earlier, it sounded like you agreed with me that society has structured itself around accelerating women, and it seems to be doing a good job at that, and a lot of men are being left behind. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
It is accelerating women, but in a very in a disproportionate way and in a very sneaky, underhanded way. It's not like, okay, let's try this, right? Let's try this, because
remember now, he doesn't have any problem with any other race of people, but he has a problem with his own race of people. Let that sink in. Remember, I mean, there's been a whole lot of unfair shit done, but he ain't worried about all that other shit. He's worried about that shit that black women are getting.
I think your perception of red pill or the manosphere is that just everybody over here just hates women, blah, 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 blah. I don't have an issue with women competing if they're actually competing. In other words, if the playing field is level. But what we have going on today is not a level playing field. We have a rigged game. We, on the one hand, we have people saying, okay, well, women are equal to men. Women are fully capable of doing what men do. You've even said a second ago that women, you kind of implied that women were smarter than men.
I did.
So
hold on, let me be real quick. What I said was their biology might be better suited to classrooms than men.
It's better suited to following. That's
I don't know if following is that's a stupid loaded term. Let's say, hold on, wait.
You're getting sensitive over terminology.
No. I'm not getting sensitive over terminology. I just want to be clear with their terms, okay? Here's fact number one. Most men are followers. Most men are not leaders, okay? So most people in general are followers. When I say that women are better suited towards learning, it seems to be the case that male bodies are just more in general suited towards activity. They want to be outside. They want to be doing things. They want to be building things. This is why all of our little boys are getting diagnosed with ADHD, because sitting inside of a classroom all day with your head staring at a textbook and doing notes is agonizing to a lot of young men. That's just something that we're not built for as well. Whereas women don't mind. They are better at like being calm, at being chill, at being more cerebral, taking notes, studying and doing that. That just seems to be a thing that their biology seems to be better suited for. I'm not saying one is a follower and one is a leader or one is smarter or one is dumber. I'm just saying in the ways that we are, women seem better suited to classroom environments. That's what I'm saying.
First of all, we can't look. I'm not a leftist, so I'm not ultra sensitive when it comes to terminology. Okay, there are structures in our society that are very important that have leaders and have followers. Okay, now I will agree that the boys do not like sitting in a classroom all day. It's frustrating to them, but men are naturally more rebellious than women are, and the reason why is because men are not natural followers. Even if you have structures where men are following, why do you think in the military they have to have a boot camp?
Men are not natural followers, yet he has how many followers on his channel? Men are not natural followers, but they will follow any type of toxic entity like pimps or bad fathers or cheerleaders or rappers with a rap sheet. They'll follow them, but they're not natural followers. They'll follow the idiots, but they won't follow somebody with some common sense. That's what you're saying. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Because those men have to be basically conditioned to follow properly because they are naturally rebellious. There's a reason why when girls are in school, they do better in school, because the way that structure is, they're given instructions and we understand what the school system is. The school system was designed around the Prussian school system, which basically was created for the purpose of creating factory workers, created for the purpose of creating better soldiers, okay? People that are going to follow suit. That's exactly what the educational system is here in America. All right. So it's not an insult to say that women are followers. That's not an insult. It's just a reality. Men are not as prone to follow as women are.
I'm just saying that most people are followers. We have to agree on that. Work only works if you have one manager and many employees. The army only works if you've got one general and many soldiers. A country only works if you've got one president and many constituents. Most people are followers. Society only works. That's why there's the whole phrase, too many chiefs and not enough Indians. You have to have followers in society, right? So,
that's true.
And then even when we look at even when we look at classrooms where we're saying like, oh, like women are better to following, and that's why they do better in classrooms. Who's teaching? Who's leading the classrooms? It's women. Isn't it like 95% of teachers are women? Like
now.
No,
now, but here's the thing. You just said something that gave validity to my point.
Are you there?
Thank you for reminding me I was on mute.
I was like, what's going on?
No, I was trying to say that this guy's on BS again when he said more women now is in the education field. When in my 40 plus years of education, women have been the majority of the educators by a lot. I mean, especially black men. I would say black men were the lowest, the littlest number of educators in my lifetime, whether I was working, whether I was going to a institution or was working at an institution. Black men, there was in the mid 2Ks, they were crying for black men to come work as teachers, and it just never happened.
Even during like Reconstruction, the Reconstruction era where we were segregated and we had our own schools, who was the teachers? Black women was the teachers. And they had to be educated, if I'm not correct or whatever. So like I'm confused about what he's talking about.
Those men, they need to go live in Afghanistan.
No, I really be feeling like that some of these manosphere men really live in a fascination of slavery. Like they really fascinate living in slavery and Jim Crow era and like all these things. Like they really want to go back into it. Like they always talk about, well, back in the day. Well, back in the day, you walked down the street and couldn't look a white man in the eye. Like I really be feeling like they really like have this slavery sexual thing with them where like they really want to live in this era of like oppression of like real oppression, like for real, like a different kind of oppression. Like some of these men is like really on some other shit.
Do they really want to go back to that too? Like, I don't know if we ever brought that up to them. Like, do you really want to go back in a position where you yourself was a second-class citizen? Like, do you want to go back to Jim Crow? Like, do you want to go back to that life where, like you were saying, you couldn't look at a white person in the eye? You had to cross the street if they were walking down the street. Like, is that what you're asking for?
Well, they actually always talk about that, and it's very weird that they talk about this time as if they were white. Like they live in this very white man era that never existed for them. Like it's almost like now that black people are liberated and emancipated, that they now as black men want to live a life of whiteness, of white men that never existed for them. Like they forgot that like during those times, black men was still not equal. Like you might have been the head of your household, but when you walked out your house, you was compared to cats and dogs or something like that. So I really don't get it. Like as a matter of fact, you was actually treated lower than domesticated pets. And still is. I remember during a time of like, I want to say Tupac brought that to attention that pets that animals got more respect and humanity than black people.
Yeah.
That's true. Let's keep going.
Where do you think the term "there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians" comes from? The reason you have that term is because every time you have a group of men following another man, there's always a subset of men that's trying to overthrow that man. So no, they're not naturally followers. Men will follow until they're in a position to take over. The reason why most men follow is not because they're just like, well, I'm gonna, go with the flow. They follow because they don't have the power to take over who's ever in the position above them. That's the reason why men do that.
I don't know where to move from here. I've had a lot of experience managing a lot of people across a diverse amount of, whether it's video games, whether it's business, whether it's organizing podcasts, whether it's just watching people in society. Like, most people gravitate towards following. Most men don't want the responsibility of being in charge of other people. Most men don't want the responsibility of taking on the negatives of an outcome of a decision that involves other people. That's just, being in a leadership role is really difficult.
But they want the glory.
Yeah, but that's not being a leader. That doesn't count. Everybody wants to. That doesn't count.
But no, that's where that comes from. In order for you to get the accolades, the glory, to get the ego boost, every dude, even if they admit it or not, has had a desire to be that guy, to be the head guy.
Sure, that's okay. Everybody can have a desire. That's fine. If you want to say something like men have a desire to be leaders, that's fine. I would agree with you there. But men are not naturally leaders. Leadership is a skill that's crafted over time. Most people are not suited for it, and just wanting the glory of being a leader does not make you somebody that is a leader.
You're talking about you. Okay, so we're getting into, look. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that every man that spawns has the ability to be freaking Julius Caesar. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not even what I'm saying, but all right.
Well, you're saying that, I'm assuming that you're saying that men naturally have the ability to be great leaders, right?
All I'm saying is, broadly speaking, men and women have way more in common than they do separately from each other. And when people
totally disagree with that.
I'm sure you do. When people try to draw these hardcore separations out of, like, men are leaders, women are followers, like these broad generalizations, they end up missing like most of the story, and they send people down really mind-fucked paths.
And remember this. If men were leaders, right, and women were followers, then who has to take responsibility for single mothers? Men, right? Because you were leading, right? Joke's on you. Joke's on you.
Stuff like this, I get annoyed because, like, think about it. You left the woman with all the kids. Doesn't it take a leader to raise those kids, go to work, and maintain a household without the father there? Like I don't understand. Like, that whole conception and what he just said, that makes no sense. But the guy said, men and women, we have more in common than we think. And I agree with that. Because I respect the man just as much, and I respect the woman just as much. But I respect them on the work ethic and what they put in and how they got to the point where they are. Like, just because you're born doesn't mean, And I agree, a lot of people don't want to lead. Some people just want to go to work and go home. They don't want to deal with no stress or nothing.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is that some people, they don't want to deal with along with being in management, you have that whole political vibe, not as far as politics, but you have to politic at work. You know what I mean? You have to, you have to have a decent relationship with the supervisors you work with, and it just gets more and more complicated. There's more people that are more important to you. If you're at the bottom, you're just like, hey, I'm just gonna, just tell me to dig a ditch, I'll dig a ditch, and that's simple as that. If you know what I mean. So,
in the military, I saw, I'll give you one case. There was this one guy, and in the Navy, when you become an E6, which is a first class petty officer, you have a different responsibility, right? Meaning that, okay, the master chief, the senior chief, and it all rolls down hills, whereas that the first class become like the fallback guy, and then he's the leader of all the junior people under them. And that's a lot of responsibility, meaning that the junior people is junior. So it's already expected that they're not going to know. But that E6 that's over them is supposed to be the one that's leading them. So they have to take all of the backlash, all of the things that fall apart goes on them. And all of everything is just going to fall on them, even if they did exactly what the person over them told them to do. So we had this one guy that when he made that rank of being a first class petty officer, which is an E6, he didn't want it no more. And he was a man. He didn't want it because mentally he wasn't able to accept all of that responsibility on himself. He wanted to go back and be of a junior grade where that he didn't have to deal with all of those things or whatever. So to make a long story short, to say is that being a leader is not a gender. It's more of a intellect.
Right.
Like not all of us will be. It's like chess, and that's why we always talk about this. You're playing chess, and this person is playing checkers, or whatever the case may be. There is just some people that is their position in life was meant to be leaders, and there is some people that was meant to be the soldier. And this is what this man is trying to tell him, and he's not understanding it.
Exactly.
That don't accurately describe the world, and then it leaves them ill-suited to succeed in the world. That's my problem.
Well, I mean, look, in a perfect world, that might actually be a reality. But we don't live in a perfect world. And I refuse to believe that we can circumvent hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution with what? Less than 100 years of a certain ideology.
What is he
like really
about?
So the entire civilization has gotten it wrong up until 50.
Well, it's called evolving, but does anybody have anything to say about what he just said?
No, I just suggest you kind of fast forward into this conversation, because he's going to linger on and waste this man's time. So I suggest you just go ahead and because we already know what the fuck he is and what he get into, and that he ain't shit. So I suggest you just fast forward into the video into another topic, honestly.
Okay. He want to talk about the time where women didn't have no rights and women has to depend on the man for everything.
Right.
That's
and that's what I said earlier. What's your name?
Oh, I'm Creative Solutions.
Okay, yeah, creative. Like that's exactly what I said earlier. Is that the problem with these manosphere men and their failure is that they are living in a time that no longer exists. They hold on to these old ass talking points that we have moved on, and they really are trying to fight to move backwards when in reality humanity have evolved, just period. And they'll talk about modern women and this and that. Everything is modern. Cars can drive themselves right now. Everything is modern, but you're trying to fight against evolution, and you're not going to win.
Right. I mean, even the studio that Angryman is in, it's not like he's using, some microphone that costs $6,000. It's probably some $50 microphone. In fact, I'll give $79.99 on Amazon right now. And it, 50, 60 years ago, it would cost $700, if you see what I'm saying. So he's benefiting from modernization as well. But see, he wants all the good stuff. He wants all the modern stuff for men to stay, but he wants women to behave in a way of 200 years ago.
What? But I asked my husband this question earlier, and I was like, "Why can't men just state the truth? State the truth that you just want women to be able to do what you want them to do. That's what you want. You want to be in a place where women have no rights. They can be beat, they can work, they cannot work, they can do whatever, and you can do whatever you want. Why can't you just skip all the bullshit and just say that?
Right. Basically what they want is an Instagram model to just stay at home. That's what they want. They won't say it, but that's what they want. They always lie to us and say, "Oh no, we want average women too." But well, if in that case, and you guys should have been, why didn't they, when Kevin Samuels started that Average at Best, why didn't they shut him down? Did they shut him down? No, he kept doing it, didn't he? So,
but you also can get women who stay at home. You can get that. But you have to be in a certain place in life to be able to do that. But these men who is talking don't want to put in the work to do that. They want to be poor and broke and give mediocre mediocre experience to women, with also having the same. It's like this. It's like it talks in circles. It's like, you a gold digger and we want 50-50 and we want this and that. Men of means don't complain about gold diggers and stuff like that because they have means. So right. You can have all of that if you're in a place to have that, but you're not in a place to have that. So why are you even having that conversation when you're not even that man?
Right. Exactly. A good example is a good example is Big Boy when he was bragging about getting a hooker for $4. That actually a woman he coerced into being a hooker for $4. That I mean, how do you brag about something like that?
Because they want to have sex and not put in no effort or no work. They don't want to work for anything.
You guys, when you get a chance, watch that Amiri Brown channel. He said these men, they don't want wives. They want hookup culture and they want whorehouse culture with no responsibilities.
Right.
They want whores, and it's so weird because they don't. The women that's of the profession of the prostitute, they don't want them. They want good women to behave like prostitutes. That's basically what it is. Like they want to be able to treat normal women like prostitutes. So when you go get educated, and when you have a certain salary that they don't have, they can't treat you like that. So they see it as a downfall, a negative to them, because how can they treat you a certain way when you don't need them? They want women who need them, meaning that, like Big Boss, that woman, it's a perfect example of what they want. That woman who was begging him for money, that was homeless and all this other stuff, that he could make her do whatever he wanted them to do. That was his fantasy. I'm pretty sure he came 100 times just knowing that this woman needed him.
Right.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead, DJ.
No. Go for it. You haven't talked for a while.
I was going to say something real quick. Like, I was talking to my friend about this today, and he was saying that a lot of these men, when they go and they mess around with these pros, a lot of them they carry out these like really sick, I'll say R-word fantasies, because we talk about them wanting the ability to dominate women. Like he said that those men out there, they carry out like rape fantasies. Like, I'm gonna just say it. And even when some of them come up on the panel, they talk about being able to slap the woman, beat the woman. We saw the way the other guy yesterday was like demeaning the woman. Like they really want to be able to control and dominate these women, like emotionally and physically. And I just think that it's really something that's sick and twisted in them. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know why they have these thoughts running through their head, but I think that they really need help. I do.
I honestly, I asked my husband about it, and I had to ask him, like, genuinely, like I wanted his genuine opinion as a man, like deep inside him. I wanted to know. I was like, is this a man thing? Like, do men really expect women to be a certain way with them, because we know through history, you know, before women had rights, that women was treated a certain way. And I had to ask him, I was like, is this something that's deep inside men, that they really feel like they have this it's like this thing that they feel like they have, that they should have it, that as men that they should, that it's because they're men that they should have these things over women. Like I really do think that, like, deep down inside many men, that is in them, that they believe that women is subservient to them, and that women serve a certain purpose to them, and it's not education, work, and all this other stuff, that women is supposed to be slaves to them. I believe that it's something that is in many men, that many men suppress. That's what I'm starting to understand. That I'm starting to think that, like, is this thing that just is with manhood, that men think like this, and like that men really have this inside of them? All men, even good men, like, is this a thing that's inside of them, that they really think that women, that the purpose of women is this? What we sing in the manosphere?
Let me jump on this. Let me jump on this just for a second. What's funny is that these black men in the red pill system, they're actually not even speaking how Caucasian men approach women. They're talking more like how bigoted Caucasian men approach women. That's what's so sad. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What did your husband say? I'm curious.
I was going to talk about it's like the color purple. As much as they said,
well, I put it in the chat earlier when I said when I told y'all, I said,
Camo, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Creative, go ahead and speak for a second, and then Camo.
Oh, okay. I was talking about, it was like the color purple, of how, like, they said, oh no, we're not talking about that. That was an old time movie. Nobody's talking about that. But the way that they talk and the way that they sound, it boils down to, like, they really want a reenactment of the color purple. How she was young, she didn't have any say, and she just married this older guy and had these kids by him, and she had to take care of his kids and the whole household, and nobody cared how she felt. And I think this is how, to me, the way that these men be talking, I feel like this is how they feel. Like they want to treat the woman just like that. That was like a clear example.
Okay. She breaking up. Did y'all hear that breaking up? Am I breaking up too?
Wait, no, you're fine. Creative, go out and then come back in, and I'll click you back on. I think your mic, our connection is going down a little bit, but I want to get you back on. Okay.
So to the question of the truth, when she asked me what did my husband say earlier, I put in the chat when I said my husband said that I should start a YouTube channel. That was during that conversation, and when I spoke to him about it, that's when he said that. He was like, you need to start a YouTube. Yes, and that's when I questioned him, and I said, what do you think women, because we got into it was all started with Austin's situation, and I don't want to run on with this or whatever, but it went to me asking him a question in our debate, and I asked him, what do you think will happen to women in 2023 if they don't have a husband or a man or whatever? And I was like, you need to seriously think, like, I said, as a man, deep down, think about it. Like, if I wasn't married to you, what do you think my life would be? I had a whole career. Like, I had input into this marriage too, or whatever. Like, even to the point where I helped you. So if I wasn't married, and I have one child that is 22 now, I'm 42 and still look young. even if not with looks or whatever, you're like, it don't really matter. I don't care. Like, I'm not really thinking about men and stuff like that. And I had to ask him, I was like, what do you think that I would be if I wasn't married? And he was like, you need to start a YouTube channel. Because he was like, you don't really need me. Like, you know, like, basically, that's what he said. Like, he was like, I don't really see. And I was like, because it started with, I was like, telling him, I was like, you have these men really dangling marriage over these women as if they're gonna die if they're not married, when in reality men die before women,
Right.
like, and as a matter of fact, statistics show that married men live longer. So that means that we add more to your life. So you need us more, because we're the ones that's going to remind you of your diet. We're going to see all of the things that you don't see in you that's changing, that's going to harm you, and to go to the doctors or whatever. So, like, what do you think that I'm going to, like, lose if I wasn't married and I was just a single woman? And he was like, why don't you start a YouTube channel? And I was like, because I care about my family. And I know that with women, we'll say Cynthia G, which is the biggest voice of women right now. She faced death threats, people doxing her and all this other stuff. And I know that with my mouth in a way that I think that I'm not going to be accepted well. So I choose not to do that. Like, I just choose not to, or whatever. And I told him, I was like, well, you can do it. You can, as a man, can, start your own YouTube channel or whatever the case may be. But it's not, I don't want to say he agreed, because they're never going to agree. They're not going to agree. They're not going to ever agree. But but I know that he understood. He understood, like, it made him think. And I told him, I was like, if more men was to think that way when coming into relationships with women, or choosing not to come in relationship with women, the relationship aspect of their lives will be better, because they would value the fact that men or women, that when you decide to get in a relationship, it's because you want to, and you will value those people's time, because nobody has to be with anybody. We all can do this on our own. Men can learn how to cook for themselves. And even with Austin, with the Brazilian woman that I showed earlier, she talked about that when she talked about the fact that he's asking women about cooking and stuff like that, and how she said it's a stupid question. Even in Brazil, it is a stupid question. You as a man, I teach my son how to be independent, because it makes him more valuable, meaning that you don't need a woman to cook for you and this and that. So she has to bring value to you, just like a woman need a man to bring value to them. Austin is running around asking women to do the basics of what all women. Everybody knows how to cook. The question should be is, do you like how to cook? Like, do you like to cook? Is that one of your? Do you like to cook? Because I like to eat. So do you like to cook? I don't cook well. So do you like to cook? You're running around asking women if they like how to cook. It's fucking ridiculous.
I've never asked a woman that. Never. I mean, and I got more years than Austin. That would be dumb. The date would be over. I mean, the day would be over. She'd look at me funny. It's like, oh, I gotta go now. That's
like
stupid.
Like, to be able to cook is anybody can cook something, meaning that you can boil a hot dog. I can boil a hot dog, but do you like to cook?
Here's what's even worse. That's not even a question he should be asking her, since he's just in hookup culture. She's not going to be around long enough to cook for you.
Right.
So
poorhouse culture.
It's dumb for him to even bring up the question in the first place. That's just some bigoted question that the red pill men use to try to let's call it vet women. It makes no sense whatsoever to ask her.
It's more to marriage than just somebody being able to cook and clean. I mean, these guys are just so.
I mean,
they so
to
basic.
be married is a commitment, and it's like it's like I'll equate it to being in the military. Like being in the military, I signed a contract. So while I was in that contract, I had to do what the military said I was going to do. So we'll give an example of political views. Politically, I might not like the president, but in reality, in the military, the president is the commander in chief, meaning that he is all over the whole military. So like, I'm not going to disrespect. He's my boss. You get what I'm saying? So in marriage, it's kind of like the same thing. It's kind of like when you have a contract with someone, you have to do things differently, and you have to think about things differently, and you have to do things together. That when you're not when you ain't feeling it in a regular relationship, you can walk away. In marriage, you can't do that. You really literally have to wake up to somebody every day that do things that you don't like every day, that you didn't see in the beginning because they was cute or they had good dick or whatever the case may be. But when you married to, now I'm gonna keep it 100. Yeah. But when you marry good dick and being cute or attractive, don't keep a marriage, because it's a lot of good looking men walking around.
Right. Okay, let me play for this further.
Things ever in all of human history.
They've made an impact, but I wouldn't say the most impactful. They're the guys that work at nuclear power plants, the guys that fly planes, the guys that pick up our trash, the guys that do all of the things that make our world run. It would cause a serious problem. That's what I say.
Sure. So what we're saying is like men do backbone of society jobs and women do complementary work, basically, right?
Yeah. Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. But I think the important thing to recognize about that is the backbone jobs don't work without that complementary work. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? Like, let's say that a man, and this is why I used the family example yesterday, but it doesn't have to be a family example. It could be anything. But if men are off doing this backbone work, then you need somebody to take care of families. The only way that a man can go and do that work is if somebody can empower him to do it by staying home and taking care of, say, children, right? That's why I use that example. That even if men are doing the backbone work, they can only do it because of the complementary job that exists where women are allowing it to happen, essentially. It's like having a supervisor for a restaurant. The supervisor isn't cooking and bussing tables in the front, but like the employees wouldn't be able to manage themselves without somebody kind of like working things in the back. I don't mean to say that like women lead men. I'm just saying that the roles complement each other.
Well, here's the thing about that, which I didn't get to say yesterday.
I mean, shout out to Venus, Lily, Southern, JP, of course, Truth is in the house. I just want to make sure I got my shout outs in.
Number one, my position is not that men can be totally independent of women. That's not my position. Human beings are interdependent. We're all dependent upon each other. However, when you start looking at the dynamic of men and how men operate, it is extremely plausible that a man can go out here in the world, be successful without the support of a woman. Now, if you look at it as a whole,
Torch, can you pause that for a minute?
Yeah, you might be able.
So, like, when he's saying like men and women is interdependent of each other, it's a yes and a no. When in 1998, in 1980 and above, that might have been true, but we live in times of technology and other things, whereas that's no longer true in reality. Men and women both have choices of whether they want to deal with each other now, because you can get it from technology now. So that's why I keep saying that they're living at a time that no longer exists.
Able to make a few points where it's like, oh, well, women do this job or that job, and that job might be beneficial or whatever to what the men are doing. But the job, a lot of those complementary jobs that women are doing, men could do. Okay,
I don't.
Women you said something about the nuclear family recently, right? Just recently, a new thing, which it is a new thing, right? I would argue that it probably, well, I'm not going to go into that. That being a new thing, another new thing is women being in the workforce. That's fairly new.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that's one of the ways that I think when I talk about women evolving, I think that's one of the things that's happened.
Okay, so guess what? Up to that point,
but black women have been in the workforce since slavery.
With the world still spun. Up to that point, we were still able to constantly improve. We were still able to get awesome inventions that have improved the human condition.
You
post
were
women entering the workforce,
under another race of men. Like, why do they keep acting like they had equal footing to other races of men? It's like they're not being realistic. I'm sorry.
No,
right. They're using white men talking points, meaning that they really want to be they really want to have the struggles of the white men that they don't have, because black in his culture, which I'm pretty sure based off of his fitted hat and them glasses and that motherfucking hoodie and that background, that he only dated black women, that the women that he dated has always been in a working force, nigga.
exactly.
our world is better now in a lot of ways than it was 80 years ago. Yeah.
Our world is better now because it's naturally progressing. But how many impactful inventions have we had since we moved into this age of let's promote women? How many inventions have we had that have been as impactful as the cotton gin, the printing press, the steam engine?
Cotton gin. I can't believe you have actually said that.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you something. These manosphere niggas live in a everyday fantasy. Like they live in they love slave play. I'm gonna say that they live in a reality of slave play every day. Like, I swear to God, the manosphere would love if they were still slaves. They want to be slaves so motherfucking bad, it's ridiculous.
A lady says Archie Bunker meets Fred Flintstone. That is so dead on. I mean, this dude sounds like some redneck I knew back in the day. I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, he really does.
They talk about this life that's so hard. They talk about this life that's so fucking hard. Imagine these black men that came out of slavery, that had nothing, no resources, no money or nothing, that went on to build communities and towns and everything. They continue to compare themselves or live in their reality when they are not those men. You are not those men who did that. You live in a completely different times with more opportunities than they had, and you can't do a motherfucking thing but continue to talk about slavery.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like the microprocessor and the cell phone and the internet are probably two of the biggest inventions in human history, I would say.
You just got through saying that the cell phone is what's causing the biggest problems. It's making us unhappy.
Sure, things can be used in bad ways. I mean, gunpowder was an amazing invention too, but it's mainly used to kill people. Are you asking me what the amazing inventions are? Or are you asking me the ones that make everybody feel better, right? Cell phones and computer architecture and the internet are like the biggest things that have accelerated everything in the world, like probably more than any other invention in human history, more than
nobody's disagreeing with that.
Well, sure, but you asked me, like, were there any big inventions since the cotton gin or whatever, now that we've had women in the workplace? And
no. What I said
what the fuck is a cotton gin?
Inventions that
cotton gin is what slaves used to, I guess, make, get out, the seeds and shit. I think I might be wrong.
Look it up.
But yeah, but it's old.
I guarantee this nigga never seen a cotton gin in his motherfucking life.
Teacher.
I don't think he has either.
We've had now that have been as impactful.
Sure, and I would argue that like cell phones and the internet have been some of the most impactful things
easily separate
ever in all of human history.
They've made an impact, but I wouldn't say the most impactful. There's no way that is as impactful, because if you look at the reason why I say
where are you from? Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yeah.
I live in North Carolina.
Okay, I'm in Miami.
Hey, yo, did he ask us where do he live?
Yes, he did.
Okay, here we go.
This
Listen to
nigga
his
live in
videos, and there's like 10 or
1619 South
20,000 people.
Carolina.
Dan Campbell,
There's going to be hundreds of thousands of more that watch on a YouTube channel later on. That type
And
of
that's
reach,
awesome.
but
I'm
that type
not-
of reach and communication, dude, the printing press would never. It's
I'm not discounting that. That's awesome. But look, here's the thing: when you have the printing press, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the printing press. Cool. Now we can have books that are printed identically. We don't have to worry about people tampering with books, tampering with their information, right? However, the same way that somebody could use the printing press negatively, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that yes, the way we can communicate is awesome. We can reach a lot of people, but guess what? Any idiot can get up here and fire up a freaking live stream and just give the whole world a bunch of misinformation.
Like you do.
Exactly,
right or wrong.
DJ.
And then people will sit there and watch it because, like you said earlier, you got 2-year-olds that's got a screen in front of their face, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a 2-year-old, if you wrote a book that was an extremely negative book, like I'm not gonna say that guy's name, but if you wrote a book
that Obsidian wrote about Kevin Samuels and how women were trash, that book
was extremely negative. You don't have to worry about. You can put it in front of a 2.
This Negro is sitting on a white man internet talking about oppression, and that got me. I'm about to give me some wine. I'm gonna come back, y'all.
Some wine, Camo, and come chop it up.
Yeah,
with
well,
us.
something. That's a good idea. I'm gonna have to too here.
2-year-old, he's not going to be able to read it like that or even comprehend it. But if somebody's sitting up there on YouTube saying something crazy, and your kid, your parents are not paying attention, the kid is watching it, that's an extremely negative impact. So the reason why, when I'm saying impactful, I mean impactful in a way that is more beneficial to human society than negative. That's what I'm saying.
Do you think that the internet or cell phones have been more negative than positive?
It's part of the reason we're having so many difficulties right now.
Sure. I mean, it might be part of it, but I mean, like the more impactful and powerful the invention, the more good and the more bad it can do, right? Like nuclear research, gives us amazing reactors that can produce a lot of energy relatively cleanly, and it also gives us atomic weapons that could maybe end the entire world, right?
Mind you, the internet is paying his bills, y'all. Now we got to remember that the internet is paying this nigga bills, and he on here talking about the internet.
He has no real job. Probably is a felon.
I'll take felon for 1,000, Alex.
Damn. He said like that. He's a felon.
I'm 34. You seem like an older guy, maybe, or like around my age, or maybe a little older. But like, I remember growing up, like if you asked me a question about anything, you had to pull out the fucking Encyclopedia Britannica to like look up an answer. And now you have like the world's information is at your fingertips. That's an unbelievably crazy advance in technology, right? Like that's the.
But don't you think that? I actually like reading my Encyclopedia Britannicas. Don't you think that's a little more organic? Don't read them. Don't you think that?
No, he doesn't.
Don't you think that it's more valuable?
Neither
when
did
you
I.
actually have to search for the knowledge as opposed to someone just Googling it and not knowing for sure if it's accurate.
Maybe it could be, or there might be a lot of people that just don't do the search at all because they either don't have the books. Because if you had one of those sets of Encyclopedia Britannicas, you're paying like a lot of money for a good set of them.
Oh yeah,
and then a lot of people just end up not knowing,
and they have to be updated.
I'm trying not to like go too deep into this, but just circling back, like because you asked me what are like really impactful things. There've been really impactful things. We landed on the moon. We've got nuclear weapons. We've got the internet. I agree that these things can be good or bad. I'm just saying that they're impactful. It's like when Time chooses the person of the year. Like sometimes it's a really bad person, sometimes it's a good person. There's people that are impactful. When I look at like the big differences that women have right now compared to like 30 years ago, or maybe 60, 70 years ago, the two big things that have changed for women are like college and work, and then reproduction. I think those are like the two huge. Those are like 95% of what has changed women, and then like 5% can be like Instagram, social media, Kim Kardashian, whatever. But I think those two things have been huge because it's allowed women to put off having children by using birth control or whatever, and it's allowed women to live independently from men. They don't have to marry somebody to find a job. And when I look at these two things, I don't think these things are going away. We're not getting rid of birth control, and we're not removing women from work or from school. So given that, and at Red Pillars say this all the time, right? We can't think of an idealized world. We've got to look at the world we live in. If that's the world we live in, then I don't think it's enough to tell men that you should just be a top 1%er and then you're going to get a woman, right? You have to find a way to adapt to the world we're in, where women have changed significantly in the past 30 or 40 years. So that's why I talk from that frame of reference. Women are educated. Women do have birth control. So if you want to get a woman, you've got to work harder for it now. Whereas in the past, all you had to do was like just actually work a job and you'd be basically guaranteed a wife.
Hey, Torch, can we have an intermission real quick? Torch, I want to say that everybody need to go grab their coffee and go grab their wine, because this gonna go on for the entire of the video of of the actual assassination of Angryman. And even me, of not having much feelings for these niggas, I felt a little tingle inside of me that felt maybe bad, but not for real, really, because I already knew all of this stuff. But the fact that he had the audacity to get up here with this bullshit was amazing to me. So I suggest y'all take that you, DJ Torch, take a little bit of time in between to have an intermission for people to have refreshments, because this shit gonna go on and on and on if this man roasted him like this.
Okay, for intermission, I'm going to put on Tanya TKO while we get a drink, everybody.
Sounds good, Professor DJ.
Hey, like DJ Torch, I'd rather hear some of your original your playlist of your own music in between intermissions. Okay, that's just my request to you.
All right, Camel. I was gonna wait. I gotta sleep early, so I can't drink no coffee.
Well, let's see here.
Cause it only gets it's that bad. DJ Torch.
I'll play one of my tracks.
Austin Holloman.
I'll play one of my tracks right now. Everybody grab your drinks.
All right. Brother, it's that bad. It's that bad and it can work.
I'm about to get my Moscato.
are back. We are back. We are back.
Yes, we are back, DJ.
Okay.
What's up, Torch? What's up, everybody? How y'all
Hey, what's
doing?
up, Marquis?
JP in the house.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Okay, so I'm gonna play Tanya TKO for a minute, and then we're gonna go back into the Dirty Man.
Okay.
Angry Man.
I'll get in a few strums.
We are back in the building. Oh. On the screen to my side over here, you see the leader of the passport.
Is Tanya TKO live now?
Actually, South America.
She's live now, but I'm playing her from the beginning.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna post a petition in her chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You better hurry up and run. Oh, well, it's too late now. Quite honestly, I think it's almost done. I'll go over there and say, well, the truth will, she felt I was more important than you, Tanya. So I'm sorry. She loved that. No, I'm just kidding.
We're coming in hot and live right now. I'm waiting for the link to populate on YouTube so that we can get the link.
Yes, I hear you, Uncle DJ.
Because we tried to report on it earlier, the program crashed, and we are back. And so, oh yes, the link is here. Perfect. So let us get this link so that we can get live on all of the platforms, because we have a lot to talk about. I have a lot of videos to show you and a lot to go through, because there's some fishy activities that have been going. Fix that, then send now. All right. The message is going out to the text notification squad right now. Let me go ahead. If you want free notifications, you can get free notifications on Telegram. The link is also below in the description of all of the videos that I put up. So you don't have to worry. I got you. All right. Perfect. I just got to grab this link one more time. All right, let's get this link in here. Paste. Come on. Let's get it. Yeah, perfect. Then, oh, shoot. Control copy. Let me send this. Listen, because there's a lot going on, and I need you all to see all of this, because this is all blowing up today. That's why it was important for me to be able to get back on live here today. Here. Perfect. Oh, the links are out. The text just went through. Let's go ahead and get live on all of these platforms here. Terror that was in his eyes, as well as the smugness, because he right, and they're going to get with women who are overseas, and it's going to be so much better, so much easier, because they're submissive. They don't require the same things that American women require. American women are too hard to please, but these women, oh my gracious goodness. And you know what? And I was under the impression that these men were going overseas to be able to find wives. No, it's much more sinister than that. Much more sinister. So listen, if you need to go grab your pearls so you can clutch them, because we got a lot of stories to get into tonight. So grab a drink. Don't let the drink grab you. I hope you got that under control. Get some water. And let's dive right into it, because we have a lot of videos to show you while they are still up on the internet. So this right here is the video of his apology. But before he came out on his apology tour, I want you to see the terror that was in his eyes, as well as the smugness, because he didn't think that he had done anything wrong. So special shout out to this channel right here. That is Nefer Kare T. DeSilinis, right? That's his. He did a video, and I was not aware of who this guy was. This guy, his name is Austin Holloman. His name is Austin Holloman.
To deliver to the people.
Right?
Now, in case you didn't know, I have been covering on my channel the Passport Bros movement, which has been gaining traction on social media. I've been giving my opinion here and there, but it seems that one of the prominent members, some might even say the leader of the Passport Bros, he goes by the name of Austin Holloman. Now, I don't want to say he's the leader, but I'll say he's a prominent, influential member and has a sizable social media presence. I don't believe there's a centralized leader. And in fact, I dropped a video early this morning entitled German Passport Bro Marries a Black Woman. And I even talked about how the Passport Bros thing has been going on since Austin Holloman, one of those who has always sung the...
Recently, it's Austin Holloman, first of all. Recently, as in 12 hours ago
let's
from now.
Let's make sure that we got the very beginning.
Recently, it's Austin.
Of when he first starts.
I don't know. It seems like he's about to get ran out of Brazil, but I'm going to run the footage and I'm going to come back with my commentary.
So this is still a developing story.
Now, recently, it's Austin Holloman, first of all. Recently, as in 12 hours ago from now, 3 a.m. Brazil time, Salvador, Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro time, Austin and I posted a video, a clip of my longer YouTube videos.
You know what I want you to do? I want you to pay attention to the amount of times that he refers to himself in third person. There's something going on with this guy.
I don't know if you guys heard. I used to thought that was weird too. I said, why is he referring to himself in third person? That is a very weird psychological issue. I'm telling you. There is something wrong with this dude.
When I studied graphology, you know what? I'm not even gonna just listen, watch the amount of times that he refers to himself in third person. And when we play the next video, even his location, where he is or isn't, or is he in Brazil, is he not? I want you to pay attention to the disconnect that he has from himself, his own location, everything. But pay attention, pay attention.
It'll do Brazilian women like criminals or good dudes. The purpose of this video was for my followers to get a perspective on the difference of the culture between Brazil and the United States, because the United States, the women like the criminals. This has been scientifically proven. So I said, you know what? I think Brazilian women are the best women on the planet. Let me go out and ask these women what they think and prove my point. I've said several videos that I think Brazilian women are the best women on the planet. I just now started posting my clips on Twitter. I think this may have been the first one. And it went viral. Okay, I woke up, it had like 20-something thousand views. That was like at 7 in the morning. It's 3 p.m. and it's at almost 900,000 views. So this video is probably going to hit 2 million views before 24 hours. Like literally within 20 minutes, 70,000 people saw the video. Like it was like 800, it was like 750,000. Then it was like 920 in 20 minutes. 70,000 people saw the video. So this video is going viral. And of course, Austin is used to getting hate from American men, which is crazy. American women, which is understandable. But the crazy part is I did not shit on anybody. I didn't say anything negative about anybody. I didn't bring up American women. I didn't say anything bad about Brazilian women. I never say anything bad about Brazilian women. I came to Brazil to be with Brazilian women because I love Brazilian women. But I make content about this, and I'm traveling around the cities in different parts of the world to show people. I don't say negative things about Brazilian women. Surprisingly, these must be Brazilian feminist women. One of them, and I'm gonna post a comment here. I'm gonna show you, and I'm gonna show you. These women say that they have went to the local women's police station. I didn't even know those existed, but the women's police station to report me. Now,
hold on. Let me pause this and read this. Hold on. Let me pause it and read it for you. So this thing says, listen up, Austin. Sexual tourism is a crime, and you're not only doing it, but also posting about and influencing other men to do the same. I will report you to the police from Salvador, which is where you seem to be at. Oh, no wonder his location in the next video. Just wait till you see. And let's read and see what this says here. My, this is getting juicier and juicier. It says, espero que, it's not in English, but okay. Let's continue forward. Oh, yes. My, what a tangled web we weave, huh? Look in his eyes. What do you notice? Let's go.
Is what are you going to tell the police? Because you're going to have to lie for me to be breaking the law.
Listen. Now remember, this was 12 hours before this had started to take place. Somebody said that they hope the Brazilian men run him down. Oh, guess what happens when you go to another man's patriarchy? Share this video. Tag somebody in this video because the passport bros are gay. Listen, it's been a rough year for the manosphere. 2023 did not come to play. From 2016, there has been a complete energy shift that has happened globally. But let me let you see for yourself. What are you going to tell them? You'd have to lie. Oh no, the proof is there, sir. Listen.
Because you're going to have to lie for me to be breaking the law. You know what I mean? All I said in the video was, how soon would you kiss me? Because in Brazil, kissing is different than it is in the United States. That's one thing I love about it. And I think she said right away, if she likes me. And I said, oh, really? So how soon would you go home with me? And I asked that because in the United States, a man can take a woman on 75 dates and get a side hug every time. But in Brazil, I have said women in Brazil, more often than not, like 90% of the time, they're not going on a date with you. They're not even going to give you their number if they're not interested in you fully. You have it happen sometimes, but that's definitely not common here. And I've always admired that about Brazilian women. I love it because I don't like to waste time. And then I said after that, after she was like, I wouldn't waste any time. I would go home with you the same day if I had time. I said, that's all I needed to know. Get your passport. Because that was proving my point that,
that's
hey,
not
these
how
women
it went.
value time. They have clarity. They know what they want. That proves that. Because the United States is different. But this isn't about the United States right now. There's a woman, or I don't know. Bullet in the head. For what?
So you see, the threats have begun to rain down. Go ahead and get your Cash Apps in so I can read your comments live on air. I'm refreshing right now. We're going to take a pause to bring those apples in. The link to the Cash App is in the description.
Deal with her. Do what you want though. But that's what I'm promoting. I wouldn't go around asking prostitutes when do they expect to get married. How soon do they go home? I know how soon they go home. So no, I don't promote prostitution. I promote men in the United States and other Western countries getting what they deserve. Because
now we back. Now in this video, I'm gonna take it a different direction, right? I'm gonna speak about something that I guess we don't really talk about during the Passport Bros discussion. I'm gonna say this. I'm so glad, she's a prominent Brazilian. They were one of the last countries to abolish slavery, right? 1585. As a black man, you can't go around. Or we could have our way. Haitian women living in the feminists as well. I mean, the feminists.
I'm looking for the video of him asking the girl how soon she'd kiss him. Let me see if he's saying anything else.
Haitian women.
How soon will she kiss him? How soon will she go home with him? Oh, this is not the video with it in there. I'm looking for it. Somebody was
Austin Holloman, self-proclaimed son of a criminal.
Well, you know what? All right. Yeah, what they deserve. Exactly. Let's do this. Let's do this. Where would that video be? Yeah, he is all over the place. But you know what? Let me look for how soon would you kiss me? Let's see. Oh, apparently there's a lot of videos out there about that. Oh my gracious. My goodness gracious me, oh my. Let's take a look and see. Let's look up Holloman. No. Okay. Dang. I need to get that video. Dang it. All right. You know what? I'll describe it to you. Somebody is going to send me the link. hold on. So hold on. Ew, this looks so creepy. Look at this. This is him sitting next to a woman, and it says a Brazilian woman says you only need to be financially stable to date her. And he's sitting in some dark gray looking room, sitting very close and reaching over her. Ugh. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. But nonetheless, so I need to find that.
Oh yeah.
I need to find that video. Let me see. Let me look up Austin Holleman. Let's see.
So since American women prefer
Everyone makes
criminals,
mistakes. Oh,
and
apparently
his mother is American, is it right to assume that his father was a criminal?
Who's
I
that? What's the
guess
criminal?
I mean, I'm just saying because he has all these things, and he's an American. That means that he has American parents. So, is his mother a criminal? Is his mother, preferred criminals? Is that why we haven't seen his father yet?
Oh, I have no idea about that. I mean, ain't no telling what these guys come on.
I mean, we can say these guys, but we talking about Austin, and Austin is national. It caused a whole national emergency in Brazil, and we still haven't heard from his father. Maybe he's in prison.
Camo, this is the thing, I think you already know this, but a lot of the scumbags out there are really good at disguising themselves as good men. Like they know how to quote unquote play the game, so to speak, and then they get what they want, and then they do the old bait and switch and things of that nature. So I don't know. It might have been a situation like that with his mom and dad. I don't know. All I'm doing is guessing right now.
What the guy that's talking? Like, where are you from? If you don't mind me asking.
Who, me? I'm from down south.
Oh, what? Do you mind telling me what state?
Bama.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Alabama,
Okay.
War Eagle, things of that nature.
I just heard the accent. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I'm from down south. I ain't really worried about these guys. I ain't hard to find, whatever. But
like all these guys that's talk about all these things like single mothers and traditional women and all this other stuff. And even with Kevin Samuels, we still haven't heard of his father. And Austin is only 23, and we still haven't heard of his father coming forth, even though that the Brazilians in the country is where he resides want his head, and we still haven't seen a father come forth. So, like, where is his father?
Yeah, we haven't. You're right.
I ain't no telling. I ain't no telling. Oh Lord, I'm gonna catch a flack in the chat. I'm the country boy now. Oh, okay, I'll take it. But that's cool. No, I ain't no telling.
I was just being nosy. That's all.
Oh, I don't know with that guy. I mean, you're 23 years old, and you having all these issues with sisters. I mean, now like I remember growing up, and certain sisters would give me flat because they thought I was ugly and things of that nature. But it ain't. I didn't become bitter because of it. I wouldn't. I couldn't dare, tell my dad about
progress, in my opinion, because it means there's a whole bunch more sexism that you're not experiencing that people in the past did.
Well, I'm not. I'm a traditional guy, so I'm not really into the progressive stuff and all of that.
Shut up,
No,
Angryman.
no, he's not. He's a liar. But okay. Oh, my bad, Torch. And I mean to, cut the video off. You can go ahead and continue.
Oh, what I actually was talking, but I forgot to hit that thing. I guess what I'm saying is this. Here's my point. I'm a millionaire. No, wait. I'm a billionaire. I'm a traditional guy. He's not a traditional guy. If he was a traditional guy, he'd be right now at this time of night. I mean, well, wherever he was doing, he would be with his wife doing husband-wife shit. Right?
Right.
Okay.
I have heard
feel
him
like-
yelling and screaming
feel
at
like
his
when we-
wife and kids before.
Get to the point where we allow like
I don't know if that's his wife
being-
or the woman that he's living with or what, but I have heard him going off at whoever the women and kids in his house. I've heard it before.
Right there. That in itself is bad because he can't. He yells at them so much that even on a live or even on a video, he can't even hide that. Think of the toxicity level of that. You can't even like pause the video. It's so normal for you to abuse your family that you yell at them at will.
It's real bad. I mean, it's that bad. It's real bad. Like I've heard it before. I've heard him. If it like I didn't even like I dropped the link for this video, but it was a part 1 before this, and I didn't want to drop that because I didn't even watch it myself. But from what I heard is that he went off real bad and was like real crazy and stuff like that, and or whatever. This is part 2 to this video, but I've heard him before going off to his family like real bad.
Well, remember when I told you guys that there's whole like Reddit forums? Because I didn't know the manosphere had got kind of started on Reddit and Reddit spaces, but there's whole Reddit forums about women complaining about how their relationships, like their engagements, were called off because like their men were like consuming so much red pill content. Like it's like women in there complaining that their marriages were falling apart or that they were about to file for divorce because their husbands got so deep into like the manosphere and the red pill content. This one lady was saying that if she stays with her husband any longer, she's going to hang herself in the backyard. Like that's how bad it's gotten. And I don't think these men really know, or maybe they just don't care about how it's affecting the woman in their lives. Like, do they even care about their wives or their girlfriends or fiance, their quality of life? Like, no one wants to be married to a person like that. It almost seems like very selfish in them, and they're not even thinking about the other person's happiness whatsoever. Like him yelling at his wife and kids like that, it's obvious that he has no concern about her happiness. Her happiness does not matter. Like no one wants to be married to somebody if they're like on the verge of suicide every day. You know, if that person is putting you on the verge of suicide. And these guys, they don't even see how it's actually ruining the relationship with women in their lives. It's just sad that all these women are complaining about it.
No, they don't care because these are guys who don't truly like women. And that doesn't mean they're gay. They're not gay. They just don't like women. They like access to box, like pussy or whatever, but they truly don't like women. If you was to hear him talk to his woman and his kids, you would actually know. You would actually understand what I'm saying. Like, these are men who don't like women and children and stuff like that. They just in a society where they have to deal with it. But in reality, they don't like women and kids and stuff like that. And they're not gay. They just don't like it. They like being they like the companionship and the comfort of being around other men. They just don't like women.
I don't know, Camel. That sounds pretty gay to me. I don't know.
It does to me.
I mean, it sounds gay to you, but it's kind of like you don't have to be like they don't have the what you have as a man is the understanding and the compassion and all that stuff. They don't have that, like, and they don't want it, because that takes time. That takes time, and it takes, you know, it's a thing to actually have to deal with somebody else of the opposite sex. These are men who don't want to deal with that. They don't like the things that women do. That's why they complain
I
about
disagree
us.
with you. I disagree with you. These are guys that are preying on the misery of younger guys primarily.
I mean, I accept your disagree, but this is a reality.
I'm sorry, I want to get some out real quick. Lily says they are inner narcissist and sociopath. That's pretty much true. Okay, now you guys can talk.
These are men who just don't like the characteristics of women. Like, men and women are different in the things that we think about and care about, and with our interests. These are men who don't like women. They don't like what women brings. They're not gay. They don't want to have sex with men. They want to have sexual pleasure from women, but they don't like the personalities of women. Like, they're okay with being with their boys all the time and whatever, but having to put effort into coexisting with women, they don't like it, and they don't want to put that effort in to understanding women. And right now they're forced into a society where they have to. Whereas many, yes.
Yeah. Let JP reply to that.
I didn't know if she was done or not. I mean, I'm bad with like pauses and stuff, because they'll pause, and then I'll try to cut in, and then, you know.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. I think it's more sinister than that. I think I said it on the last stream. Like, these are guys that, you know, that are preying on frustrated younger guys, basically, and they're trying to, you know, keep them frustrated, so, you know, they can keep getting the super chat and the cash app money coming in. Basically, you know, catering to, you know, frustrated guys' frustrations and things of that nature. I think that's the real agenda behind most of this content. You know what I mean? Well, even before, you know, YouTube became monetized and things of that nature, you had guys that would, you know, complain about frustrations, but they would get shut down and, you know, told to shut the fuck up. I mean, rejection is just, you know, a part of life. Deal with it, you know, get over yourself and things of that nature.
We can agree, disagree. And Southern said, like, I'm taking up for them. I would never take up for them because I don't give a fuck about them that much. But, you know, psychologically, like, you know, we've heard the term before, lazy lovers before, whereas that you want to get yours, but somebody else can't get, the woman can't get theirs, or the man can't get theirs, because you only care about yourself. Like, these are men that feel like they should exist in a world that women is at their beck and call, and they can do whatever they want to do to women, and then they don't have to put much effort into women. That's just what they are. Like, it just is what it is.
I think it's a gateway to homosexuality. Like, I'm just be real, like, because there's so many like down low men in these spaces, and it's like the perfect space for them, because you have a bunch of disgruntled men who are going out here saying that the world should exist without women in it. And I don't care if they're hurt or not. I just don't think that it's natural for a heterosexual man to want to live in a world without women. And a lot of these men are like repressed sexually, and they can't take their aggression out on people who they really want to take their aggression out on. So they come over here and they argue with women. I think a lot of these men that come over here to the panel are like sexually repressed, down low men. They're not going to go and argue with another gay man, because a gay man will clock their T in a minute and call them out on their homosexuality. So they're angry because they really cannot be themselves. So who do they choose to argue with? They choose to argue with Black women.
So I think that we try to make this black and white when it's not. You have all different kind of people for different kinds of reasons and self-satisfaction. I'll give an example. we can take example of that extreme gym guy that's at the gym that is infatuated with himself. There's a lot of those guys that are homosexual in sex because they're so self-absorbed with their male physique or whatever the case may be that they become self-absorbed. Like there's so many different kinds of people. Now with these men right here, it's a mental thing. Like their mental have like kicked in so bad that of their hate for women that it can become homosexual. Not that they intended to be homosexual. It's just that they hate women so bad that they start only having affiliation with men and seeing an attraction to men that is unnatural. So it's no cut and dry thing to it of being like, oh, I'm gay or not gay. But in that mix also falls in the DL man, because they can easily hide in those type of men. Because you have all these men who hate women, that the DL man that really is gay and attracted to men can easily fall into that group of men because all of them hate men. So now he can go into that group of men of hating women because in reality he's really DL and he doesn't want to come out as a gay man. So he hides in this group of men who is just hating of women, not because they want to, it's because they don't have the access that they want to women. And they actually is in this space so bad that it become a reality where that the access that they want to women, not, and I don't even want to say to women, to the women that they want and that they think they deserve, becomes a hate. Now we have DL men and gay men who don't want to come out, who is also hiding in their spaces as well. Yes, they're there too. But the majority of these men didn't start out hating women. It's just that they hate the fact that they don't have access to women. And now it's turned into a real hate of women to the point where any sexual release that they can get, they're going to get it. Meaning, I've seen many men say a hoe is a hoe, meaning that they'll fuck a transsexual or another man because they're so sexually depraved that now they're just falling into another place. So that psychological place of these men is a various group of men. You got DL men, you got gay men, you got men that just cannot have sexual access to women, that hate women. And then you have failures of men who is mad at women who have succeeded them, and now they're mad at women. So it's a whole.
Because I was going to say, you know how like some women, they go through a lot of relationship heartbreaks and then they just be like, you know what? It's just going to be easier for me to just be with a woman. Yeah. I'm just going to have a relationship with a woman. I think men are capable of being the same way. Like you're going through all these relationship issues with women, and the only thing you appreciate is these bromances, quote unquote, that you have with other men. Then you should really consider embracing a homosexual lifestyle.
I think that is true. I think that's true. As a matter of fact, I know it's true because I've talked to men. If you talk to gay men, if you have a conversation with gay men, they'll tell you the truth about what a lot of men the limits of men can go. Like a man can have certain thoughts, but not act on it, just like a woman. A woman can have a thought like, I'm tired of these niggas and maybe I should be with a woman, but I'm not going to do that because, I'm just going to stay with men and deal with the bullshit. Like men would, like there are some men who would tell the truth to say that they have thought of that before. Not to say, I'm not going to say all men think of that, but there are men who is like, I'd rather just deal with men. We already heard it when Kevin Samuels came out and said, men should advocate for men. Fellas, I understand the urge. I do. Like he told the truth. So we already know that there are men who have fascinations or a thought process of like, I'm tired of these bitches. Maybe I should just start being with men, even though they're not homosexual. We know that. Men will never say that. Women will, and we'll act on it. And some of us don't. And some of us even won't tell that we thought about it as women. We won't tell we won't say that Yeah, we thought about it before because we're ashamed. And there's men who think about the same thing. Now, they might not act on it, but they thought about the same thing, or whatever the case may be. So I think it's a part of human nature. But for some reason, I feel like with men, it's something about men when they don't have access to a woman sexually, that is way different than women. Like we can literally, women can go without having sex.
Okay,
Like we
Hey,
can't.
hey, come on. Think about this, man. You got segments and sectors of the manosphere that are even bringing, the TS population into the conversation.
I've seen it.
I've seen instances where you had these guys. They was debating whether or not it's gay for a man to, have intercourse with a TS person. Even in the
See,
passport boys community, they was having discussions on that.
I
And,
seen a manosphere dude that had a transsexual woman on his platform that was speaking for Black women. Like literally, this is a transsexual man that is speaking as a Black woman, as Black issues, and he's talking to a transsexual as if he's a Black woman. I've seen that before.
Okay, let me.
I've seen
having a imagination.
Camel, hold that thought. We'll play a little bit of the video and then come back.
Is awesome, but I feel like sometimes we've become so successful. It's kind of like what Bane said in The Dark Knight. Success has defeated us. Like I feel like we start going into, when you start looking at intersectionalism, which I don't want to get into a huge debate about that, because I don't want to get I guess canceled. But when you look at intersectionalism, the reason why there's so much conflict there, the reason why there's so much conflict in this country when you have these discussions and these debates and stuff, is because we're starting to get off into the weeds with certain ideas and certain ideologies. And it would be one thing if people lived their lives and didn't try to force their lifestyle or force their ideology onto everyone. But that's exactly what
But isn't that exactly what he's doing? I just want to stop for 1 second.
We live in nowadays. In fact, we live in a society now where if you're a traditional person, if you believe in
I would even go as far to say as that's his job, is to force his ideology on people.
Things like, let's say for argument's sake that you're a religious person. Let's say that you're a Christian. Let's say that you believe in the nuclear family. Let's say that you believe in just being a regular guy with a regular wife and children. You're under attack today by all of the people that are like, oh, you're old fashioned and that's not progressive.
He's lying.
And we have to be understanding of this group and that group.
No, he's lying.
You're literally under attack. Like
he sounds like to me, he sounds like a homophobic bigot.
Most men that are traditional men are constantly getting a finger wagged in their face. That's the reason why the whole red pill concept and, the manosphere, whether it's the white one or the black one, that's the entire reason it exists, because men feel that they're being marginalized, ostracized from society.
Just like the white men were being ostracized and began the KKK, right? That's where that's your reasoning, right, mister?
And treated like they're just innately toxic, and that's wrong.
So the KKK is not toxic, dude. Let's think about that. I want to throw in my 2 cents too.
There are a lot of things that you're agreeing with, or that you're saying that I agree with. I just don't think that they're that gendered. When you talk about like getting off into the weeds with certain ideologies and attacking people for not believing in the right things, I think we do have a big problem with that today in society. I think a lot of it comes from the left kind of having their thumbs on a lot of the levers of cultural power. But I just don't think it's like a gendered thing. That's like a political, ideologically driven thing. Now, when you talk about like men are traditional men and they're getting fingers wagged in their faces, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's happening. I feel like people mix up a lot of the toxic aspects of red pill shit with like traditional things. If you're a good guy, you're working a good job, you go to church and you're looking for like a traditional partner, you've got your shit handled, I don't think anybody's wagging their finger at you. In fact, because I've talked to a lot of conservative women. I think conservative women are dying to find men like that. But oftentimes, one of the biggest complaints that I hear, and I know men have the loudest voices online, so you hear about like all the whores and sluts and blah, blah, blah. When I talk to traditional women or conservative women, their complaints are always like,
traditional women are not conservative women. There's actually a part that I don't believe in right here, unless he's saying conservative as far as a woman just being conservative where they are financially conservative or they don't take chances, this sort of thing. The political aspect of being conservative, we've seen some wild conservative women lately. So that doesn't even bode well for his argument here as far as that little tiny aspect. A woman can be a liberal woman and be conservative. I mean, a woman can be liberal, but can be traditional. Traditional just means that you want to do things like you used to do back in the day. It doesn't mean that you're conservative. You're just conservative means it might be an ideology of well, look at Cancer Owens. She's conservative.
But Lord, not Clandis. My bad, Coach. I mean to cut you off.
I have a question of like, I have a hard time accepting that Black women fit into these categories. I just really do, because our struggle as Black women is so in America is so different. Whereas that I feel like we're forced into categories when a lot of it is just our tradition and our culture of Black women, and then we're forced into these categories that really don't apply to us at all.
I have a very simple and easy solution for both genders. Men, do you, and then someone will find you because you're doing you and you're improving yourself. Ladies, do you, and someone will find you because you have become a valuable person yourself. You see how simple that is? But you see how complicated they want to make it? That's the problem I have with this red pill shit. It's really that simple. I mean, what I find is that people who have value, people notice. And they find people who have value. It's when you lose your self-esteem is when you start losing your value.
It's like, I have no fucking idea where you can ever find a good conservative man. They don't exist. It's a bunch of schizoid young men that sit in their basements, play computer games all day, and fantasize about like having a harem of 50 women they fuck, like the guys on Fresh and Fit tell them to do, right? Like, I don't feel like
exactly that.
Places in the manosphere are producing these factories of like good, positive, solid young men that are like good conservative men because their engagement with religion is really bad. Look at fucking I don't want to go down that whole Andrew Tate road if you don't want to, but like Andrew Tate coming out as Islamic after fucking running a casino and a cam business is like the two biggest, most haram things you can do in Islam, right? Or like a lot of these guys saying we need to embrace more like Christian values while telling you to have one-ended open relationships where you're fucking younger and younger women every year. Like I don't think that these are the centers of society that are going to be creating the like the traditional conservative man of tomorrow. It's just like the new marketing ploy that's being sold, and then all these guys that are falling into this shit. I call it OnlyFans for men, because it's just like it's rotting and destroying their minds, thinking that or leading them into thinking they're going to be something that they're never going to be, and it's not preparing them for the future in a way that I think a conservative person would be.
Well, I can't.
What do you guys think?
Number one, why is Disney talking so fast, man? I mean, I'm used to frauds and charlatans and grifters and shysters. They all have that same pattern of like fast talk. Just like Candace, shady ass.
I don't think he talks fast. I just think that he know what he's talking about, and he lives in reality, and it just flows. Like I don't think he talks fast at all.
And me as a white person expert in here. This is fairly normal. His speed is not. Don't get me wrong. Not all white people talk at this cadence, but it's not uncommon. It's not. It's not uncommon. I fully understand what he's saying. He's using a certain cadence. I understand when people say you're talking too fast, but I also understand that he's not doing anything odd or he's not trying to run things out. This is the way he kind of machine guns his ideas out. Let's put it that way.
It's kind of like when you know, kind of like thing. Like if Angryman actually had a point or knew what he was talking about, then it would flow. Like this man is not saying anything that's like abnormal or out of the way or trying to put something on somebody. He's strictly stating statistics and reality, whereas the Angryman is just stating what he feel like he experienced in life.
Right. In addition, this guy's irritated, and differently than black men, we talk with more energy when we get irritated, while Caucasian men tend to talk at a faster, unless you're Italian, talk at a faster rate. At a faster rate.
He's getting annoyed with them.
Yeah, he's getting annoyed.
Right. That's like in short, he's getting annoyed.
I do know that the vast majority of the guys that watch my show on a regular basis are those traditional type guys. Now, granted, a lot of them are already married, a lot of them are already in relationships, but what they find is when here's the issue that they find. Let me break it down for you. What's happening is when they go out into the world and attempt to live a traditional life, they're constantly being told, these guys are constantly, meeting barriers, trying to live a traditional life. Now, when they go out here, I don't know where these conservative, traditional women that you're talking about are. I don't know where they congregate.
But they're married.
See,
I think he is married too. That's the crazy thing, is that I think he's married.
Why aren't they just worried about if the men in your chat are married, right? I'm assuming they're traditional men, they're with traditional women. Why don't they just worry about their wives, the woman that they're with?
To me, Angryman is talking like jive or like he's talking like some shucking and jiving talk or whatever. Like, say what the fuck you gotta say and move the fuck on.
Hey, Camo, you gotta understand, man. These guys is trying to make money off of YouTube. They're not gonna do that. I mean,
I don't feel like it's just making money. I feel like it's just that they've been stuck in this space for so long that they believe in it. It's kind of like somebody telling you that if you're a Christian, somebody saying Jesus ain't real or something, or whatever. So this is Bible to them. Whereas that by you telling them that they wrong, it's kind of like crushing their life because they've evolved their entire life around this logic.
Well, Camo, I understand what you're saying, but these guys don't think that way. Like, they have to keep the frustration going because that keeps the super chats, the cash apps, and all that stuff coming in too.
That too.
JP. Excellent point.
That too, I believe that too plays a major part. But I truly do that they've been in this space for so long. Let me tell you something. What these guys have done for so many years is go and research the worst things that they can think about for Black women. The worst statistics, all the bad things. So when they came to Destiny with this debate, they wasn't ready because for so many, they thought that they knew because for so many years, all they do is go research to debate with Cynthia G and go back and forth with Cynthia G about what Black women is doing and what they doing and why they fucked up everything or whatever. Whereas that they really live in this reality that what they're saying is real. 80% is the money that they now, like, just like Austin is a slave to their audience. Angryman is a slave to his audience. But I do believe that he believes in what he's saying.
No, I don't think so, Camo. I think he's acting like he's believing in what he's saying. And
you don't think so because you live in reality. They don't live in reality. They live in some fake matrix bullshit and all this other shit. We live in reality every day. They don't.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's like how they make the talking point that, every second or every day there's a young lady turning 18. I mean, what they don't tell you is that there's a young guy, that's turning 18 too. And, and these guys are frustrated more or less, and, and they're fresh.
But your mind is like expanded. But you're talking to a people that is in a different place in their mind. Like
Yes.
they haven't enlightened themselves to the level, and it's not that they can't. In reality, they can't. They have chosen to shorten their intellect to be
Bingo.
in 16, 19.
Bingo.
That's what they did. They made a choice to not move forward and live in a time that no longer exists. And that's not your fault, and it's not our fault either. But that's the time they live in, and that's why around those gentlemen, those men, that women is moving forward over them, and they can't accept it. So what they do is use their talking points and what they know in their time period, which they have been. It's like being stuck in a time capsule that is from the 1920s or the 1940s or something.
Yes.
That's what they have made a conscious decision to live in that time.
Hey, Camo, like these guys don't understand. I mean, you said that they're living in a time that doesn't exist. I mean, I don't think that's the truth. I mean, these guys are fantasizing about a time that never existed, except within the confines of, scripted television, Hollywood scripted, productions. I mean, they're fantasizing about the Leave It to Beaver lifestyle, but the reality of the traditional lifestyle, I mean, I said this in the chat.
I'm gonna tell you something. In the military, I saw this happen. I just got out in June, and the military evolved, and I saw a lot of people. The military also evolves with time, meaning that so I give example, what I went through as a younger person in the military, a younger person right now don't go through that no more. And I saw older people in the military could not adapt to that. The fact that the military had no choice but to move with time. Like young people is not yes men no more, meaning that they have the right to answer questions. I came from a military where you did what you was told. So the older people couldn't understand the younger people who was, when they went through basic training, they was taught that they can ask questions and question things that was wrong or what they didn't understand. I came from a military where is that even if it was fucking wrong, you just did what the fuck you was told. These is the same type of men that's basically doing the same thing as those older people in the military who will not accept that we moved on in time, and that in order to be able to be successful, you, even though you don't want to or you don't agree, you have to move forward. But at the same time, they're also benefiting from.
Move on with the video. Let's move on with the video. Keep that note. Keep that thought. Keep the notes down, and our next break we'll do it.
The complaints that guys give to me, that they have so much difficulty finding these type of women, especially in Black culture. In Black culture, we have an issue where
there's no issue. He's the issue.
There's this
fact.
He has an issue.
Culture of promiscuity. There's this culture of the slut walk and all of those different.
Angryman once.
You notice I have to stop this. This is fucking important. The fact that he labeled promiscuity to women when men are much more promiscuous, to the point where we tried to defend our bodies with it being in exclamation points different. You see what I'm saying? This guy's full of shit right here.
Like Austin Holloman is literally getting kicked out of a country for following this same logic by asking women how quick they're going to have sex.
Right. And to clarify this point even further, the problem that these men are having with Black women now is that Black women are telling him no more. That's the funny part. He wants to call Black women promiscuous. But since Black women are saying no more, the men are still getting mad.
They have boundaries. I seen a post on Austin Holloman Twitter where he reposted that some man said Black women in America think that they got 24 karat gold pussies.
That's weird.
And in reality,
every single woman they encounter,
as a matter of fact, it's a diamond
part
pussy.
of the sexual revolution. So they're going to be
vagina
a little more free sexually. And that's a nice way of putting it. You know, so when these guys are out here actually looking for marriageable women,
they're not looking for marriageable women. If they were looking for marriageable women, there wouldn't be this many single mothers now.
They're coming up short. They can't find any
because they're dweebs and jerks, sociopaths and narcissists.
Thank you, DJ.
Part of the new age way of thinking is that women should be able to do the things that men have traditionally done. And the sad part is whenever you hear that, it's always women
hold up for a second. Hold up. Stop that right there. Let me ask you a question. If women is doing things that men have traditionally done, where is the movement forward? So women are doing things that men already was doing, meaning in his case, black men. So you're upset that now women is doing what you were doing. What I'm confused at what he think that was going to change, because you already was doing it. So what if women is doing it now? What difference does it make?
Exactly.
Hey, Camo. Hey, Torch, can I respond to Camo? I mean,
Sure
I agree with her, but it's like this. I mean, these guys, I mean, I don't know if it's like genetic memory. I don't know if that's a thing that gets like certain cellular memory gets passed down from generation to generation, where like certain cycles get repeated. I'm not too sure about that. I'm gonna have to, you know, do some more reading on that type of
Listen to what
thing.
he's saying. Men was already doing it. Meaning that you already started the cycle. So women, so what he's saying makes zero sense. That he's saying that women is doing what men already was doing, which is meaning that when you was creating single mothers, women are now saying, I'm okay with being a single mother and I don't need you. So they're doing nothing different other than accepting the fact that you're not going to be there.
So a lot of these guys, I mean, they just want to. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, the thing that irritates me a lot listening to these guys is that they really are recruiting men by painting men as victims. And I always say, like, victimhood is seductive. Like people want to feel victimized. Like they want to feel like somebody owes them something. Like I guess they're appealing to that part of their human nature where people want to feel as if they were wrong somehow. I'm telling you, victimhood it's a very strategic ploy that people use. I mean, I've seen Fox News use it on old Caucasian people all the time. And it's like these men, they're really like falling into this trap where they're being sold, you know, men are being marginalized, men are being placed to the sideline, and women are being advanced over men. And this world is becoming more hostile towards men. And it's like this is a manipulation tool that they're using with these men by painting these men as victims. And it's sad that these men cannot even see through that because they want to be victims so bad.
Exactly.
The manosphere should have sent a better representative, because then what he was trying to communicate is that women is accepting and moving forward with what men have already been doing. Meaning that before, when you was being a man, what you called being a man, what men was doing, meaning leaving women single mothers, women is now accepting the fate of being a single mothers and moving forward, and you can't accept that. That's what he really meant. But he's saying that women is now doing the same thing. No, women is now have evolved to the condition that you created, and now they already is prepared for what you're going to do. And when you decide to walk away, they're okay with it and able to continue to live life. That's what he's saying.
Hey, Camo, you got to understand the manosphere industry is a multi-million-dollar industry, upwards of the tens of millions of dollars. So you know they're not going to let go of that money, even if they, destroy, young men, older men in the process. I mean, that's the first point. I mean, I agree with most of what you're saying about,
I'll
men
be
not
honest with
wanting
you.
to adapt.
Angryman was actually like a little, maybe I don't even want to say a little, whatever's under a little bit more. I don't know, something of than what I thought he was, but they should have sent somebody else to this debate.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. No reply yet. Tam, I need to discuss something with you about dealing with cretins. It's important because a lot of people need to know this. Basically, you were over there with Big J and his idiots. You have to look at them the same way you would look at a street vagrant. This is important for me to make this point. They are basically lowlifes. They are basically the only reason why you are even entertaining their conversation at all is because you're on YouTube. Has nothing to do with them even having any, and this goes for everybody in this room, they are the people that we avoid as normal people. They're the people who are on Skid Row. They are the people who basically we would want to stay away from. It's like, how many of you guys wake up in the morning, guys and gals, I should make clear, wake up in the morning and go, you know something? Let me go to Skid Row where all those people with mental issues and anger are. How many of us do that?
No,
we don't do that. We don't do that. So why? A lot of us, it's okay to spend 5 or 10 minutes over there just for fun and say, "Woo, I almost got killed," But,
yeah, I did went to Skid Row.
Like, why is anybody entertaining them? I don't understand.
Right.
I can't take 5 seconds of them.
And that's my point, is that you give them 5 and then you keep it all the way live, because they're talking. I know they're talking smack about me, but I don't. The funny thing is what they're starting to understand, but they don't understand yet, as I don't care. They're when you see them for who they are, they're literally street thugs on tape. They're on video.
Mm-hmm.
They don't mean anything. So
and
when
future
you give them
felons,
your time,
sex offenders.
time, you're still giving them your energy, and your energy in your life is way more important. And to go over there and waste that
and
much
you have
time
too
doing
much
it,
value to be giving them anything. Like they're not nowhere near on your level ever.
To finish my point, unless you disengage and then you look at your bank account.
What are you guys talking about?
Is that Tam? Hey, Tam.
DJ was talking about giving people your energy.
Nigerian princess.
Right.
No,
See, Tam, you're a very sweet person. Though you get angry a lot, you're a very sweet person.
It's probably the lawyer in her.
Even when they're talking about me, okay, over in those spaces over there, I don't care, because they don't mean anything. They're just they are literally just street thugs. And the example I gave was this: is like, Tam, when you get up in the morning, you go, geez, this is my Saturday morning. I'm going to go over to Skid Row and hang out with the guys down there. You probably don't do that.
I admire Tam for that, like that she.
I don't
accomplished, which is as a black woman, that's so great.
Tam's reply. Come on, let
that
me
she
hear
doesn't feel like she's too high to
discuss them.
Camo. But I just feel like her value is not.
Camo, let me hear her reply.
Damn, Camo, calm down.
Like half of these guys don't even know that. Do you know how much I actually disagree with Peso Man on? A lot, but they choose to have selective hearing. Oh, Tam does this, motherfucker. I'm actually the one that kind of defends you with a lot of this shit. But they're so angry at Peso Man, they just decide, oh, anybody who's on his page has said this about them, which is dumb. But you know what? It's my fault. I let them take me to that.
No, it's Tam. It's not me. It's Tam.
Tam. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, I let them take me to that level, and I shouldn't. But
I know. But Tam. I don't want you to go to that level, because
I'm PMSing, so that's not fair.
You went to college for what is it? At least 4 years, but more like 8 to 10 years. Okay,
oh Lord Jesus.
To get away from that. You see my point?
But yeah, DJ, you have a point, because like I've decided
I am PMSing.
Wait, Tam,
I
and
was
then
gonna.
Truth.
Oh,
I'm
go ahead.
PMSing. I'm PMSing. Okay, I let these guys get to me when I'm PMSing.
Why do
Okay.
you care what they think? Like they're fucking trash, Tam. Like you gotta stay away from
Lord
them.
Jesus.
Well,
I'm
Tam
PMSing.
just likes
Yeah,
having
they're
fun
not
with
worth
them.
it,
That's
Okay,
Tam.
all.
let Truth speak, and then I'll say something real
And they
quick.
can't
I
have
was
you.
gonna say, like, I've decided, like, and maybe this is a 2023 thing. I'm not engaging with like any of them that come over onto like Peso Man's channel. Like, I've decided, like, I'm not. I don't
Southern
have
Belle.
anything to say with them. Say to them, they don't exist to me. A lot of times we'll be coming over there having a normal, peaceful, civil conversation, and they come over there to detract and to interrupt the conversation, and they're very good at it. And I've just decided, I'm not engaging with them because they're engaging with them is a waste of too much of my energy and my time, and I just don't have the patience for it. And like, frankly, I'm above it. Like, I have nothing to say to them. They really do not want to engage in any meaningful conversation. They just want to insult and antagonize. And I'm not a child, and they're not going to play with me like I'm a fucking child. Like, I don't have the patience for it.
Exactly that. I mean, the thing is that you get a few laughs from them and you move on. That's the best thing to do. They will give you some laughs and some entertainment, but you have to look at them more so like a short, funny, toxic movie, or the Wives of Hollywood movie kind of show where you watch it for a minute, but then you disengage and you're gone, and you forget that the show's even on anymore, because these are street cretins. There's not one person in there that has any type of substance. Maybe Pesos if he's still in there, but that's it. Do you guys see my point? It's important for us to
Yeah,
grasp
we
this
see your
point,
point.
because the thing is that a human being, you're only given so much energy per day. And when
Yeah.
you get older, like me, you run out of that energy. That's why
I'm
one day
33,
you
I
might
feel
see
old
me
as
in a temper
hell.
tantrum, but you see it after I'm done. It's like, hey guys, what's going on? That's because I disengage. That's it. And in fact, believe it or not, other than messing around with that creep online today, I'm good. And I'm not even, something, I had to actually think about him to think about him.
Mm.
But the thing is that it's important to know that you get everybody on. You get prison people online that somehow, I don't know what it is, but I saw on Kendra G's show where a guy was in prison, but it was on her dating show. So the thing is that you want to care about people, but you want to care about people that care about themselves. These people don't. So they will draw you into a world that will not help you whatsoever. And that's all I have to say. I mean, Tam, you can play in the pool, but just make sure you get out before it closes. Because there are a lot of snakes and lizards that come out at night. That's my only point.
Southern Belle?
The most negative things of men and then touting that as empowerment. This is what the guys are in
harem of 50 women they fuck, like the guys on Fresh and Fit tell them to do, right? Like I don't feel like places in the manosphere are producing these factories of like good, positive, solid young men that are like good conservative men, because their engagement with religion is really bad. Look at fucking I don't want to go down that whole Andrew Tate road if you don't want to, but like Andrew Tate coming out as Islamic after fucking running a casino and a cam business is like the two biggest, most haram things you can do in Islam, right? Or like a lot of these guys saying we need to embrace more like Christian values while telling you to have one-ended open relationships where you're fucking younger and younger women every year. Like I don't think that these are the centers of society that are going to be creating the like the traditional conservative man of tomorrow. It's just like the new marketing ploy that's being sold, and then all these guys that are falling into this shit. I call it OnlyFans for men, because it's just like it's rotting and destroying their minds, thinking that or leading them into thinking they're going to be something that they're never going to be, and it's not preparing them for the future in a way that I think a conservative person would be.
Well, I can't really speak for the whole space, but I do know that the vast majority of the guys that watch my show on a regular basis are those traditional type guys. Now, granted, a lot of them are already married, a lot of them are already in relationships, but what they find is here's the issue that they find. Let me break it down for you. what's happening is when they go out into the world and attempt to live a traditional life, they're constantly being told, these guys are constantly, meeting barriers, trying to live a traditional life. Now, when they go out here, I don't know where these conservative, traditional women that you're talking about are. I don't know where they congregate, but these are the complaints that guys give to me, that they have so much difficulty finding these type of women, especially in Black culture. In Black culture, we have
he don't know where they congregate because he's a loser and he hangs around losers. That's why.
And can you stop it real quick? Because I just want to say something. He's contradicting himself. So he said most of the guys that are in his chat are married men and men that have girlfriends, but yet they're also the same men that are coming to him saying that they're having problems with finding conservative women. They're fucking married. Like this is a lie. This doesn't even make sense.
No, it's not a lie. I'm gonna tell you the truth. The truth is that he's a motherfucking hood rat. That's what it is. He's a hood rat, and he lives in a certain in a poor community where is that he's subjected to certain types of women that he feels like he's better than, that he shouldn't be with, just like the passport bros. And that's what it is. So he lives in a fucking false reality where he thinks that he deserves something that he don't, because he's a dumb, stupid, ignorant nigga, and he thinks that he deserves another type of woman. And that's what his issue is. And that's the issues of the people that follow him that have the same issues. So that's what it is. We can stop pretending of what it is and wasting time to move, and we can move on with the interview, because what it is that he's dumb, and he thinks that he's smarter than what he is, and he's not.
Okay.
There's this culture of, the slut walk and all of those different type of things where every single woman they encounter is part of the sexual.
Stop this for a second. This is a sidebar. Chester, look, you don't want to mess with Tam. She already roasted the hell out of Flint, and it was Flint still is recovering from that, and that was 3 days ago. You don't want any parts of it.
What do we gotta do to get rid of him out of your chat too? Because he needs to go. He's a motherfucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
He might be a problem, but he's entertainment. So he's
Okay,
who is he entertaining?
He's not
drank anything.
He's not as toxic, and we have to have some opposition.
Jeez.
We do.
Would you like me or something?
So we can't all be on the same, the exact same thing, And he keeps it simple enough. He's not like cussing us out like his idiot brethren. So
yeah,
let's leave it like that.
That's because you guys are men. That's why. So he don't get under y'all skin like he doesn't even attack you guys like he does us.
I really feel like the manosphere has like little soldiers that they send out to interrupt things so that you get off topic, and he's one of them.
Right. Something that is a good point, and that is kind of like, because not only am I a dude, but I'm already disconnected from these guys. I mean, Chester will probably run back and tell him, I just don't care what they do. They could have put up a movie of me stark naked and wouldn't care. I just wouldn't care.
You're like the Bill Clinton of the Black this space. Bill Clinton is one of those people that can. Let me tell you, Bill Clinton in politics, he rides the fence, meaning that Democrats like him and Republicans like him. He can just maneuver the space, like politics. That's how he is. So DJ Torch is that person where that he can maneuver.
Okay,
He can gain something from each side and understand it, whereas that we don't have patience for it, basically.
And the thing is, though, I understand why you would not have patience for it. I mean, it's extremely clear.
It's abnormal. I think that's the reason why because when we go through life every day, like our job, school, what have you, we're not used to interacting. A lot of us, I don't think, are used to interacting with men like this. And so they're a little off to us. So when I run into these guys, it's like something is wrong with them. I really think
Well, of
something
course,
is wrong with them.
we're also people of a certain age and of a certain intellect and of a certain experience in life too. So it's very hard for us, and to be able to. I don't want to say stoop down to people's level because that sounds really like bougie, but it is what it is. It's kind of like there's certain levels that you can't go past that won't irritate you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now, here's a point I need to make. Truth, you brought this up here about hip hop culture, but they're purveyors of promiscuity and horse culture, and that's what's so ironic about what this dude is talking about. Because I'm sure Angryman, he is probably a failed hip hop artist himself, because what he's in right now looks like a mini studio. But
and he also supposed to be an artist too. Don't forget about that.
Okay, here's the funny part: is that I don't know about you, but especially in the '90s, which he's probably when he started his career, because he's definitely not young. That was the year of a player and pimps were popular back then, and the goal of a man was to get as many blah blah per se hoes as you can. You see what I'm saying? So for him to come at us with this, oh yeah, the women are promiscuous, is total horse shit. You know?
Can you imagine like starting smoking cigars, which definitely can decrease the amount of years that you live just for persona? That shit crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's how deep this shit go. That's how deep the limits. Not to mention that you have Andrew Tate, who is going to prison, and Austin Holloman, who is being seeked out by whole countries like Brazil. This is how desperate these niggas is. It's really pathetic.
It is pathetic. It really is. I mean, it's to the point where, I mean, the point about promiscuity is something that he needed to just leave out the whole conversation, because it's been clear by both men and both black men and black women that black men not only do get more sex, but should be allowed to get more sex by different partners. You see what I'm saying?
Can we take a minute to look at Destiny's face right now? And that's the face that black women have all the time when we listen to these niggas. I'm just saying. Right? He has the nigga what face? Nigga what? Nigga who? Nigga what?
No, but he'll say a little more free sexually, and that's a nice way of putting it. So when these guys are out here actually looking for marriageable women, they're coming up short. They can't find any, because part of the new age way of thinking is that women should be able to do the things that men have traditionally done. And the sad part is, whenever you hear that, it's always women taking the most negative things of men and then touting that as empowerment. This is what the guys are encountering on a regular basis, where the women, they want to do the same things. They want to have the same equality as men, which is fine, but they don't want the same accountability, the same responsibility. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, if you're willing to be in the right, have you heard of this? I know you've heard this saying. Have you heard of the saying, dress for the job that you want?
Yeah.
Yeah. The idea is like, you should carry yourself through life like you're where you want to be, because that's how you're going to find that place, essentially, right? I'll hear people say this, like, I don't know where to find conservative women. And then you like ask them, well, where are you looking? And they're like, well, I've tried Tinder, I've gone on Bumble, I've gone on Hinge. And it's like, okay, do you go to a church? Like, do you have a community of like conservative friends? Have you been involved in any political or community organizing? Because like, especially in the Black community, right? Like, women are like the backbones of all of these things. And if you're looking for conservative people and you're in those areas, you'll find them there. But I feel like people aren't setting themselves up in a conservative lifestyle.
Nope,
like, if you tell me you're looking for a conservative,
this is a conservative. I assume he's a conservative white person. Maybe he's just
Not
arguing
really.
at that point.
Not
No,
really.
no, no. DJ Torch. DJ Torch. No, no.
Let me finish my point. The thing is that whether he's
okay,
conservative,
DJ Torch,
wait, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Oh, okay, DJ.
Okay. The point that he's arguing, he's this man who might be conservative is arguing with a black man that black women are not the problem, and he's a conservative white man who, as you saw, has a conservative white woman in the background, if that is the case. Okay.
He hates Trump.
Wait, let me finish.
Okay.
To me, in itself, is already disgusting. He's literally defending black women. Okay. It's not like he's trying to date black women. He's just dating. He's literally just watching where the facts go and telling you
he's
where the facts
stating logic.
Go. What?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's logic. It's basically like it's not even much thought into it. He's actually just stating logic and what he sees, like in the reality. That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with conservatism or anything else. He's basically just like, what I see is these women doing this, and you're saying that they're doing that, and it makes no sense.
And might I add, conservatism doesn't necessarily mean they have to vote Republican.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Oh,
because really, quite honestly, Biden is conservative as fuck.
Right. Because I grew up in a home that was conservative, but it was independent, meaning that they voted based off of the people that fit what they believed in. Basically, it couldn't be a Republican or a Democrat. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So yeah. Basically, when Biden won, I was like, "Oh, the conservatives won again." Okay, next.
I think that he just live in reality for real. Like he's you, DJ Torch, and anybody else that's like, look, I can be conservative and believe in, abortions is wrong or not, but what I can see is that you're full of shit.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Exactly. If it walks like a duck theory. Yep.
Woman, and you're not part of your local church, like Jesus, that's like the number one place to start, right? Because these are where of churches are where all of your community building activities are going to stem from. Every church has a bulletin board where people are doing things. A lot of churches are involved in like community outreach. You can volunteer. You meet a ton of people this way, but people aren't willing to go out and look for it. But I feel like in terms of that type of advice, I never hear red pillars talking about that. It's always like the sexual marketplace and high value men are these things you have to do to exploit the dynamics of the evolutionary psychology of women so that you can fuck as many women as possible. And that's going to be 1%. And like, that's the message I hear over and over and over and over and over again, rather than like, look up your local archdiocese, start going to your church every Sunday. And when church ends, everybody's chatting with each other because that's what they do. Sometimes the priest or whatever will come out and talk to people, and you just like talk to people and you meet friends that way. Like that's how you
roasted this guy. He just roasted Angryman bad. Because Angryman, there's no argument for this. He's right.
Organically grow out a group of friends, but I don't hear that advice ever in the manosphere. I never hear that.
I hate the reason why you never hear that in the manosphere is because the biggest hoes usually go to church.
See, he's now full of crap. Do hoes go to church? Yeah.
Yes.
But,
usually.
But
go ahead.
He's making a ridiculous. I mean, and that goes for male hoes too, right? And in that case, in white, he's
even the white Baptist church.
He's using church as an example. But you see how Angryman is trying to make it sound like, oh yeah, you see, you're wrong. Gotcha. Hoes go to church. And the thing is that there's just as many good women in church as hoes. What Angryman should be doing is trying to teach men how to point out how to find a good woman in church. But he's not doing that. He's just kicking out more stereotypical crap.
They're usually the most promiscuous. They're usually the most trifling. Like guys wish it was that easy. They could just go to church and find a good wholesome girl at church. They can't. That's usually where the worst ones are at.
That's why this nigga still look like he in the 2000s and 1990s because he's still living a different time.
Yeah,
talk about going to church and shit like that. Like a lot of black people is moving out of the concept of church or whatever, and a lot of more black people is moving into spirituality. He's living in another time.
Right. I mean, to me, the best place to go if you want to just not put church, Starbucks.
Oh
Starbucks
my God, DJ.
or bookstore. Starbucks.
I
Or
got
I'm gonna tell you something.
I'm
For all
I
the
picked up a
single
girl at
men,
Starbucks, man.
or a
for
coffee
all
shop.
the single men out
Peaches did
here,
too.
But she
the
told me she got a
best place
boyfriend.
to meet a woman is a
It's
grocery
okay.
store.
Thank you.
I'm in the grocery store all the time. It's some bad. I see some bad women in the grocery store, like all the time.
I got
yeah,
Smith's
me
right
too,
up the street from me. It'd be rocking in there. Yeah, you're right.
Let me tell you something. I see some of the finest women, especially black women, that I ever seen. I'm talking about all big Shirleys, slim sticks, mixed, light skin, dark skin, caramel. They in the grocery store and they be put together. They buying their groceries because they got something going on. They got to go to work. They make their meals for the week or whatever. They in the grocery store.
That's true.
Basically, the women that the manosphere men are mad about that they can't get, right?
I mean, the thing is this
They don't want good women.
The manosphere men can't get a woman in the grocery store because I see them niggas in the grocery store and they looking awkward and big and stupid with a bunch of clothes on, looking like this nigga right here with hats and shit.
Yeah, they don't want good women. I'm telling you, I'm really convinced a lot of them do not want good women. That's why the channel where they're talking about spirituality and finding a woman and being faithful to one woman, there's not a lot of men subscribed to that channel. The ones where they're talking about running through women and dogging out women, those are the channels that are getting a lot of subscribers in men because they want hookup culture, they want whorehouse culture with no responsibilities.
That's a very good point.
Like where I live at, it's a
good
grocery
point.
store, and right next to the grocery store is a Planet Fitness. So you got men and women that come from the Planet Fitness, and when they get finished with their workout, they in the grocery store.
Planet Fitness.
Right. So like you see the dynamic.
Mexican
Like
women
in real
too.
life, we live in a different reality than they do.
Yeah, that's true.
We commenting on them because I don't want to say they peasants, but they definitely beneath us. We live in an entirely different world than they do.
Sorry.
It just is what it is. They can't do what we do because they're weirdos.
Or like women that are like at a bar or a club.
Bro, they do the same thing.
So every woman everywhere, there are no more conservative women.
They're twerking. They're twerking in church.
He's talking about twerking.
When you look at the.
Can you hear this ignorance? I mean, the thing is this. He must. You know what I think it is. I think this dude hangs out. He basically is from the street himself. You know that? Oh, she's from the street. No, he's from the street, so he's talking as if he's talking to women in the streets. I guarantee if he goes to a business district, those women ain't twerking. I'll tell you that right now.
This ain't from the street torch. The new street is the internet. He from the YouTube. He from the TikTok. He from the Instagram. What all the manosphere repeat is shorts of women dancing and having a good time that they mad at. They mad that women is having a good time. That's older, younger, whatever, dancing and twerking or whatever. But you accept another culture of African, Spanish, or whatever who dance, but black women is not allowed to dance. But I remember when I think it was Kevin Hart. Remember when he did that stand up when he was saying women get mad when they see men happy. You know, if you smiling and laughing or something like that, like you about to go out or you look at your phone. These are those men that hate to see women in a happy space. So his new streets is the YouTube streets. That's what he's talking about. Because we don't see people walking around every day twerking and shit on the street. Even in the hood, if you ride down the street, you're not going to see random people twerking. Where is they doing it at?
Right. I mean, the thing is that it sounds like what he's doing is he's talking about women he's chasing after. They just happen to be the ones that are twerking. Yep. You know?
Well, a lot of the women that's twerking, that really can twerk and got body yaddy, and that like is attractive, they can't get, so they mad anyway. Not only is they mad at the women, but they're also mad at the men who can get them as well.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Black
all
community,
better.
the vast majority of the men don't even go to church anymore. They've checked out. And the reason why they checked out is because of the ridiculousness that's going on in the church. You got the,
Listen to this
you got
nigga
the
shit. I
Baptist
can't.
preacher
I
actually.
mean, the thing is that if he's a perfect, he would be the perfect pastor in the church. Foolish crap.
I feel like if there was if in a dictionary next to the word hater should be his face.
Having sex with women in the congregation. You've got women actually twerking in church. You've got the single mothers sitting on the front pew of the church. Like,
you know, if my eyes were closed, I would swear my eyes were closed and I didn't know who this guy was, I'd swear he was a bigot. Oh, a Caucasian
So
bigot.
women can't twerk. Women can't go to church. Women can't go to college. Women can't go to work. Women can't get on welfare. Women can't have children. What the fuck can women do? You need a man. Yeah, that's what I hear. Is that, and that's what I told when I was saying before, when I was telling y'all, he's a perfect example of men who don't like women. He like box. He like the fuck. He like the access to pussy, and that's it. But he don't like women. He likes nothing about them at all.
I mean, yeah, this is the old misery loves company dynamic. I mean, he's a miserable fuck, and he wants women to be miserable with him.
But man, why is he miserable like that? What is his issue?
Because, like, you know, the women he
like
wanted didn't
himself.
want him, and he felt entitled. So now, you know, he's getting his so-called revenge, as they say. You know, he's getting his so-called.
What man don't want to see a fine woman dancing?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
hey, welcome
Nigga,
to my
what?
world, Camo.
I don't get that.
Like,
Will
right?
we get
I'm
there?
serious.
Okay, I'm starting.
The church, especially in the black community, I can't speak for the white community, but in the black community, the church is lost, bro. It's done.
Where are all of these single moms coming from?
Where are they coming from?
Yeah.
Well,
if the church is fucked because it's all like single moms and people, like, it seems like it takes two to tango, right? Like it can't just be all on black women,
well,
right?
Actually, no, it does.
Boom, he's getting to my point.
Actually, no, it doesn't take
No,
two to
he
tango.
preferred
And the
non-black.
reason why is because what's going on in the black
Because women
community
can have
is
children
you
by
have a
themselves.
large group of women that are actually having sex with multiple men, having children with multiple men. You actually have twice as many women in the black community have children as the men. Twice as many.
Yeah, but why is that? There are some cities where there's like 3 black women for every 1 man that's not in jail, right? Like, I mean, like, depending on the city that you live in, the availability for some of these black women to even find a guy, the competition is fierce.
There's a number of factors. The competition is very fierce, and there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, we have a small percentage of the population, black women. Last time I
Let
checked,
me stop this real quick because he's just gonna keep spewing bullshit anyway. Lily, yeah.
Torch, you gotta listen to what he about to say. This shit about to blow your mind.
Got it. Here we go. Yeah, Lily, Strum is the FLISDCA. He's been up for a little while.
Yeah, I changed my acronym as a
outnumbered the men by about 3 or 4 million, something crazy like that. Part of the reason is because of Planned Parenthood. In our community, they actually go to Planned Parenthood to the tune of 367,000 per year. That's 1,000 every day. So that already right there, you have a lower population of just black people in.
What the hell is he talking about?
Girl, y'all gotta hear the rest of this shit. Like he is so
must be getting paid by some
white women for abortions.
General
It's
due
that-
to that.
like, he about to say
in addition
it-
to that,
it's that bad.
there has been an issue with mass incarceration thanks to good old Joe Biden with the 94 crime bill.
Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, so
that
he must
bad.
be getting paid. He must be getting paid by some political group because he's bringing up shit that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, he bringing up the manosphere Bible, the Moynihan report that was from long time ago, the 70s and 80s that they lived by. So he's still stating those statistics from back then.
Man, this is, I mean, that's like saying, oh yeah, back in the day, I was driving my Studebaker,
Well, they
but
still talk
everybody
about
else,
back in the day in the
they were
1920s
just
and
on ponies and
1800s.
horses, but I got my Studebaker, This dude.
Hey,
When
DJ
they
Torch, can I
wasn't even
chime in real
born.
quick before you
Back in the
continue?
day where they wasn't even born.
They want to
Yeah,
be slaves so bad.
Hey,
they sure
Torch, you
do.
mind if I chime in real quick before you continue the video? I just
Got
want to say something to me. They forget that when the crime bill was written, black people, for the most part, was in support of it. But now, I guess,
Exactly. That's what they don't admit. Like black people in neighborhoods were requesting like the crime bill. I remember when DC used to be the murder capital of the world. Like, and it
right.
was so bad. And like old ladies that were getting robbed and victims of crime was requesting protection. Like black people from urban areas was requesting that Congress do something about the crime. And the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, was 100% behind it as well. So let's
Yeah,
stop
they
acting like
forget
this
when
is
black
just Joe
people
Biden.
was marching against gang violence in our community, like they march against the police. They forget about that.
Yes,
So
they
you
all
have a lot
do.
of brothers that are locked up. So that diminishes the amount of black men as well. In addition to that, you have the cultural problem of black women not being very easy to get along with and not being easy to cohabitate with. So you have black men who seek relationships outside of the black race, outside of the country, with the passport bros, with SYSBM, all of those different things. So then you end up with an even lower
Joke, by the way. Let's keep going. We already know about that, though.
The fact, the
And what
crazy thing is
happens
that
is you have
80% of black
you have
people is
black
with
women
each
out
other.
here that are more prone to deal with what people call the Pookies and the Ray Rays, and they'll go out here and they'll have kids, they'll have children with 1, 2, maybe even 3 different men.
He either doesn't realize or doesn't want to say that his whole group are Pookies and Ray Rays.
Exactly. By his own admission,
it's been incentivized by
he's grouping all black men into being Pookies and Ray Rays.
Our government. Unfortunately, a lot of these women are doing that in order to supplement their lifestyle with welfare, food stamps, child support, all of those different things. There's a bunch of different factors that weigh into that.
Okay, for whatever we want to blame black women for this, black men are just as culpable, right? We can complain about the mass incarceration from the 93 crime bill all we want, but Joe Biden doesn't make somebody sell weed. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody carry an unregistered firearm. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody a gangbanger. Like, these are choices that are still being made, by black men that fuck over black women in the community. And I think that the cultural problems stem from a lot of the kind of like dysfunction that goes back and forth there. I don't think it's fair to blame black women on everything. Like, we can talk about like food stamps and welfare and all that too, but that exists for black people and white people and every other type of person in the United States. But it seems like the black community has like a special problem with it, right?
Well, hold on. No, when we're talking about that, there are things that are very specific. Okay, one book written by what is her name, Elizabeth Hinton, who I think went to Yale. I think she's a professor in African American studies at either Yale or I think Yale, if I'm not mistaken. She wrote From the War on Poverty to the War on Crime. And she pointed out through her research, right after you get the 65 Voters' Rights Act, you actually have a overhauling of the criminal justice system where they started policing urban areas more heavily. This is right after the Industrial Revolution, where you have black people migrating into the urban centers. You have them policing them more heavily. Okay, you actually have what is the equivalent of today billions of dollars funneled into that criminal program. I forgot the name of it, but the purpose was to create probation officers, all of these different things to create a revolving door in the criminal justice system, which has affected the black community significantly. So yeah, it's wrong for any black man to go out here and commit crimes and do things that he doesn't have any business. But it has been historically proven over and over again that black men have been disproportionately targeted by the criminal justice.
By black men.
Can we stop this for a minute?
Wait.
I'm a criminal justice major.
Let me make my point. I need to run this back because this point needs to be made. It's very freaking important. Please listen.
The Industrial Revolution, where you have Black people migrating into the urban centers, you have them policing them more heavily. Okay, you actually have what is the equivalent of today billions of dollars funneled into that criminal program. I forgot the name of it, but the purpose was to create probation officers, all of these different things to create a revolving door in the criminal justice system, which has affected the Black community significantly. So yeah, it's wrong for any Black man to go out here and commit crimes and do things that he doesn't have any business. But it has been historically proven over and over again that Black men have been disproportionately targeted by the criminal.
Black men have been targeted by Black men by the some number of 90%. Okay. Black women aren't going out here targeting Black men. Black men are targeting Black men because I believe that the number one thing a man wants in life is life. So the thing is that if Angryman really wanted to improve the lifestyle of Black men, he would help Black men unaliving Black men first, and then respecting would be second. Because if you're breathing, you can work on respecting somebody else. See, the thing is that just because Black women are now spectators in this shit show that Black men are making, Black men are getting mad at Black women not wanting to be a part of it. That's my opinion. That's why this dude is such an idiot to me, because he's gonna look, I guarantee you not, he's gonna go over this and the white man is going to have to come in and save logic for us.
So
justice system.
Real quick before you cut it on. So if you ever seen the movie Minority Report, and it was with Tom Cruise,
yeah,
and in that movie they had a woman, well, these what do you call them, these women that had premonitions of when violent crimes would happen, and that's how they went after these criminals. Minority Report is a real thing. Other than the fact that it's an actual person, in criminal justice, is actually called crime mapping, meaning that they use the statistics of basically areas where more than likely a crime will happen here based off of crimes that have happened. Unfortunately, it happens more in areas that is of poverty. Now we know that in impoverished areas that Black people live in, is going to be more Black people, but by the population of Black people, it's going to be Black people in that area. Not to say that the majority actually is white people, but if we was to go by the numbers of the population of Black people compared to the ones that commit crime, to them it looks like, oh, you're targeting Black people, but no, it's just so happy, it's just that in areas of poverty, that it's more than likely that a violent crime will happen, so they patrol those areas more than anywhere else. And there's also white people that also live in poverty. What they get confused is that what they call the Black community a lot of times is government housing. And white people also have government housing as well, which is usually trailer parks or something else. And they also have violent crimes too. But to Black people that live in poverty, and they assume that, oh, you're being targeted. No, based off of all the crimes that are happening, they know that they more than likely a crime is going to take place in this area based off of previous crimes. So that's why it's patrolled more heavily. He's an idiot.
Right. I mean, the thing is he's got to understand, one, where Black men are the biggest problem for Black men, and number two, it's exactly what you stated.
especially with particular crimes. When you have certain narcotics that black men get a harsher sentence for, whereas other groups of men might get a slap on the
Very
wrist.
good point, but it has nothing to do with black women, sir.
Or even worse, when it comes to unaliving somebody, more often than not, when a white guy goes to jail.
Right. The problem, though, we have is the unaliving part, which we need to fix.
And we also need to fix the fact that you fought for the fact that those narcotics have lesser charges for black people. And then when they start giving you lesser charges, now you're mad that the white community is not fighting for the same thing. I don't really understand it. Like you're literally like contradicting yourself in this issue. Whereas that it could have been equal across the board. But as black people, you want to put yourself in a place that you're a superhero, that nothing affects you, and this is that, and we're this is that, and power of this is that. Whereas that the same type of things that affect white people affect us, but as black people, you fight against those things. And when they turn their back on you, like, okay, well, black people said crack is not really an issue, and when they stop caring about it, now you're upset. It makes no sense.
Unaliving somebody, they end up getting a manslaughter charge as opposed to second degree or whatever degree or whatever. Now, I'm not trying to play the victim Olympics. I'm just stating the facts. Like, any of this can be looked up. The research is out there.
Yeah,
so it's not
I agree.
not just that black men are just like, oh, we're gonna go to prison or whatever. Like, right around the time that they overhauled the welfare program in 96, not 96, in 65 and 66, you see a rise in single parent households. You see a rise in single parent households. You had a number of things that occurred that affect that. You had the emergence of the prison industrial complex. You're just coming out of the Vietnam War, which a lot of black men lost their lives to that. And now you have this welfare program where if you have a man in the house, one of the stipulations is you don't qualify for those particular things, which is unfortunate because during that time you had a really serious problem with poverty. So there's a number of factors that play into all of that.
So to preface this, I just will comment as a small jab. I think it's funny that you're citing a woman who is a historian who went to Yale. So historians are important, right?
That is funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, sure. That book, America on Fire, I think, or the poverty one or whatever, right? But regardless of that, everything you said might be true, but none of that is black women's fault. I just don't think it's fair to blame black women. Like, you can't blame black women for men being incarcerated. When police are policing these areas, black men are the ones that are engaging in the crime. The black women aren't. And I guess it just feels a little shitty to blame black women.
Boom, boom, boom.
And when at the end of the day, they're the ones that get saddled with all of the community responsibility. They've got to be the backbone of like all these families, of all these churches, of all these things that are like the only way these communities function are on the backs of these like single black women moms. And then say, well, hold on, let me finish. And then for black men to turn around and say, well, we got policed really heavily. And so, we got caught selling drugs. And that's why you guys are all single moms. And that's why your lives are fucked up. But it's black women's fault for everything that happens in the black community. I think there's a lot of fault that could be evenly doled out to both sides of what I say. I wouldn't blame black women for it.
Here's the thing with this. All right.
I wouldn't even go as far as
Can
to
we,
say it's
yeah, I
kind
was
of.
about to say, can we stop this real quick? I'm sorry, DJ Torch. Go ahead.
There is so much nuance in all of that.
Mm-hmm.
One, you have a lot of guys that were caught selling drugs that weren't selling drugs. Okay, you have a lot of guys
Torch,
that
hold
had
on for a
issues
second.
where they got.
Hold on for a second. You got a lot of guys that was caught selling drugs that was not selling drugs.
That's what I'm talking about.
So first of all, when it comes to this welfare thing, when welfare was started, white people was getting it first, and married white people was getting it, meaning that the husband or wife was getting it that was in poverty. Black men was not marrying black women. And you're right. And you thought that you were supposed to profit off of a system when you're not even a husband or married into the family. You're just some dude that's there, and you thought that you were supposed to lay in the house and profit off of the government.
A lot of them did think that. I knew some of them way back.
And with that same argument, a lot of them did. How many of us seen niggas in the house that was eating all the Lunchables, drinking all the Capri Suns, eating up all this fucking pudding cups and all the fruit cups and all the fruit roll-ups and fruit by the foots that was bought by food stamps and laying on the couch of women who was on welfare.
And on top of that, you do have married couples, black couples that are in public housing. So you can't say that there's no men in the household that can still benefit from these programs. A lot of black men and women in public
he's
housing.
mixing something else. Like, you're not marrying these women, and that's the problem. White people is on welfare and still is and was then before we were, but they were married and the men was able to stay in the house. You were not married to these women, meaning that you're not a dependent. You are not nothing. You're just a dude that said that you had a baby with this woman. What are you talking about?
Hey, Camo, can I chime in real quick? I mean, what Angryman is doing, I mean, he's trying to, conflate the people that made bad decisions with the people that didn't make the bad decisions. And then, like, he's trying to paint this, broad brush strokes and make it seem like, oh, this is all black people going through this. No, the fuck it's not. I mean, how come I didn't go through none of that,
My question also is, if all these niggas was taken out the house and wasn't in the house and didn't have to deal with these kids and all this other stuff, what the fuck were you doing? Because if you wasn't in the house, that means you had a lot of time to be doing a lot of other shit, and I don't see no progress. So what was you doing when you was taken out the house if you was taken out the house?
Right.
Hey, Camo, that's what these guys don't get. Like, when they say stuff like, they don't realize how weak they make us look by saying stuff like that. Right. Oh, well, like we had good families, and then, this person just came along and just took us out of the house.
That's like somebody saying that they took you out of your... So basically, if we was to go by what they're saying, you was released from your responsibility. That means you should be doing great.
Right.
It should not be that women is the most educated. Black women is the most educated in America, and that we're doing better than you. You were taken out the house. So that means you had no responsibility to your woman or your child. So you had all the time in the world to better yourself. What were you doing? You was bringing crack into our environment and pimping culture. That's what you was doing.
And we're not in competition with them. Like, I get so tired and frustrated with them trying to compete with us or trying to say that we're trying to compete with them. If anything, we've been trying to like build with them and unite with them and been understanding of their plight. He wants this white man, right, in the world to empathize with the plight of black men, but he cannot bring himself to empathize with the plight of black women. Like, we are demonized. They act as if they're the only plight that matters is theirs. They cannot empathize with anything outside of the male perspective, and it's disgusting.
You know what's so crazy is that they kings and gold and all this other shit, but at the same time, black men is okay when they want to, because they high value men and alpha males and all this, but when they want to, they can use systematic oppression, but they don't allow black women to use systematic oppression. They live in a world where we're not affected. Black women was never affected by systematic oppression. Only they can use systematic oppression when they want to, but at the same time, they want to sleep and lay up and praise the women of the oppressors that they say that they have. Makes no sense to me.
Pulled over and, oh, surprise, there's drugs in the car. Where did that come from? Okay, so that's one thing.
Because he's using liberal talking points to debate with this man.
There's nuance like that. Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. All right. Then on top of that, when you're talking about it's not the black women's fault, black women are willing participants in a system that they actually know for a fact is disproportionately prejudiced to their group of men.
Nope, they don't. Nope. Sorry, dude, you're lying.
How are we willing?
Okay.
Is he going to explain how we're willing participants?
This is not a game. They
think that we willing participants because we were able to move through oppression and they wasn't. That's what it is.
You guys let it roll. Well, we can rewind.
Knowing that they can actually take advantage of this system by, oh, I'm in a relationship with a black man who ain't hitting on nothing and don't want to work and blah, 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 all of those different things. So we can't ignore that. We can't ignore that. Now, to sit here and say, oh, it's all black women's fault. I never said it was all black women's fault. But there is a large percentage of black women who have been incentivized to have children out of wedlock. They've been incentivized to utilize a system that they know benefits.
Okay, so dude comes in.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me slow roll this real quick, and then you guys can talk.
The craziest thing is we didn't have
slow
children
roll this real quick. Let me slow roll this real quick, and then you guys can talk. Dude comes in, raw dogs a woman, makes her pregnant. Now, he didn't have to raw dog, and in fact, he didn't even have to walk through the door. He did not have to meet the woman at all. He could have just been doing his own business. In fact, maybe he could have just been focusing on school or work or his job or something constructive, but he didn't have to raw dog that woman. He raw dogs the woman and he makes her pregnant. And he made her pregnant because she trusted him, because men are leaders, right? Men are leaders, men are providers. Men are supposed to be lead. You're supposed to lead behind the man. He's a logical guy. But anyway, he makes her pregnant anyway. So this man is saying that the black woman designed that system. I'm going to say it one more time. This man believes that the black woman designed that system. She just seduced the guy in there, told him to go raw dog when he didn't have to, because he's a lot stronger than a woman. Supposed to be a lot stronger willed, right? Supposed to be a lot stronger than a woman and in control and the leader, but he made her pregnant anyway. But she's the one who's playing along with this system.
And truth be told, a lot of black women, a lot of them was birthed all potential in reality, if they want to really talk about real talk. Meaning that a lot of black women got with them based off the fact that they thought that they had potential to be something bigger than what they was, because they cried about white supremacy so much. We can talk about that.
Exactly.
Hey, DJ Tort, before you continue, can you pause real quick? I just want to chime in real quick before you continue.
Oh, no.
So this is cognitive dissonance.
Don't chime in real quick. Chime in with what you need,
No, man. What I'm saying is, Angryman, this is cognitive dissonance at its finest. I mean, this is that parasitism that I've seen throughout all the movements. I mean, this is what these guys do. I mean, you can have a movement that's addressing, I mean, not just the manosphere and things of that nature, but all other movements. I mean, every time you got some good going on, you got these parasitic mentality having bastards that infiltrate somehow, and then then like they become the representatives of a narrative that originally started as a legitimate issue. I mean, that's another story. I mean, it's the same way like how the original red pill got corrupted, and then the red pill got soiled because of these guys, based on like just creeps and vultures and we call them cockroaches where I'm from and things of that nature. I mean, this guy, he's a cockroach. I mean that's what they do. I mean, like he takes examples of this function, and then like he tries to paint this as the representation of all black people, and we know that's not the case.
You know what's an interesting dynamic is that the conservative white dynamic is, well, black people got to just pull up their bootstraps, right? But and it's opposite of what Angryman is saying right now. But then Angryman still wants to blame, liberals for the problem, even though he's stating a liberal talking point now, saying that, You know, basically, it sounds like what he's saying is black men haven't had the chance. But now he's trying to lasso the black women into fault of the system itself, which black women had until lately, until like the last couple of years, had the least amount of power to deal with. So
do this on a regular basis.
Okay, just as a quick
on a regular basis.
Do you really believe that there's like people out there that are like, I want to have a kid so I get welfare?
Yes. I don't believe it. I know it. I don't believe it. I know it.
Why do
I know my culture?
Why do black women do this,
Hey,
but not
DJ
white women or
Torch,
Indian women or
hold
Asian
on for a
women
second.
or
Pause
other-
this real quick, because this about to be a real serious moment right here. That what he about to say. So this might be one of them points in this video where you might want to take a break and get wine and popcorn, because this about to blow your mind what he about to say right now.
Okay, I won't sleep at 11.
Hey, DJ Torch, if you got dinner to cook, man, you might as well, get your ingredients
Like-
ready. Get your
I'm
stove
gonna play
top,
my
your skillets
guitar.
ready. Because
If y'all, if you
I'll give
ain't
it-
heard nothing crazy, what he about to say right now about to blow your mind. Period.
Okay.
And what I wanted to say, like before, this is why the white manosphere don't accept them, because the white manosphere say that all they do is talk about black women all day and blame black women for everything. Whereas to the point where even a white manosphere don't even want to deal with them. But what he is about to say right now is about to take this shit to a whole nother level.
Okay.
Just prepare, just hold on to your britches, because this shit about to go crazy.
Sounds good, Camel.
We're going in. We're
All right,
going
I'm
in.
gonna play my guitar.
People.
Well, I don't know if white women do this or not. A lot of white women on welfare too. I can't speak for white women because I'm not part of that. I'm not part of that culture, but I know what I grew up.
Strum, hit me with it. I sense some frustration over there.
Yeah, I'm just saying because this guy does he have statistics to back up all he's saying on the live, or he just saying it, in the heat of the
No,
moment?
he doesn't. That's why the blue haired man is so frustrated, because everything he's basing off of what he's
Yeah.
seen or somebody told him before. He
That's
has
it.
no numbers, no statistics, and that's why this white man like dog dragged his ass through this whole debate.
Yeah, I can sense that.
Hey, Camo and Anthony.
Yo.
I mean, all statistics aside, I mean, what does that have to do with decision making on our part?
Exactly.
I mean, why? I mean, like, I don't get these Negroes, excuse my language, and things
No,
like
you're
that.
fine.
I don't get them. I mean, it's like they hold white people. It's like the white person is the only standard they hold themselves to. I mean, how come we can't?
Shit, us
What
Asian
it
folks.
is this. The white man made that black man walk in there and raw
use that
dog
as
that
an
woman.
excuse.
That's what the white man did. He walked in there and said, I want you to go in there, right? It's the 1980s. I want you to go in here and raw dog the woman. No, you don't get it covered.
It's the
That's
fact
what
that
he's
this
saying.
black man
That's
right
his
now
argument.
is crying to this white man about all his problems. That's it all. That's the whole tea. That's the gag. Is that this black man is here talking this crazy shit to this white man that's roasting his ass through this whole thing.
I mean,
That's the worst part.
Camo, I mean, not just any, white guy, a white liberal like Destiny. I mean,
yeah,
a nigga with a white
Malcolm
man
X
with a guy with blue
Wait a minute.
hair.
Then Malcolm
He's
X
here
try
crying
to.
to a white man with blue hair.
I mean, didn't Malcolm X try to warn black folks about, the snaky tendencies of like the white liberal and things of that
Yeah.
nature?
But
I
I
mean,
bet you But I bet you he won't talk to like Tucker Carlson or your Sean Hannity's.
oh no, he won't talk to no Jewish man or something.
Oh no.
But look at the face right now. Like, this is like the perfect picture. Look how dumb he look. And look at the white man. He just looked like an idiot. It's just so bad. It's
And
that
Camo,
bad.
Camo, the sad thing is Destiny is not a bright guy. I mean,
No.
how dumb
why-
do you have to be?
Is this
to
the black
Destiny-
manosphere? Is this your best? Because y'all need to do better. Is this your best?
Right. No, it's that bad.
It's like, how dumb
It's
do you
that
have
bad.
to be where Destiny is the reasonable one in this conversation.
Well, I've heard the conversations amongst
because,
women.
you know,
I've
so,
heard
like,
the things that they've said. One of the issues that I point out in my show, which is a real issue, during the time where Gen Xers were younger and you had the boomer parents, you had this switch, like you talked about earlier, where the women started going into the workforce more and going to get their education more. Well, one of the things that happened is a lot of the boomer women
listen to this shit.
use their daughters to help them with the housework. So when mom goes off to work or whatever, her daughter is helping raise the siblings. And what I've had a lot of women tell me, a lot of black women tell me, and I know it's anecdotal, but I've had a lot of women tell me one of their escapes was to have sex, have a child.
No, DJ Tosh, no, let it go. Go.
Because then she can get Section 8 or she can get public housing, and now she can move out and get the hell away from her mama's house where her mother's forcing her to cook, clean, and do all of the housework.
So now stop it.
And
this nigga just said that black girls was having children so that they can get out of responsibility of babysitting children, meaning that the same shit that you went through that really wasn't 100% your responsibility, the way that you got out of it was going to get pregnant and have your own children to get on welfare. That's what he just said.
He has a disdain for the woman in the low income community that he came from. That's really what it is.
Like the truth. That's not even the point. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying that young black girls had sex to have babies to move out the house and get on welfare so that they can get away from their parents. That's what he said. Now look at this nigga face. Look at the blue head man face right now of what he's saying. Look at how fed up he is. Just in the pause of this video.
Hey, Campbell, I mean, just follow the logic of that. I mean, how are these black girls having these babies? I mean,
but why would you? Okay, so if your mother was making you babysit, why would you want to move out the house and have a baby to have all that responsibility on your own when you was trying to get away from babysitting anyway?
Campbell, that's not the point I'm trying to make.
What's this guy's name again? The blue hair guy.
That's Destiny. I mean, he's a political guy. I mean, he's not that bright. I mean, he's always been crushed in debates until, you know.
He brighter than this nigga.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not difficult. I mean, just basic common sense. You can crush the manosphere. That's nothing.
Exactly.
I mean, a kindergartner can like ask questions and crush the manosphere. I mean, this is like Destiny's just bored. But anyway, I mean, Angryman. I mean, just look at how snaky this guy is. I mean, he's
what
talking
the fuck
about these
does
young
he
girls
got on?
having
Like,
kids.
who?
I mean,
Like, is this a costume
no.
that Angryman is wearing? I don't even know what the fuck this is. Like, is this a real person or is he in disguise?
No. Like, I'm more fed up with this guy trying to paint the picture that black men are just pedophiles and predators, you know, just knocking up young girls. I mean, that was what he was really implying. I mean, whether he realizes that or not, I mean, no, man. Like, we y'all don't chase out the young girls. Like, no, like look,
but,
I mean,
but let's continue. Go ahead.
They feel like slaves.
I would have to like, I would be a nerd and be like, we should look up the stats, but like, people don't. This, like, there might be some people that do this, but like, single moms don't live glorious lives. Like, it sucks. Being a single mom sucks. You can get all the fucking welfare in the world, but nobody's living like a queen on Section 8 housing.
But
right? But I'm just saying, I don't think people are choosing like, oh, like I'm gonna finally move out of my mom's house by having a kid and getting welfare. I don't think people are making choices like that. I think it might happen, and then people collect welfare afterwards.
No, they actually are, because you don't. Here's the thing.
No,
because this is what you're not getting. It's not a choice that they're making because it's the best choice in the sense that when I do this, I'm going to have an awesome life. You're already dealing with a group of people who are already at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder.
If this was true, why do black women do abortions more than any other group of people? Shouldn't they be having the most children then to take advantage of all the welfare?
Because there's numerous reasons for that too.
I
For
mean,
one, you
this
have
is
some
sad.
women that genuinely don't really want to have kids. They like the party lifestyle. But the ones that do, they want to have those kids by a specific guy. Okay? Because some guys are going to bring more benefits than others. Okay? When it comes to child support, there are chicks out here in the black community, they'll get pregnant by a guy. If a chick gets pregnant by a guy that just enlisted in the military.
My argument still stands.
This nigga is smoking COVID. Something is wrong with him. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm serious. Like, can we roll it, like bring it back? Can we bring it back for a second for what this nigga said? Because
so funny.
The thing
something is
this.
wrong.
Somebody has to still make these women pregnant. Okay,
Yeah.
who happens to be making these women pregnant? What do they? Is there some pill that some sperm pill you can take and make yourself pregnant? No, right? So who's making them pregnant?
It's crazy. If you,
I've heard the.
No, I was going to say real quick, if you actually look at the comments on the original video, like the people are like going in on Angryman, like they're like disgusted at the fact that he has to defend the black woman against three black men.
In that comment section, it's the white people in the comment section with me. I heard somebody. I saw a white person say, a white woman said, "I used to wonder why black women, like Angie Stone was saying, like black man, like you remember Angie Stone song, like my woman," and then you had like black men that was talking against them. Like white people went in that comment section.
These comment sections are crazy. They're saying that it's embarrassing that they openly hate black women. They're saying Destiny has to defend black women against three black men. It's pretty fucked up. Like they're going in on black men in this section. And that's what I'm saying. This is not making them look good. They're saying black men don't accept accountability. They're saying all this stuff. They're brainwashed. They failed their woman. Like this is not a good look for them.
No,
for
it's
him,
not a good
per
look for
se.
me either, because I am a black man. So
Hey, Torch, True.
Conversation.
Hey, pause. Torch, True, Camo. I mean, this is what I was trying to expose. I mean, this is what these snakes do, man. I mean, they take a segment of dysfunction and then like they try to paint this picture that it's the representation of all black people, even though like I know, we all know here, like all black people don't act that way. This is what like the black / Negro, excuse my language,
But this is
manosphere.
black people been living long enough to know this, and this is right now what the public is saying. You seeing this shit. You seeing Austin getting kicked out of Brazil. You seeing black men all over the internet saying they hate with black women. This is what they saying. So you can't get mad about the black man image when this is what you presenting to them, because they don't see the rest of us that live every day.
See,
That
Camo,
don't care.
Camo, you falling for the trick again. That's what I'm saying. That's why we have to distinguish ourselves. Like, no, like we don't carry ourselves like that. I know that, you know that, we all know that. I mean, and then like think about the people that's coming up after us that wants to travel, and the potential BS they have to go through because of assholes like Austin and Big Boss. I call him Boss Bitch or whatever.
But that's why you're doing the right thing. You, Peso Man, DJ Torch, all the black men. That's why it's so important that y'all speak up, because these men is representing you. Meaning that right now, as a black American man, if you was to travel to where Austin went to in Brazil, you're gonna be labeled and have a target on your back because of what Austin did. That's why your voice means something, and you cannot just ride with the black man thing of oh, I'm a black man and he a black man. No, you gotta fight that bullshit and be like, no, this nigga is trash. Like that's it.
Can I say something real quick?
I'll allow it.
No, it's your channel.
Wait,
Go
let me
ahead,
say
brother.
something real quick. I have to say that the term "smoking COVID" that has to be rolling hard. That I don't know where you got that from, but that's funny as hell.
Well, a
I
lot
had
of
to
stuff
put
is just
myself
in
on
my
mute.
head. It don't come from anywhere. It just come out my mouth. It just be in my head. I don't know. Because
No, but
COVID is
that
one. You know how like COVID is like the worst thing to man right now, and it made everybody do everything. So this nigga gotta be smoking that shit. Like he gotta be.
That is so true.
Amongst women, I've heard the things that they've said. One of the issues that I point out,
making this is important too. Notice how Angryman is making. He's not telling facts. He's saying, "I've heard I've somebody said, so on and so forth." He's actually using hearsay as his argument.
in my show, which is a real issue during the time where Gen Xers were younger, and you had the boomer parents. You had this switch, like
he knows nothing about genetic history. It's clear.
Talked about earlier, where the women started going into the workforce more and going to get their education more. Well, one of the things that happened is a lot of the boomer women would use their daughters to help them with the housework.
He doesn't know what he's making this up, by the way. He's he's trying to make an argument, and he's using every bit of a story he could conjure up.
So when mom goes off to work or whatever, her daughter is helping raise the siblings. And what I've had a lot of women tell me, a lot of black women tell me, and I know it's anecdotal.
I know a lot of women tell me, right? How about some numbers, dude?
But I've had a lot of women tell me one of their escapes was to have sex, have a child with a guy, because then she can get Section 8 or she can get public housing. And now she can move out and get the hell away from her mama's house, where her mother's forcing her to cook, clean, and do all of the housework.
That's about total bullshit. So she's gonna have to do the same thing. In addition, she's gonna have to cook, clean, and everything, and then take care of a kid. Where before she had to take care of a kid, but at least she didn't have to pay rent or worry about other stuff or protection.
And they feel like slaves.
I would have to I hate to be like a nerd and be like, we should look at the stats, but people don't. There might be some people that do this, but like single moms don't live glorious lives. Like it sucks. Being a single mom sucks. You can get all the fucking welfare in the world, but nobody's living like a queen on Section 8 housing.
But
right? But I'm just saying, I don't think people are choosing like, oh, like I'm gonna finally move out of my mom's house by having a kid and getting welfare. I don't think people are making choices like that. I think it might happen, and then people collect welfare afterwards.
No, they actually are, because you don't. Here's the thing, because this is what you're not getting.
It's not getting.
Not a choice that they're making, because it's the best choice in the sense that when I do this, I'm gonna have an awesome life. You're already dealing with a group of people.
Notice how he's separating himself from his own black people,
who are already at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder.
Does he know that includes himself?
If this was true, why do black women do abortions more than any other group of people? Shouldn't they be having the most children then to take advantage of all the welfare?
Because there's numerous reasons for that too. For one,
there's numerous reasons for that too. Let me think up another lie.
You have some women that genuinely don't really want to have kids. They like the party lifestyle. But the ones that do, they want to have those kids by a specific.
And my argument again, how do they get pregnant?
Okay, because some guys are going to bring.
I forgot. Back in the day, it was an ostrich or something that flew in. Remember? My bad. I am so sorry, Angryman.
More benefits than others. Okay, when it comes to child support, there are chicks out here in the black community. They'll get pregnant by a guy. If a chick gets pregnant by a guy that just enlisted in the military, she's not deleting that baby.
The fact that he said chick is already funny.
Gonna happen.
Wait, anybody who's been in the military,
anybody that's been in the military knows that you don't make any money when you first enlist. So he doesn't even know what he's talking about. And then he's contradicting himself. Why, if I'm going to have high benefits, if I'm going to have high benefits from having a child with someone, I won't qualify for welfare? I'm confused.
Yeah, I think confused is a good way of putting it, or us knowing that he's full of shit sounds
I mean,
spot on.
hey DJ Torch. I mean, let me chime in real quick. Plus, like we know this guy doesn't listen to women. I mean, besides women complaining about the state of men that choose to be voluntary single. I mean, in conjunction with that group of women are women saying that the welfare and child support don't even pay that much. It
No,
doesn't even provide them with that much money. I mean, even though from the guy's perspective, he's getting his wages garnished or he's cutting a check. Like the government takes a cut off of top of that anyway. So they don't
That's
never
why
bring that side of the conversation up.
that's why I can't engage with like a lot of these men because like they're just they have no they jump around and it's really confusing. If you're trying to have a serious conversation with them, it's
That's
really
it.
hard to like follow them and like they're very manipulative too. And like once I realize somebody is like gaslighting me, like I don't give them a chance to manipulate me. Like
that's
it's a
perfect.
wrap. It's done.
Yeah, like no, they're just selfish. That's all it is. They only care about their gratification. I mean, these are overgrown children. I mean, these are children's minds in adult bodies, basically. They're
Every
not
Exactly.
argument
men.
is going to be cyclical with them. Every argument. It's going to be
Right.
the goalpost moves from off the football field to a bunker in the golf on the golf course. Like
I mean, see, yeah, I mean, they're like children. I mean, they just want the world to revolve around them. They're just mad because the world's not revolving around them. So they get on the internet and start complaining instead of finding a way to produce and contribute to the well-being of humanity. I mean, and then you know, like I said before, that they take this dysfunction and they try to paint this picture that this is all black people, which we all know that's not the case and things of that nature. Most black people don't
So
think like this, but it's only these
so
assholes that's on the
It
internet.
makes them look like they're
Yes.
making black men look weak, as like basically saying that they're incapable of making certain decisions, and that
Right.
black women pretty much is running all over them, and that they need, like, basically what he's saying to Destiny is that we need the white man help because black women is doing all these things, and we can't control it because we just black men, and the white the black women is doing this and that, like they're making themselves seem incapable as a man. That's
is
really
that
what
why
they're
they're
basically.
going? Is that why Camel they're going on these white podcasts talking about black women now?
Who?
Like a
Huh?
lot of these guys are like going on like white podcasts debating issues related to black women. Are they
I
trying to
feel
like
like that a lot of black men think that if they shift the blame to black women, that it'll take like the heat off of them as men being leaders in a community, and why they can't build a sustainable economic system as African American men in America. So it takes the blame off of them of saying, and it really makes no sense at all, because it really makes them look even worse by them saying that we're so weak because our women is too strong for us and we
Right.
can't control them,
Exactly.
basically.
Yeah.
they will never get the sympathy from them because there's a lot of dynamics going on that these black men can't conceptualize. Number one, you're not getting the sympathy of white men who are also in the same position that you're in. It's no longer a place in society in the US where we can't have a semblance of equality, maybe not full equality, but we have such a semblance that we're able to attain the same things that they do. And some of them aren't able to attain the things that we attain. And so what you have here is, before there was a mindset that they believed in themselves that they were the superior race. So when black people came along and was able to fight for the right to be equal and do the things that we've done, now it's a thing where they think that everything that we have was handed to us. And so you have a disgruntled group of white people who still think they're superior, even though we know that that's not the truth. Now that we've been given some sort of even playing ground, there is no excuse for the black man. Like, you're not going to get a white man to sympathize with you, especially white men who are in the same position or worse position than you are, because they already have the mindset that you've been given the opportunity. Not only have you been given the opportunity, you've been given a hand, because they believe that affirmative action benefits us more than it benefits them, which is a falsehood, because actually affirmative action benefits the white woman the most. She is the greatest beneficiary, and by proxy the white man is. The next greatest beneficiary is the Asian woman, and by proxy the Asian man. And that's how they continue to stay on top. So you're not going to get, black men are not going to get the sympathy. They're only making themselves look bad. And the fact that black women, and the fact that black, that's okay, and the fact that black women are excelling, it makes them look even worse. There's no excuse for you. If you call us the lowest of the low, if you're calling black women the lowest of the low, obviously, if the lowest of the low can attain, there's something wrong with you. Not something wrong with the system.
Boom.
There's something wrong with you.
Excellent. Exactly that. Exactly that.
Hey, Tor.
She knows that's definite child support.
Pause.
And look,
pause.
this is not.
I just want to bring some up.
No.
Camo, hold up. I want to bring some up real quick. I just want to piggyback off of what the other sis was saying. Was that the truth talking? Previously?
Gemini.
Gemini? No, that's cool. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see the names and things in that nature. But this is what it is. I mean, like you had the same amount of white people complaining. You had the same amount of black people complaining, right? But due to our population disparities, the percentage levels get manipulated. So, I mean, like, let's say like you got like 10,000 white people complaining and 10,000 black people complaining. According to the white population, that's like what, 0.00001%, whereas like in the black population, it's more like hypothetically 2 or 3%. So, I mean, this is how statistics get manipulated in order to, suit certain talking points and arguments and things. And as a matter of fact, there's been a whole book written called How to Lie with Statistics, which is, why, I don't really trust the stats that much. I mean, because like people who want to manipulate how you think, like they always bring up stats.
Let me give a point of correction, just real quick. It's not the stats that's manipulated. It's the people that are trying to interpret the stats, because they don't know how the data was collected. They don't know anything about statistics.
Yeah, like they don't know the sample. They don't know the
exactly.
Data,
they don't know the sample size. They don't know the demographic that was sampled. They don't know how the study was conducted. They don't know if it's peer reviewed. And so what they do is they cherry pick these statistics that benefit them in the moment that they're trying to make a point. And then when you go to analyze it, if you know what you're looking for, then you're able to counter everything that they're saying, because it's not based, just like that child care thing that they try to say black fathers are the most involved. That was a self-reported study. Anybody knows you can't, that's not even reliable. That means that I can say whatever I want to say. I can say that I made $199,000 and I've been all over the world 6 times on a survey. But that doesn't. But
they also not reading the statistic correctly, because what it is saying is that when black fathers are involved, they are more involved with their children than white men. When it's not all, it's when they are involved. So they took it as all black fathers, all black men with children, and that's not what it's saying. It's saying the black men who is involved with their children are more involved, have a higher percentage of involvement with their children than white men. It's not all. So they don't read statistics well, like at all.
They don't take the population disparity into consideration. I mean, like you see how, I mean, like, so we're a super minority now. I mean, 10,000 black fathers being involved versus 10,000 white fathers being involved. I mean, it's going to be
It's kind of
it's
like
going to
them also
calculate to
saying that
it's going to
majority
calculate
of black
to
men live in the is in the middle class. No, what it's saying is that majority of black men live in the middle class, meaning that they could be living anywhere. They can be living with their baby mamas, they can be living in their mama house or anything, but they took it as it's saying all like the majority of black men is middle class. No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying majority of black men live in the middle class. They're not saying how they live in the middle class. They're just saying majority of black men. So the manosphere ran with it and was like, well, it's saying that majority of black men is middle class. No, it's saying that the majority of black men live in middle class, meaning that they live there. Who knows how the fuck they got there, but they live there.
Well, one thing about the middle class is if you look at the numbers, the middle class goes from 43,000 to 135,000, I think, which is, that's an astronomical gap between the two. And so 43,000 is not a lot of money, especially depending on where you living geographically. Right. So
but
it's not a flex.
It's also no shade to black men, because black people in general, if we could live well, whether you black woman, black man, or whatever, that would be great. But stop pretending, because that's not true. We know many of us live in poverty. A lot of us do, and it's a bad situation. The majority, the number one unemployed is black men. So by you trying to fake these numbers and all this other stuff, it's not helping you, but just so that you can show face. It's a bad thing for you to do that, because you're giving a false narrative, meaning that the help that you're really asking for, like this man right here begging this blue-haired man to sympathize with him, at the same time he's somewhere else is talking about how great black men is doing.
Exactly. Contradicting. They're contradicting depending on what the subject is and who the subject matter is about and who they're talking to. Like, you can't have it both ways. And this is why they don't get respect. Like, you cannot, nobody's respecting you for shifting the blame on a woman. You can't say that you're a leader and then defer responsibility on the woman. Like, what kind of leadership is that? And then if it's weak to me for you to always keep saying that black women are keeping you away from your child, when I know a white man that went homeless trying to get custody of his kids. So it's, you can't keep saying they won't let me see my child. They won't let me see my child. And when you ask him, have you gone to court? Oh no, I haven't gone to court. Or they say they've gone to court for child support. Well, that's two separate issues.
Like this picture right here of him with all this bullshit on, this middle of the mall jewelry and them ugly ass glasses and that big ass dumb hat and that ugly ass fucking beard. You got bodied by a white man and a guy with blue fucking hair. Trying to sympathize with him about how bad your life is, but you sitting up here trying to perpetrate like you some rich rapper. Nigga, get the fuck on. Like roll the tape. Go ahead, DJ Torch, because I can't.
Can I say something real quick? I get annoyed because I feel like, yes, we understand that black men have their issues. Yes, we understand black women, we have our issues. But I feel like prior to the social media, as far as black women is concerned, we had these conversations about black men like in kitchen table talk, right? Amongst our girlfriends, our family members. You know, we've kept it confined, right? I really have not seen like an outpour of like black women complaining about black men online like I've seen with these black men. And one of the reasons why I don't like engaging them in these conversations is because I feel like I have to defend black women, and in me defending black women, I'm pointing out the inadequacies of black men. And it's like and it's something that I have tried not to do on a public platform because I don't want to tarnish their image, but it's almost like they don't leave me a choice. They don't leave us a choice but to sit up there and point out their inadequacies. And it's not something that I wanted to do or engage in, but there are a lot of issues that black men have amongst themselves. I don't want to point out, the incarcerations and the literacy rates and all those other things that they have to face. But if you keep coming for black women, you're going to put me in a position where I am going to have to point out the inadequacies of black men. And that's something I never wanted to do.
this like the girl copper in the chat said that angry man looked like he hiding from someone, and he do that nigga look like he in witness protection. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, is this what he really look like every day? Is this his real face, or is he got on something because he don't want to show? Like, he knew when he came here that he had to hide his whole motherfucking identity by saying that bullshit that he's saying. God damn it, that shit is sad. You put on a whole costume because you knew you was about to get up here and say some dumb shit.
Well, remember my hip hop theory that I feel that hip hop has been damaging the Black community. Notice how he's trying to dress up like some sort of a hip hop star. So he's really just reinforcing my theory as well, which is I can't think of anything that hip hop has done to build the Black community at all.
Absolutely
That's because
nothing.
they like that look. That's because that's how a lot that look is appealing to them. Like they aspire to be the men that look like that. Like that's the hip hop culture they aspire to.
But then
I don't.
then they cry
That
about
hip hop ain't my hip hop. My hip hop was
lot of
Tribe
them
Called
do.
Quest and them. Like, I don't know these niggas right here.
A
Like,
lot
that's
of them
not my hip
aspire to
hop.
that hip hop culture and
But
to
then they cry
imitate
about
it.
being targeted. They cry about being racially profiled. They look like that, but then they cry about being racially profiled.
Right.
Like,
Camo, most of the men in DC look like that. You know it's true.
Oh God, I'm glad I don't be there that much no more because I would rather die.
Hey, DJ Torch, before you continue, can I bring some up real quick? Just real quick, just one time. I mean, you remember when Brothers was trying to bring up something positive? You remember the Black Ivy style era? That Brothers got together and tried to,
My
teach
hip
brothers how to
hop was
dress
proud to be Black hip
positively.
hop
Wait,
when jewelry was medallions and
No.
shit like that.
Camo, I'm not talking about that. Like, no, Torch, just a quick question. You remember the Black Ivy style that Brothers tried to do?
No, I don't.
I mean, like, there's a whole book written about it. I mean, I'm gonna send you the link to it in the back chat.
Okay.
What is Black Ivy style?
I mean, these were like brothers. I mean, like, well, okay. Let me give you the backstory. Hip
You
hop.
mean like the Zulu Nation?
No, not that. No, you have to understand, like, jazz is the mother of hip hop, right? So, and then like the jazz cats was trying to, I mean, they was playing crazy music according to that time period, but they tried to keep it in the positive image and things. As a matter of fact, like a lot of the first hip hop artists were jazz musicians and jazz practitioners, and then it devolved because parasites and criminals co-opted the art form like that didn't care about music and things of that nature, and they just they basically just corrupted the whole thing. But Black Ivy was like the brothers' attempt at teaching brothers how to dress, how to be classy with their style and things of that nature.
What city did they start in?
I mean, it was up in the Northeast. You had Miles Davis, Lee Morgan, Coltrane, all those guys. I mean,
Is that like the
a different generation?
That's
it was
like
a different
the
generation, but it was a step in the right direction. I mean,
like the Harlem Renaissance era?
No, like this was after that. Black Ivy was like what, the mid 50s to like the early 60s. Like they was teaching guys about which shoes goes with which attire. I mean, that way you don't look like a fucking idiot when you
I'm
dress up
sorry,
for an
breaking
occasion.
news. I just wanted to ask Southern, what do you mean I don't like black women? All right, sorry, I just had to make that vocal. My bad.
Marquis, calm down.
What did you say?
Hang on, man. Let me get this link for y'all, man. Great book. Damn it. I don't know if you can. I don't know. I'm gonna find this link for y'all. I'll be right back.
I'm just trying to figure out when women was having babies to leave the house to get on welfare.
something that everybody talks about in polite society, but it's something that goes on a regular basis. I know this for a fact. I've had these experiences. Numerous men that I know have had these experiences. When I talked about this the other night on my show, there was a guy, Adam, that was telling me that, well, that's not true. I don't believe that. And then I literally had a black woman come on my show and say, yes, her family has even told her to do that because she doesn't. She's in her 20s. She doesn't have any children. And at one point,
he's using other people's observation and no facts whatsoever.
I just noticed that the white man already checked out.
Her family was basically scolding her. You need to go out here and find a guy that you don't really like that, get pregnant by him so that you can get all of the benefits that we get. They do this. I know it sounds crazy, but they do this. This is one of the things that the men in my culture have been constantly complaining about, and it's being treated like we're delusional.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
you are. Exactly, you are delusional.
Yeah,
I don't know no black men that complain about that.
No,
that's the first time I've heard of it.
Yeah, me too. And I'm older than he is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the smart guys out here, look, if you look at black guys out here, the smart guys, they're not out here getting a bunch of women pregnant. They're not.
Well, how are they getting pregnant?
Because there's literally 3 guys in Tennessee right now that have a total of 86 children by 34 different women. There are guys out here that have 10 children by 5 different.
Now he's making up shit. I mean, obviously that happened, but that happens with everybody.
He's talking about the 80-20 rule, meaning that like if you have a group of men in a room, like 20% and women, only 20% of those men is going to get the women, and the 80% is not. That's what he's talking about.
Well, another thing that they like to lie about is to say that I think it's 50-something% of black men don't have children. Is that the little statistic they like to throw around?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so even just a quick Google search shows that 61% of males 15 and above have at least one child. So how can black men have only 50% if the whole of black men in the whole of men in the United States is 61%? There's no way.
Exactly.
And I'll give you that there are probably the same guys having a lot of children, because those are probably the ones that circulate in and out of prison. And so they're humping any and everything when they get out. So, I mean, perhaps that's a correlation.
But see, the thing is let's say he was even right. Well, aren't you supposed to be, telling these dudes not to do that? Right? I mean, it's still a black man's problem, right?
No, they like to defer to Pookie and Ray Ray as if they're not Pookies and Ray Rays. And that irritates the mess out of me too. Black women don't have anyone to defer to. It's always all black women or just most black women. But for them, they defer to Pookie and Ray Ray. Although Pookie and Ray Ray is a mindset. Pookie and Ray Ray can be in the boardroom. Pookie and Ray Ray can be on the Congress floor. Pookie and Ray Ray can be anywhere. He could be in the operating room doing surgery. It's a mindset. It's not a social.
Pookie and Ray Ray is that lawyer chef just now talking about black women, dark skinned women. Isn't that nigga's a Pookie and Ray Ray?
Exactly.
Women, there are guys out here, like when you go look at the CDC stats, when it comes to the deadbeat dads, that actually represents a small percentage of the black male population. It's about 8%, right? So what's happening is you have a number of women that are basically.
Let's look that up. Let's look that up.
8%.
He said 8%. CDC.
While you're looking at that, like you would think that it would be in their best interest to try to improve their image, because it's obvious that this guy has a certain view about them. And I think that helped. That's part of the reason why he's just really impatient with him and is annoyed. So instead of complaining about your woman, Wouldn't you be more concerned with with improving your image to the world and to other groups of people? They don't even care about that.
Wouldn't he be like to be honest with you, it's also the reason why he wore this whole motherfucking costume with them glasses on and shit. The same way you all like the majority of the time when you saw Andrew Tate, he had them fucking glasses on because he was a goddamn liar.
Yeah.
I don't like them glasses and all that other shit. Like your whole ensemble says that you is full of shit and that we don't even know who the fuck you are. The hell, like that shit is bad. This is what you presented to the world. Why this man is bodying you with blue hair and a Walmart t-shirt.
Okay, I can't really find anything definitive or clean, let's put it that way. So I'm gonna just keep going.
Basically having children with multiple guys, but it's a very small percentage of the male population.
He can't find none of that shit that he's saying.
It's not all of us. So what's happening is you end up with these guys out here, and I can't name how many times I've heard this, and it's crazy. I didn't even know it was a reality.
Notice, remember now, keywords are heard and thought, and somebody told me, but none of it's fact.
It reminds me of 45. That reminds me of 45. Every time he opened his mouth, somebody told me. These people told me. Somebody said to me. People tell me.
Exactly.
One woman, right? So you have these guys out here that'll be like, yeah, you know, my dad had 19 kids.
Why? Okay, then if women are choosing, if Black women are choosing to get pregnant for the welfare and all that shit and child support, none of these women are getting child support then. If there's one guy knocking up like 30 fucking women, right? So why would they even do this? Why would they make these choices?
I'm mad that he keep calling
the way that system is structured, right? Even if you can't extract child support out of the guy, right? There are still numerous programs that you can get. I know a woman that had, I think she has like 10 children.
Why do you know this?
Habitat for Humanity why do you know gave her a house. That?
Yeah, but do you think that's the norm? But that's not the norm, right?
Thank you.
It's not.
Look at his face, dummy.
That people are getting free houses for having kids in Black communities? No, I don't think so.
That's not the norm. Okay.
What the fuck? He just found out that the white dude is not stupid. That's what he found out. Because he's like, no, he doesn't believe you, bro. He doesn't believe you.
Because he's making this a Black thing. In reality, poverty is a nationwide thing. Habitat for Humanity probably build 4 houses every year for poverty people. Like globally, meaning that somebody Spanish, somebody Black, somebody Chinese, somebody white is going to get a house.
They're so accustomed to talking in an echo chamber and having the amen section behind them that they don't even realize how ignorant they sound. And so when somebody who's a white man that they listen to says it back to them, they can't even consume it. It's just like, but I've been telling this lie for so long. You don't believe me? I thought I was convincing.
Right.
But I know it sounds crazy. I know it do, because and people try to make it seem like we delusional, nigga, because you are delusional. I know it sounds crazy.
How many, if we, and I'm not trying to like, I need like 52.8%. I don't need like an exact stat, but like, how many women do you think in the Black community that get pregnant? How many of them, like what, like roughly, what percentage of them are just like looking for a welfare check? Like, just so I can get an idea of like where you think the scale is.
I could tell you how many are pregnant out of wedlock, which I think is a little above 70-some%. But so far as their motive, that would be a little harder to pin down. Because I'm not saying that all of them. What I'm saying is that is a cultural trend. And the reason why it's a trend is because you have women that will school their daughters to do that.
You know how stupid that is? Because
it's the
woman still has to go to work. She still has to go to work, because even if she was getting government money, it's not going to be enough. So
Angryman, you can't get people. Hold on.
No, we're not done.
He's saying that you done talking about him. No, we not, because you're fucking dumb. and stupid. Like, we're gonna keep talking about you because this is ridiculous.
With all due respect, if you don't mind, we still got more holes to punch.
Oh, wow. So this is why you can't give people who have not studied statistics, you cannot give them statistics because they will weaponize it and they will prey on the people who are ignorant or too lazy to do the research themselves or uneducated, and they can paint a narrative that fits the propaganda and the rhetoric that they spit out on their channel. This is why you cannot give them statistics when they are not educated in how statistics work.
Right. Let me make a clear point real quick before we continue. Angry Man, if you are there, if you are the real Angry Man, because, you know, might be one of my supporters. We personally have nothing against you. Your theory is what we're looking at. Just like I went through Kevin Samuel's theory and punch holes in that too. And obviously we were even going over, what was his name? We went over Passport Bros and what's his name? The dude who the guy from
the abortion king. The abortion king.
So I guess what I'm saying is you're just a teaching point. That's all you are. So nothing personal. We wish you the best and an excellent and a happy Martin Luther King. And let's go, guys.
Well, I don't know about all of that because he had a lot of inaccuracies in his video. So I don't wish him the best.
He's an
inaccuracy.
Not a happy Martin Luther King.
I should say I can't speak for anybody. Yeah, you can have an okay Martin Luther King. You know, we'll work with you. We'll work with you. Okay. So
MLK is rolling over in his grave.
He would be actually.
He been rolling over. I think that he stopped rolling now because this ignorant shit that been going on since the day after he died. So like he stopped rolling. He chilling. Like I think that he just accepted what the fuck it is at this point.
Yeah.
I wanted to get back to his 70%. He said 70% are out of wedlock. Yet there is no responsibility taken for the black men. And they keep deferring to this small percentage of men. And everybody on planet Earth knows that cannot possibly be true. Black men are the same across the whole world. So please be.
Where the fuck is Austin Holloman's father? That's what the fuck I want to know.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Okay, here we go.
I guess I'm just curious because I'm sure it's happened. I'm not going to tell you it's never happened, but I'm just curious, where you think, do you think this is 2% of the community, which would be pretty fucked up? Or do you think it's 50% of the community that's super fucked up? I'm just curious what you think the number is, and then I'll do research on it later. I'll try to look it up, I guess.
I've literally never thought about because what
the thing is this, Angry Man. You said in here you literally never thought about it, but you would think that you would have thought about it if you kept preaching it over and over again. Does that make sense, folks? Like, if I'm going to tell somebody something, I might want to look it up.
And that's the thing. See, how he can manipulate. For you to say 70% of black women get pregnant out of wedlock, that is very different. That's a very different statement than saying, of the amount of black women that get pregnant, 70% of those women are pregnant out of wedlock. That's different from saying 70% of black women are pregnant out of wedlock.
Exactly.
And that's that's the manipulation that they do. Now you're making it seem like over 2/3 of black women are having babies out of wedlock. You got to talk about the percentage that have children. And that's what I'm saying. They paint these narratives and they weaponize these statistics and they manipulate them. It's not right.
This is exactly why I don't trust niggas wearing fitted hats and beards.
Hey, wait a minute.
The bottom line of this is I think that the red pill system would work a lot better if they focused on educating the men instead of scolding the women.
They commiserate and jerk one another off every day. I mean, I believe this is a sexual gratification for them. I honestly believe that.
Yeah.
It's just a place where they can go and outside of the real world where they can get out of their failures. That's all. just like Chester making $15 an hour and dating crackheads and living in apartments in shady areas that like for a few minutes out the day he can go to the manosphere and feel like he's somebody. It's the same thing.
Right.
I mean, it's a mental illness because real men, I'm talking about real men of a certain caliber, are not sitting around on the internet trolling women and antagonizing women. They're not antagonizing women in their everyday lives unless there's something wrong with them.
They don't
But
even
the
want to
fact
hear about
that
this.
he did this interview seriously, like in real life, as a black man, is crazy because I would have been embarrassed to have this conversation, and
But he
especially
believes
in the
what
way that he did.
he believes what he's peddling. Like real, like you were saying, to be piggyback off the truth. Real black men that I talk to, they don't even want to hear about this. They're like, I don't want. They don't even want
No,
to
no,
hear
no,
it.
no, no, no. So
Right.
y'all looking at it the wrong way, right? I mean, they don't care. I mean, those guys, they see it as a way to get more exposure to their content. Basically, I mean, they're trying to pull in more suckers that's gonna suck in. But to go to like the percentage situation, y'all bring it up. I mean, this is what they won't bring up. I mean, 60% of black women is equivalent to the same amount of people as like what 10 to 15% of white women. So like you see how statistics gets manipulated in that way, and it just depends on what numbers you choose to broadcast and things of that nature, depending on what narrative you want to push, regardless of like how the sample was collected or the distribution of population and things of that nature. Like they don't realize that the
Because
numbers.
they're not used to people pushing back at him. His audience is not going to push back. They're not going to challenge him.
Angry man, can you
That
confirm?
percentage of black women ain't like it's not that many black women that's actually having children.
Right,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. Like this.
Wait, hold on, you guys. You guys, hold on 1 second. Angry man, can you confirm whether you're Latino or not?
No. That's a troll torch, obviously.
Okay.
The real anger man, no, he don't want this smoke anyway.
They don't go in areas that in certain areas that is outside of their circle jerk.
Right.
Yeah, like that
no,
big
like they're,
big
they're,
truck.
they're playing
Was
the
that his
Kevin
name? Big
Samuels
truck
game,
guy.
basically. They're playing the Kevin Samuels game. I mean, like they're just going to people with big numbers as far as like followers and subscriptions, and they're just fishing for suckers. Okay.
Well, if you compare the amount of viewers to Destiny compared to the amount of Angry Man, it don't even compare at all. So like I guess they get the scraps that they
Yeah.
get like chitlins.
Yeah, now you see where I'm coming from now. I mean, like I came from the political sector of YouTube. I mean, that's how I found out about the manosphere stuff and how they was co-opting and parasiting labels that had their origins in political YouTube and things of that nature, like the red pill. I mean, the original red pill was political in origin. It wasn't about men and women. It was about corruption in government and things of that nature.
They don't have the range to have that conversation. That's why they stay right where they are, centered around black women, centered around old issues that aren't
No,
even factual.
it's not just black men, black women. I mean, white people have those issues too.
No.
But
I'm talking about the angry men, the red pill, those guys. They don't have the range to have the political
I
conversation.
mean, like, yeah,
So
I get what you're saying and
JP,
all that. No, I get what y'all saying. I mean,
Can I ask you a question? Well, you and DJ Torch a
go
question.
for
I
it.
think you guys are the only guys up here. I think. So because I know you two just started kind of talking about the reason why they started this. As a black man, what do you think their motive is, or the reason why they have started to go down this path of like trying to paint black women out to be like the evil woman of the world? Why do you think is the motivation behind that?
Lazy hustling. 2 words. Lazy hustling. I mean,
yeah,
these are guys that don't want to produce anything real. These are guys that don't want to produce anything of real value. I mean, back in the old days of YouTube, these guys didn't exist. I mean, as soon as YouTube got monetized, all these motherfuckers started popping up. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? I come from like the old red pill that existed before YouTube got monetized. It was just guys that was concerned about, getting the truth out and, telling the truth about everything. I mean, and it was people of all races in all countries, sharing that message. I mean, a lot
What
of people
exactly
lost their
was the old
lives.
message? What differs from the new message and the old message?
I don't know. I mean, the old Matrix is still in charge right now. This new Matrix ideology. I mean, this is
No.
some
I mean,
that
no. I'm asking what message. What was the difference between the message of the old
I
red
mean,
pill
like
versus?
the old red pill. There was no women problems. I mean, you had women that was red pill back then and things of that nature. Several of them, but in the days of censorship and all that, like a lot of them got shut down, like Polly, few other women, Kristen G. I mean, Kristen W. I'm sorry. She was a Chinese lady. I mean, she was talking. She was a red pillar back then, but she got shut down now. I mean,
Even Cynthia G, like back
no.
at
I
some
didn't say
point.
Cynthia G. I didn't say
No, not Cynthia G, but not what you said. But Cynthia G was not always. Cynthia G was a
No, I'm saying
pro-black
like
person long
back in
before
those
she was
days.
the Cynthia G
No,
now.
back in those days, Cynthia was
She
militant and
was.
pro-black. I remember those days. She
Yeah,
was Sin G. I mean, she
she was
had that.
against interracial dating and everything.
Yeah, like I remember those days of Sin G too. I mean, she was militant. I thought she was foolish for
So
Even
be
joining
quiet.
that argument
Nyla
back
too. Like a
then.
lot of those manosphere people was over there with Nyla and Taz and all that.
Oh,
Like Nyla was also they talk about all the time when they was mammies.
To be
oh,
quite honest, a lot of stuff that
tax
these content
abusers.
creators are putting out is just a shift to gain
Why
more
do y'all keep
subscribers.
saying that about him? Like what makes y'all keep saying that? Like I don't see like nothing that he's doing wrong, and this is a married man. And y'all, and like for
No.
black men to keep saying this stuff about this man who actually is married to a black woman, it's like real crazy to me.
Oh no, man. Virtue signaling 101. I mean, those guys, like, they did virtue signaling before virtue signaling became virtue signaling, basically. I mean, task abusers. I mean, you disagree with him, what does he do? He doesn't have a civil conversation. He doesn't try to, you know, have a like polite discussion about ideas and things of that nature. I mean, he used to do what that big trucker that guy did on Peso String, yell and holler and filibuster and all that foolishness. I mean,
A
trying to,
lot of the content is just about money, about where they can
yes,
get money and followers. I mean, just that it is just what it is.
but like,
I don't see,
those
but
guys,
the thing is, like, when people say that, because I done seen Nyla and Taz lose channel after channel, year after year. It's not like they're making some whole lot of money. For all the years they've been on here, their subscriber base and the money that they make is very small.
Yeah, I agree.
right, man. I mean, that's what we get with the
I mean, it's
monetization. I
small, but
mean,
it must be sufficient because they keep doing that. I mean,
So do you guys think they'll ever demonetize YouTube?
I
no,
do.
they won't because YouTube takes a large percentage of that money that these guys generate.
I
So,
do.
Mm.
I believe
based
that because
on
they want people accustomed to that, and when people get accustomed to things, and they're supplementing people's incomes, and at some point they're either going to go with, because I think right now it's not reported to the IRS, is it?
The only thing that'll help YouTube is that they're trying to supplant the television market. That's the only thing that'll help YouTube.
The thing about you, first of all, YouTube is growing, meaning that YouTube took a lot of stuff that other web, like YouTube is a lot of things in one. Whereas that Instagram and all, like Facebook and all that, is becoming on YouTube, where you don't really like Facebook and all that stuff. It's not, and Instagram and all, it's not getting the attention that and making the money that YouTube is now. So they're not going to demonetize because they move forward into what they is now. So why would they go backwards? They're not going to do that. Like, actually, like, people make more money on YouTube shorts than they do making TikToks, which means YouTube make more money.
I think anytime there's a competition or a competitive market, there's probability of some loss somewhere. So
because you got to think, if they demonetize, people just going to go to another platform.
Right. I mean, you
so
see it on
YouTube is the
now.
big one, is the boss right now. Like, YouTube is like the boss of everybody. Like, it's kind of like you got everybody else, and then YouTube is the big one.
Well, Camo, think about this. I mean,
TikTok has
YouTube needs to be taken to Congress.
Be in its infancy, TikTok has gained a lot of notoriety over YouTube to be in its
It
infancy.
gets a lot of notoriety, but TikTok pays more. I mean, like, YouTube pays more. Like, basically, like,
right
the amount of money that TikTok takes from TikTokers is more than what YouTube do. But that's why you see
YouTube,
that
you're comparing
that's
YouTube that's been out since 20 2000 something, but TikTok has only been out for 2 or 3 years.
Yes, that's why they created YouTube Shorts. So basically, what TikTok is, YouTube Shorts took over, meaning that people make more money off of YouTube Shorts than they do TikTok.
But what I'm saying is, you can't comparing the two. Is go ahead, DJ Trish.
Let's get back on track.
Where would you get a census for that?
But the issue is that, I guess the issue is that you're content to blame, or it feels like it. I mean, I'm going to bad rating, you're correct me, but it feels like you're content to blame the majority of the Black community's problems on Black women, but then you're relying on a lot of, like, I know a woman that told me this, I've got a friend that's done that, like, and it's like, okay, but how do you know that this is representative
exactly
of the Black community as a whole? Or how do you know that, like, in different towns or cities, like, this is how it works everywhere? Like, it seems like numbers or census data on that would be pretty important.
The reason why I know it is because every single time there's an issue with Section 8. Right now, recently, they just had
no facts.
Issue with Section 8 where a lot of the landlords in Atlanta have stopped taking Section 8. So guess what? Black women are all across social media crying about it.
Okay, but what does that have to do with his question? Oh my God! What?
But at the same time, there's more white women on Section 8 than it is Black women.
Okay.
So white women also is all over social media crying about it as well.
Exactly.
Another question as well.
Fuck, nigga.
All the ladies
the
out
fuck
there,
is he talking about?
how many Section 8 for ladies groups do you see on YouTube? Exactly.
Do they have any?
Exactly.
And but the crazy part is he's talking about a small subset of things that are happening because of the economy, because of inflation. It's not that there's a problem with Black people on Section 8. It's a problem all over with the economy. Not only Section 8, it's rentals and people being rent hikes over $300 more than what they were paying before. So it's an economy thing. It has nothing to do with just Section 8 and Black women.
And the problem with Black people is that they equate the poverty community, such as the Section 8, the community that the governments own, as their own community, and it's not your community. It's that community is for people who is impoverished, and it's not just you. There's whole Mexican communities that is in Section 8. There's whole white communities. There's whole Asian communities, and there is also Black people as well. But for some reason, Black people think that they own the impoverished community, and stupid Angryman, that is not a black community or a black
No,
woman community.
not at all. Because where I am, I mean, the people, it's a majority Caucasian people that are the ones that are low income where I am. But the thing that bothers me about a lot of these men is that they're advocating for these programs to be removed when these programs are helping children, and it's like they cannot sympathize, like I said, or empathize with anyone outside of the male perspective. Like they cannot empathize with children, and they don't understand or they do understand, they just don't care that these programs are here to benefit children, to put food in the mouths of children, to have children be able to go to childcare, provide a roof over children's heads. So even if you hate the woman that you had children with or the woman in your community, do you not care about the children? You're railing against these same programs that you your black ass benefited from when you were a child. That probably was a stepping stone for you to get to where you are in life.
They want
that's
America
ridiculous.
to be a third world country like Brazil or something, where there's the rich and then there's the mega poor. And that's why they go to those countries to exploit them.
Exploit the women. They want this idea that winter is coming and all this other stuff that they like to say to black women. It's the same ideology they have when they go overseas. They want black women so impoverished that they will accept any and everything. And they're really angry that we won't. They're angry that we're succeeding regardless. And it doesn't make sense because we have always persevered. And it pisses me off because they act as though we weren't right beside them picking cotton, getting our butt whooped with children on our back. Please stop.
Well, they're upset because for a very long time, black women sympathized with them because of oppression. And when black women said, black men said that they can't do it, let me try, let me go to school. And then black women went to school. Black women got into jobs, whether it was the government or whatever. Then black women started getting into corporate America. So it basically makes them look like shit because it's like, oh well, you said you made us think all these years that by us being black that we don't have opportunities, but black women was able to. It's not that we overcame, but we're able to push through oppression.
That's why
you're not doing that.
Exactly. And what's so crazy is black women drug them right along with us. Like we did not leave them behind, like the narrative that they love to preach. We drug their behinds right along with us. How many black women kept no good men that couldn't hold a job? They still work 2 jobs and mule for these black men that have them in the home. It's still black women that have men in the home that aren't doing anything.
They're still doing it now because black men still fight. It's still stubborn, not wanting to go to school, and still they it's almost like a lot of black not all, because there's many black men that educated themselves or got their own businesses or whatever they did, but there's also many that in their mind they're oppressed by their own mind. It's like it's in their head that, oh, the system is against us, so we can't. So why even try?
They have a self-defeated attitude, and there's nothing that you can do with that because it comes from within. Nobody can save you from yourself. We can't even save ourselves from ourselves. It's up to you as an individual to do what you need to do to advance. And when you have people like Angryman, you and other content creators that are like him, they're giving these men permission to stay right where they are. They're giving these men permission to be angry at someone who doesn't have anything to do with their circumstances. So they're giving them permission to stay stuck right where they are and place blame where it is none.
I just don't understand how they don't care for their own kids. Like, you don't even care for the kids in your community.
If you look all over YouTube, any issue, especially a criminal matter that goes on with black men, if you look at a news report or Offset situation with Tory Lanez, and if you look in the comment section, it's all kinds of excuses. It's the system, it's the Illuminati, it's the cats, it's the unicorns, it's the everything that's but them. And it's not just black men that's doing it. It's also black women that is coddling them, saying that, oh, you know, oh, he killed all his kids and his wife, and this because of the system and the black man down, and this is that. It's all over everything. Whereas that they talk about accountability so much, but they don't hold themselves accountable at all, like none.
And then that's another thing that really irritates me is single mothers don't have any accountability. Excuse me, how can a single mother not have accountability when she's the one that's caring for the child by herself? Like, that's accountability all in and of itself. Like, you can't get more accountable than caring for your child alone. What other accountability should she have? I'm confused.
They're obsessed with single moms. They really are. Like, this whole obsession with single mothers, it's weird to me because I've never seen like a group of men that did not want to accept accountability for their own actions. Like, that's the first part of being like a leader in a family, a leader in a community, is to accept responsibility for your decisions and your actions instead of putting all the blame on the people that you expect to follow you.
The thing
It's
about
just
it is,
sad.
it's a psychological cycle. Like, they cannot place the blame on the man because it's almost like looking in a mirror. They can't blame their fathers because they're
Yes.
still seeking the approval of the father. So, and then they look at themselves because then they have become the same father. And so that disables them from accepting any accountability. So the only person to defer to is what you feel is the weaker person, which is the woman. So they'll never blame themselves because they won't blame their fathers because they can't blame themselves.
I believe that they do all this to take away attention from them from not being the leaders that they supposed to be. So
But
that obsession with single mothers,
it's having the opposite effect though.
it is. I mean, we know that, but for some reason they haven't seen it yet. That's why he was comfortable enough to go on this blue-head white man show and say this dumb shit. So like I believe that they're so deep in their shame and disappointment and low self-esteem that they're willing to do anything, whether it's try to marry a white woman to get in to nest in a white man community, or to and this is the last one, is to when that didn't work, blaming white men for oppression and is why they failing. And I think this is the last straw, like their last push is to like say, well, black women ruined us, because the actual name of this actual interview right here is called Black Women Ruined Everything. That's the name of it.
That's crazy.
Girl, I cannot. I just think that it's crazy. Like
It's something wrong with them. It's really something wrong. I mean, the mentally challenged ones that are in this chat, like, I really think that they remind me of special needs children, because only special needs children behave that way. And that's why I think it was May earlier, she was talking about how she wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these men were like at some point in life were diagnosed with some like cognitive disability or something. I wouldn't be surprised either. Like, I think a lot of them are developmentally delayed, and that's why I hesitate sometimes going in on them, because it's almost like, going in or making fun of a mentally retarded person, and understanding that there's some sort of intellectual deficiency there, and I don't want to.
No, ma'am.
I don't know. I just don't want to do that, because I feel like a lot of them are intellectually disabled, and so I and so
like
because
Chester with this dumbass comment like that you just missed, talking about some woman king, which the woman king has nothing to do with African American women. You stupid fucking security guard. Like, that's the problem, and that's why you sit somewhere with your fucking ugly ass with mace and a fucking stick on your waist, telling people which way to go.
And most of the time, like, I don't know if you,
with your loser life and your meth fucking head white girlfriend. That's exactly who you're talking about.
I don't know how often you guys have actually been around like mentally retarded people, but sometimes you just got to ignore their behavior, because You know, if you don't, it
totally
just gets worse.
different. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I
totally
found that
different.
like mentally retarded people actually have more sense than a lot of
They
these men.
do.
They have
There's
like
a
they have a
innocence.
reason for not understanding certain logics,
Exactly.
and they don't have to worry about no fucking gender war or anything like that.
It's an
They
innocence.
literally
They don't
they
even
literally have
comprehend
other
this type
senses
of
that
stuff.
that is empowered. Whereas that people like Chester, who has all of their senses and all of their and all everything for them, and still chose to be a failure at 40.
I know, but think about it. How often do you meet 41-year-old men that engage in these same types of behaviors? And that's why I always say, you know, there is
Never
some
in my
sort of developmental delay going on with them.
It's something in the sequencing of the sequencing of the genes in the Y chromosome in the black man. It just is, and I know people got mad at me, but I don't care. If you can't say that it's not when it's all around the world.
I just know one thing that I do know to be sure is that that we do know that that it is scientifically proven is that black men have more estrogen than any other group of men. I think that plays something a part of it because they definitely act like it. Just like this fake person that's pretending like that he's Angryman saying somebody's obese when majority of them can't even make it to 50 because they have heart disease and diabetes and all this other shit, like their father Kevin Samuels. So like, and it's the estrogen in them that pushes through that makes them want to transition into women so that they can rest into their femininity. That's what I think.
Okay, let me play a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to hand this over to Marquis.
Well, but what does that show? I mean, like, if you genuinely need the assistance, of course you're going to cry about it, right?
Go ahead and drill them white men.
It's some that genuinely need the assistance, but it's a lot that continue to live on it. These are people that live on the system the majority of their life. They're not using it in the sense that they're supposed to use it for, where, oh, I'm down bad, I have some issues, let me use this so that I can get on my feet.
And
they're not doing that. What they're doing.
Angryman is on the system himself. I mean, he's on YouTube begging for donations and telling people to donate. He's a welfare baby too. It's just a whole different type of welfare.
All right.
I mean, clearly any grown man that waited till he was this old with no talent, with this bullshit that he got on, that decided that this is how he was going to maintain, not become wealthy, because he could never do that. He clearly has a mental health issue.
Yep.
Is they're looking and finding loopholes to continue to be on that system perpetually. That's the problem.
And all the black men are out there working, right? He forgot about that point.
Yes, they're all out there working hard, doing the manual labor that's so hard that black women don't understand.
Right.
They're building
somehow
everything.
Black women have a higher employment rate than black men. Interesting. But he didn't bring it up, did he?
It's because the black women took their jobs. And the white man just won't let them get employed. And we're standing against them with the white man. It's all our fault because we're siding with the white man to keep them from being employed.
Dang it. You know something? Angryman, I'm all for you, man. Fight for
even though them being unemployed means that the single mothers don't get child support. Even though that means that we would still rather be against
girl, you crazy. Let me tell you something. We ain't even got into that part because Destiny drug his ass all the way through. Wait until you get into the part where they start talking about child support and child custody and all that. You gonna really gag.
You have a kid.
We might like DJ Torch might have to do a part 2 tomorrow because this shit goes so deep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's going to be a part 2. Definitely. It's too good.
Damn,
it's getting too chewed up for me to leave this alone. You know I love a good roast. I love a roast.
Single mom, of course you will be, right? You're not going to try to get out of Section 8 housing or assistance for your child if you're a single mom and your kid turns 3 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't see that I don't see single moms looking for assistance from the government as a negative thing.
here's the thing. Hold on one second. I got my guy Patriarchy here. I'm gonna bring him up. I didn't just want to bring him up
He
and have
about
you
to
feel
bring
like
up
I'm
another nigga
ambushing
to
you.
debate this man.
Yeah, I guess about.
I really wanted to get a piece of the conversation.
What's going on,
Patriarchy.
man?
What's going on,
man? Let me ask you a question, right? Destiny, you said.
By the way, patriarchy, if it's who I think it is quite an idiot.
You can't blame, I guess, the failures on the black community on black women. Is that what you said?
Remember now, this is a big deal. I think people probably already caught it, but to hand off this situation to somebody else, right? You're getting beat.
Exactly.
You know, like
exactly. You lose. You automatically lose if you have to defer to somebody else. I mean, this man is on here by himself. So you've proven so many things by bringing on another person. You've proven you're inferior already, but now you're really inferior because it's taking two of you to go against a white man.
Right.
Can you refresh that for me?
Yeah, I don't think you can't like blame all the failures of the black community on black women. I don't think that's fair.
What about blaming the majority?
I don't think that's fair either, especially when it comes to child making, because it takes two to tango.
Correct, right?
Wait,
but the thing is, if you're telling me that in certain parts of the world, as you said, they outnumber men 3-1, why would you not then at least, I'm not saying blaming is going to do anything, but why would you not say that there's some responsibility for what it is that they're doing? Also,
because the question, wait, let me just answer that. Because the question is, why do they outnumber men 3-1? It's because a lot of the guys are getting locked up.
Okay, and I think that that is the man's fault as well, right?
Sure.
But in general, even outside of the men that are being locked up, there's 1 million more black.
George, what the hell?
He's got himself his tennis shoes, right? He can't have a very big place because you don't put your tennis shoes in plastic boxes like this. You know, if you have a real closet, right?
Damn, Torch. I didn't know there was people this stupid
don't record
that existed,
in front of them.
man.
You know, and the thing is that one pair of these shoes, if they're really real, and I'm going to give them the sign that, you know, the fact that it is, right? Well, it would pay for a better pair of headsets and maybe a better haircut and a little beard cut here too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I let mine go too, but you know, for somebody, these are at least $300 a piece, and I'm sure he'd be proud to tell me that. But
oh my God, man!
But he's I guarantee you not. He's living in like a one single room all by himself or something with his mama.
Black women than there are black men, right? In your earlier statements, you said that they were the backbone of the community. If you have a backbone of a community and the community is failing, then I think you have some ability to place responsibility on what you said that backbone was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they're not the backbone because women want to be the leaders of the black community. But that's essentially what's happened in a lot of these communities.
Tell that to the squad that women don't want to be the leaders of the black community. It looks, as you said before, they're doing better in school. They're certainly making all the steps to become those
they
leaders.
do because they have to, because black men have failed them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. See, that's
he ran into that punch. I mean,
pause, Torch.
Oh, it's pause.
This is why I said Destiny ain't shit. I mean, like these guys couldn't even refute that point. Really?
Right.
I mean, this dude. Really? I mean, you just gonna let Destiny slide with a dumbass?
That's because they don't have any concept of what terminology
but is it dumb though? That's the thing. Is it dumb?
No. Yes, it is dumb. I mean, like you hear what Destiny just said.
Is it dumb or does it hurt?
No. It was dumb as hell. I mean, like he said, black women got an education because black men failed them. As if black women don't have minds of their own.
Education.
No.
It was a backhanded diss to sisters.
No, it wasn't.
No, I don't think it was.
Yeah, I didn't take it that way either. What he's saying is black women didn't have, when he says black women is the backbone, they took it as backbone as in leader. No, they're the backbone as in what holds it together. Like you say somebody
Right.
is the glue.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't
So,
mean that they're the front runner. That doesn't mean that they're the leader, but they keep cohesion. They're the people that keep cohesion, and they can take a back seat, but they keep everything together. That's what the backbone is. It doesn't mean leadership. And so when
okay. Whoa. Let me get this straight. So you're using the backbone analogy in comparison to the brain of the body, right?
No.
I'm making an analogy here. I mean, so the backbone and the brain,
spine
basically.
holds you up. The spine holds you up, but the brain tells the spine what to do. The spine doesn't operate by itself. So what he's saying again is cohesion. The black woman keeps she's what's holding it together, and the reason she's holding it together so tight, and the reason why she has to do that is because the black man is failing. Had he not been failing, everything would be working in conjunction with one another, and it wouldn't be so many opposing ends if the black man was doing what he was supposed to do. He's saying it is this way. She had to do this because she didn't have a choice if she wanted to feed her children. She didn't have a choice if she wanted to be in a certain place in society. That's not a backhanded diss. It's the truth.
No, I'm saying like no. He's making it seem like women. Maybe I don't see people the same way everybody else does. I mean, how I see it is, I see it. No, I see it like women get education because that's what they want to do with their lives. I mean, I don't have.
But JP, I think he did a good job of capturing what black women have been feeling, and this whole us going to school and earning degrees and getting advancement. Part of that has been sparked by us feeling like we did not have the support or financial support of black men, and a lot of us were left to run households on our. Yeah, I don't think this is anything new that's being said. A lot of us were left to run households on our own. So it's like, if I don't have the support of my children's father or anything like that, or my husband's unemployed, I have to do what I have to do as a woman in order to take care of myself or take care of my children. So yes, black women, we have done that through becoming more educated and putting ourselves in a better position financially in life. And that is really because a lot of us have felt like black men have failed us. We have had no choice but to become these leaders in our households.
Wait, so you're saying that you got education not because like you wanted to be educated, but because like black men failed, so now we have to.
Mutually.
I think it's
mutually exclusive, and it's not mutually exclusive. It's not
both.
cause and effect.
No. I mean, I'm not getting offended. I'm just asking a question.
No. I'm not offended. I'm just explaining what you're saying.
Okay, my bad.
I think it's a little bit of both reasons, JP.
Exactly.
Yeah, JP.
You're making it mutually exclusive or conditioned for like
no. I'm not,
and it's not cause
I
and
just
effect.
figured,
It's not I'm educated because black men failed me. No, that's not what it is.
Right, like that's what I'm saying. Like, I figure sisters wanted education because that's what they wanted. I mean,
but it's both
so
though. Like
I
don't have any children, right? But I know women who are single moms, and they're like, look, I got to do something to get myself out of this position. Like I don't have no help from the child's father. I need to go back to school, get educated, so I can put myself in a better position to have a better job. So yeah, it's both reasons.
Oh, okay, so.
Because you can't do it. The thing is, it was always this is how it's worded. You can't depend on anybody else, especially a man, for your future. So you need to go and make it happen for yourself. And that's not a lesson that's exclusive to our and I'm using air quotes, our community, because I don't believe in the whole black community thing anyway. But that's how it's said. You can't depend on anybody else for your future, so therefore you need to go out and do it. And the reality is that a lot of us, air quotes us, saw single parent households and saw how hard it was for women who were on their own trying to care for their children and didn't want to be in their position, and therefore we wanted to do what we had to do to ensure that if we had offspring that we wouldn't be struggling, and somewhere the subject matter of Angryman on welfare and Section 8, which in all actuality, there's nothing wrong with that, because I know a few nurses who were on welfare getting their nursing degree and got off welfare when they graduated. So people are making it like this someone should be shamed for being on welfare and having Section 8. People go through stuff, things happen.
Yeah.
That's not a
Wait.
shameful thing.
Can I explain myself real quick? I mean,
Go ahead.
my impression was like I'm thinking sisters got education because like they want to be educated, they want to learn, they want to, you know, do things in the world of their own volition. But I'm listening to y'all explain things, and y'all making it sound like, well, like we're going to school because I find that strange to me. I mean,
Because you're not
I
listening to
can't.
us.
I
I'm
don't know.
sorry, you're just not listening to what
I
we're
don't know.
saying.
I'm not feminine. I can't base my decision on like what I want to do with my life off of, you know, well, somebody else, you know,
You're not
did this.
listening. You're not comprehending what we're saying.
I'm trying to. So,
does it not
but
make
like
sense
in my
though?
mind, no. Okay, let me explain myself a little bit more clearer. I'm trying to explain my. I'm seeing it like because I was under the impression that sisters was getting education because that was what they wanted for themselves. Now I'm hearing you two talking. Y'all making it sound like sisters got education because you know. Well, y'all making it sound like y'all wouldn't have gotten the education if brothers was doing what they were supposed to do. Like
Okay,
I don't get it.
I'll say it like this. Let me talk for a second.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay. At best, I mean, of course, in fact, I think a black father is supposed to make sure that his black daughters go to school,
right,
and get a job.
Right.
Now, but there's also a preemptive advantage to having an education,
right,
which means that if somebody does fail you, you have the skills to continue to be independent if you have to be. What this gentleman is saying here is that let's listen to it again. That's the easiest thing.
At least, I'm not saying blaming is going to do anything, but why would you not say that there's some responsibility for what it is that they're doing? Also,
because the question, wait, let me just answer that. Because the question is, why do they outnumber men 3-1? It's because a lot of the guys are getting locked up.
Okay, and I think that that is the man's fault as well, right?
Sure.
But in general, even outside of the men that are being locked up, there's 1 million more black women than there are black men, right? In your earlier statements, you said that they were the backbone of the community. If you have a backbone of a community and the community is failing, then I think you have some ability to place responsibility on what you said that backbone was.
Let me stop you right there real quick. You can have a structure that's still alive but is falling apart. That's as in a structure failing. But because of how well built the structure is by the remaining structure that's keeping it together. Let's see. Let me continue.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they're not the backbone because women want to be the leaders of the black community. But that's essentially what's happened in a lot of these communities.
Tell that to the squad that women don't want to be the
This is baseless right here, what he's saying. Whoever the squad is.
leaders of the black community. It looks, as you said before, they're doing better in school. They're certainly making all the steps to become those
they
leaders.
do, because
he just dug himself in a hole because he admitted that women are doing better in school.
Have to, because black men have failed them.
So basically what he's saying is this: black men have failed black women, while the red pill system is trying to tell you that black women failed black men. But the bottom line is this: it goes back to my doggone theory about how black women got pregnant in the first place. They couldn't have got pregnant without black men making them pregnant. Therefore, if black men were not failures and were leaders, this problem wouldn't be here. They either would be with that black woman, or that black woman would not be pregnant. What part of that doesn't make sense to anybody?
I mean, like, we understand why most sisters got pregnant and things of that nature. As a matter of fact, I mean, I know history well enough to know that women that was getting education, for the most part, was forced to drop out of school because they got pregnant, which I'm not cool with. I'm not cool with that at all. But I was misunderstanding Camo and the truth and the point they was making. They was making it sound like sisters had to be educated because like brothers went. I was under the impression that that sisters didn't want to be educated, but somehow they had to get educated because brothers weren't getting educated. I'm like,
well,
I think
JP,
I think it's both reasons.
JP,
maybe
I
I'm
will say this.
misunderstanding it. Now
Hold on one second. Let me make my point.
Okay.
JP, I will say this. Even if a black woman didn't want to get education and just wanted to be a housewife, there weren't enough black men to make that happen.
Yes, I mean, I agree with that too. Like a lot of us ain't qualified. It takes a lot of money to uphold and sustain that lifestyle. And truth be told, a lot of brothers don't have that much wealth, don't have that much resources and things of that nature. So,
but the
I will
problem with
agree
the
with you
red
on that.
pill system is that they want to give women the illusion they do, even though they don't. Even stats say they don't.
Yeah, that's just fucking wrong. I mean,
the red pill wants to bite off more than they can chew.
Until they face that reality,
I mean, it doesn't make me feel good watching this man who's not in our community, like literally make these men look crazy. Like it's almost embarrassing to me, because I feel like the Angryman and this other guy, these are things that they should know or maybe do know, but just won't accept. The fact that this man is having to talk some sense into them is really like depressing to me.
Yeah.
And it makes me even more, I guess, I have this gloom and doom sorrow that comes over me when I look at these two men and the effect that they're having on our community. And if this is a representation of our community, like I feel gloom and I feel sorrow. And it's the fact that another man has to tell you about how you are treating your own woman is really embarrassing.
It is. It is. And it's not even like there's it's not even close. Let's put it that way. Let me keep playing a little bit more.
Wait a minute before you start.
Because black men.
Before you start, look at them. Look at the colors of them. Those two men are so close in proximity to that white man.
Right.
But yet, and they have privileges because of that. Yet they want to pretend as though they have it the same way as everybody else. I mean, we can really get down and break it down to statistics and ratios of how they have privilege over a darker skinned black guy. They don't experience the same thing as every other black guy. I mean, we can really get into the depths of it, but they want to defer. They still want to defer all of this on to black women. And the one guy looks completely biracial, and they're saying, I think Angryman has some Italian or something like that, but he's black. But I think he has like that lineage. But that other guy looks biracial.
Men are looking back to legislation from 30 years ago saying Biden put drugs in my car. I had to carry a gun. Like all of these communities that are being policed have just as well, like we said earlier, there's more black women than black men in these communities. Black women aren't selling drugs. Black women aren't killing each other in the streets. Black women aren't, getting fucked with drugs like Biden made them do it. So to say that like black women are the fault because they're the backbones of these communities that are really rough to manage because black men have like fallen on themselves so much. I just think it's fair to say that like, well, the problem is black women because they have to step up to try to manage these communities.
But it's, as you said before, it takes two to tango. So if you're going to, why don't you share responsibility in that blame? I don't disagree with you, right? I personally think Biden's crime bill was very effective in terms of lowering crime. But what I'm saying is that if I go to a community and you make up the majority voter base, right? Also, another reason why I think that the blame should be at least somewhat at somebody's feet is because who's consuming most of that welfare spending?
Yeah, what does that have to do with who's failing? I mean, the thing is this. See, I bet he's even on welfare. I bet he is.
Well, the thing about it, they're not talking about the welfare that is the prison system. So let's not, I mean, they love to leave that out. Do they not understand that prison is a welfare system as well? And then when you talk about who's consuming most of the welfare, the children that you are leaving behind and not paying child support for.
Right.
That's who's consuming most of it. These women aren't going out. See, they like to paint this narrative that the woman is going out doing her hair, doing her nails on welfare with welfare money or child support money. See, I'm of the mindset, and I'm glad I don't have children. But if I had children, I was a so-called baby mama. He would get a bill at the end of every month, itemizing everything that I pay for this child to include deodorant, underwear, socks. I would haircuts. Every time he had to go to the doctor, the copay, any dental visits, I would linen. Every time I had to wash his clothes, laundry detergent. I mean, I'm petty like that.
Because kids are expensive. Kids are expensive. Like, come on.
And that petty little $400, most of them aren't even paying $400 a month. That does not provide for the child as a whole. And it's irritating to hear these men cry about the little petty $79 or $80 that they're paying a month. Because we all know that these people that are online complaining like this are not the ones that are making six figures for real. Let's just call it what it is. They're not paying an exorbitant amount of child support.
No, they're not.
Well, it would make sense if black women are, because black men run from their families, right? So of course,
no,
but also real quick, when you say, I just want to be really clear. Wait, you can answer that, and I just want to be really quick. I'm not going to say black women are blameless. I'm just saying that the responsibility should be shared. It's probably a 50-50 thing. Because for every black man that stepped on a black woman after getting her pregnant, there's a black woman that fucked a black dude before getting married or deciding to use birth control, right? So I think there's equal blame there. But I wouldn't say that it's like most of it goes on black women. I said there's like 50-50.
Well, here's the thing. No, because you said something. We gotta clear that up. Black men do not run from their families. That's not.
They do not like what they're hearing from him.
And that is that is something that has been pushed for a very long time, and it is not accurate. As I stated before, when you go back to the 70s, you start to see black men leaving the households for numerous reasons. It wasn't just because they just decided, oh, you know what, I don't want to be a father. That's not true. They actually came out with a study.
Why did they leave?
The CDC numbers disprove.
I think he's going into one of his myths again.
Okay.
So let's
wait. CDC numbers disproved what? The black household having single moms is not like a myth.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm talking about is nowadays black fathers are actually in their children's lives more than any other demographic, even if they're not in the household. So
no,
if we're talking
come on,
about,
that's not true.
Go look it up.
I have looked it up. I know exactly
CDC.
I know exactly the
CDC,
fucking PDF. Yeah, what they do is they do a whole bunch of like really clever number games to basically try to say that. I remember reading this thing, the truth about black fatherhood, and then it goes into stereotypes of black fathers. What they try to say is that like of the fathers that are absent in their child's lives, black fathers tend to be more involved than the other people that are uninvolved in their children's lives. But as a whole, for like whose fathers are more involved in their children's lives, the black community is the worst. Now, of the ones that are uninvolved, maybe the uninvolved, or maybe the black fathers that are out of the household are a bit better than like the white and the Asian and Indian and the Indian fathers that are out of the household. But as a whole, well, wait, hold on. You can't tell me that like it's so wait, let me just finish real quick. You can't tell me in one breath that I look around and I see all women are having children because I've got two friends that told me this for welfare. And then in the next breath say, well, I'm going to cite this like very esoteric analysis to prove that black men are just as involved with their children as everybody else, when everybody in the United States knows that's not true.
Yes, I can, because look, okay, first of all, what everybody in the United States knows is true is a whole other story, especially considering the fact that you have an entire media system that has spent the past 70 years dogging black men, which is another reason why we're talking so much shit nowadays. This is the whole reason that channels like mine exist, to speak truth to power and tell what's really going on.
He didn't even address it. He didn't even address what the guy said.
But there it is. You see that right there? The fact that you feel like society has had their foot on your necks for so long is the reason why you are taking out all of this aggression on your own woman instead of fighting against the system that has their foot on your neck. The system that you feel like has a foot on your neck, you are angry and you're taking out your frustration about your position in society on your own woman. It's disgusting.
Exactly.
As opposed to the narrative that's being pushed that black men are just sorry. First and foremost, it doesn't matter how many women are on welfare. It does not mean that the fathers are not in their lives. I was in my child's life and my kid's mother still went and got welfare. So that's not true.
Oh.
Okay, so
he's not married.
So wait. If the mother of his child went and got welfare, do you know they would have come after him for child support, and she wouldn't receive welfare for that specific child if the amount that he was paying was sufficient.
Now it's starting to make sense.
True.
I thought he was.
Don't they tell you to name the father? Like, don't they have it set up now where you have to give the name of the father?
Yes, if a woman is applying for welfare, she has to name that father, and he cannot be provided. The state goes after him if he's not providing support. So then it becomes a state matter. So the only way she gets welfare for that specific child is if the money that he's given isn't sufficient to take care of that specific child. So therefore, he was a deadbeat. You weren't paying enough, especially if yours was the only child she had.
So he basically exposed himself for being a deadbeat.
Yes.
It fits. I mean, it fits. I mean, Kevin Samuels did the same thing, right?
Yeah, he actually did. He really did.
So, I mean, it makes sense. So that's basically, I can guarantee you not, this is a large portion of the red pill system.
Man, I swear to God, like if I ever had a son, I would pray to God I wouldn't raise a sorry ass son like some of these men. Like, ain't no way. This is sad watching this.
Yeah, it is. But we got to do it. It's our job.
I do think that when you're talking about fathers running out, right? I do think that you're not really taking note of the court system, and they really don't have a choice when 90% of custody is going to be awarded to the woman.
Yeah, but that's because the women are the ones taking care of the kids. Black fathers, because we
How do you know that?
Hold on. So let me just clearly state it. So you guys think that black fathers are being kept out of their child's lives because of the courts?
I think there are some. Right?
Okay, wait, hold on.
If
Some,
you
when
have
you
a
say
system-
some, like 40% or 1%? I need you to quantify that for me.
Well, I can quantify that 90% of custody is awarded to women.
Okay, and I can quantify that less than 48% of black women get child support because their baby daddies don't even pay it. So I'm asking you, when we have an epidemic of single...
Remember earlier today, we found out that 90% of men, guess what they don't do? They don't ask for custody, correct?
No, they don't. And I tell some of these women, give it to them. They give them the kids, give them right to them. They'll be back in the following week. They'll be giving them back next week.
That's so true.
Mother, black families. Do you think that most of those black men are being kept out because of custody arguments with judges?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
That's delusional. That's delusional.
But when you
look right here, patriarchy has a computer in front of him, and he has the opportunity to say, "Hey, let me punch up those numbers right now." But remember now, also Angryman is listening to him as well. He could be punching up the numbers if he feels like his boy needs to start his little two-step talk, right? So remember now, these two men could be just punching up the accurate numbers, but they're not. What are they doing? They're trying to talk themselves out of it.
Look at the.
Uh-oh, there goes his eyes. They're looking left. The ratio. When you literally have a
a system that will
Why
award.
don't he just punched up numbers? Then he can say, oh, well, it's blah, blah, blah. So there. Wouldn't that be a better argument?
A woman custody 90% of the time. You can't say every single time it was the man that didn't want to be there. The men-
Well, quite honestly, that's what it turns out to be.
And wait, what the thing that he's leaving out is that they may be awarded custodial. What is it? Be the custodial parent. That doesn't mean that you can't see your children. It doesn't mean that you can't have visitation. It doesn't mean that you can't take care of your children.
And by default, if the woman is going to be given the kids, but it doesn't mean you can't see the kids.
Exactly. Like I'm confused. How does that prohibit you from taking care of your child?
Right.
Just because she's awarded custody.
Exactly.
Men don't have a choice when you know if you go into something, you're going to lose 90% of the time.
The reason why women are awarded custody most of the time is because women are usually the ones taking care of the kids.
It's by choice.
That's not true.
That's not true at all.
You're lying. Both of these men are lying. Come on. Come on.
Of course. Wait, hold on. You're telling me, let me hear that. You think that men and women in the Black community take care of children at home equally? That it's just as likely for the woman to work or the man to work, and both of them are just as likely to be taking care of the children?
What I'm saying is that the court system.
Let me say this. First of all, the women are not taking care of the children. Most of these children are wards of the state. They may as well be.
What the hell? The state, what?
Operating in delusion. So that means your child was a ward of the state? So what does that say about you? Again, he's just telling on himself. Like you already said your child's mother was on welfare. We determined that means that you weren't providing enough to support your child. Now you're saying that they're basically a ward of the state. So again, you're saying you weren't in your child's life because your child is basically a ward of the state because the woman was on welfare. Like, come on.
And it gets deeper because if his child's mother was on welfare, what does that say about him? You see what I'm saying? Because if you're rich, you got money, you're balling, right? Your ex is not going to be on welfare, right? Because why would she?
That's what I was saying earlier. For her to be on welfare means that you weren't providing sufficiently for that child.
Man, he exposed himself. I love, something. I love exposing folks, even when they do it.
You don't need to care about looking. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet so we can play it.
It is taking care of those children. The food stamps is feeding them. Section 8 in public housing is putting a roof over their head. These women are not doing anything except presiding over these children. Not to mention the fact that there is an epidemic in the Black community of children being abused.
Wait a minute.
What? Do you know what it takes to raise the day in and day out of raising a child? Like, let me be quiet. Go ahead, DJ Torch.
And if you go look up the stat on that, the majority of the time that they're being abused is when they're in the custody of their mothers. I just recently did a story.
Oh my God. This is sorry. The thing is that let's look at that up.
These men are going to hell. These men are going to hell. Like, I'm sorry. Like, there's no place in heaven for men that will sit up here and intentionally put out these negative, incorrect information about their own women and sit up there and project this onto their communities. Like, this is ridiculous. And look at their face. They know what they're saying is BS, but they don't care. They don't care. And that's why I said there is no place in heaven for men like this.
I'm just grateful that Black women, as we present to society, as being the most educated and being in the job market. Otherwise, this will be believed.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I said they're going to hell. They are.
Which parents are more abusive? See, nothing straight. Okay, mothers were more likely than fathers to be responsible for physical abuse. 49% for this is just, but this is in Great Britain, so this won't help us.
Well, and I will even give him that mothers are abusive because mothers are the ones that are taking care of the
Right.
children. It's
I mean,
not the men.
exactly.
So I'll even give him that. Like I'll give you that for free because we know that you're not in the homes. So of
Right.
course it would be the mothers more.
Now they have to, yeah. You would have to actually go with homes that both the parents were there
Exactly.
to get an equal to see who's more who has more of a propensity to abuse their kids. You see what I'm saying? Because the other guy has to be around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for you to use that as a thing, as a measuring stick. In fact, let me see if I can look that up. Which parent?
And you talk about all they're doing is presiding over the kids. No, they're not. They are getting up. If they have babies, they're getting up. They're feeding the babies. They're making sure that they're bathed. They're cooking food. They're cooking dinner. They're cooking 3 meals a day and providing snacks. If they have more than one kid, they're doing this for multiple kids. They're getting them ready for school. They're communicating with parents. Like they are chasing kids around the house every day. Anybody with a kid know that you constantly cleaning up after them because kids are messy. Like when you're a woman and you're in a household, you're usually like the last person to like go to bed because you are making sure that everything in your household is taken care of.
It's clear. No, it's clear. It's clear. It's clear. It's clear that they're on one of their full of shit runs. So let's let them play it out. The thing is I mean, the bottom line is this: is that the way that he's saying this. See, the thing is this: we're looking at a deadbeat in front of us, so we're getting a deadbeat's point of view, and a broke deadbeat at that. He might be rich now, but when he was with this woman, obviously, if they had to be on welfare for any reason, you see, what I'm saying, if you're rich, even if you break up with a woman, unless you're evil. That you're going to make sure both the woman of your child is well taken care of. You see what I'm saying? So the more than likely they're not going to be on welfare. Does anybody understand that point? Okay, so let me go on. Let me just play this.
Story about a mother who literally deleted her child, and when the police arrested her for it, she confessed the reason why I did it is because she loved her daddy more. Literally.
And he's not going to talk about the man who literally threw his daughter off the bridge, or he's not going to talk about the man who went in and shot his child because he didn't want to pay child support. He's not going to talk about the man who shot the woman that was pregnant with the many men who have shot their pregnant girlfriends or wives.
Exactly. So basically, he's on a full of shit run. Let him keep going.
Really, she confessed. I can't. This is not even my opinion.
I can't argue with like the stories you give me. Like I can give you one story for every other story that you've got.
Exactly. I was going to say the same thing.
I can't argue with that. If you think the majority of black men aren't in their households of their children because of like judges, I don't like. You could never give that. No, there's no stat. There's no way you could ever swear. That's just an insane.
What I can do is I can look at where custody is being awarded. I can look at where the welfare money is being distributed, right? I can look at, so for example, even what you said.
That doesn't matter though. It's just too bad the woman had the kid, the woman gets the kid. It's that simple, dude.
Wait, DJ Torch, I looked it up a while ago. It's between 43 to 46% of black men make up the percentage of welfare received in the black community. So they make up about 40, I'm going to say between 43 and 46%. So are we going to talk about those numbers?
Exactly.
So they make up almost half of the recipients of welfare. Nobody is talking about that.
Right.
Because in certain cities, I'm sorry. No, I was just going to say in certain cities, men can qualify, single men with no children can qualify for assistance as well.
Yep.
I can look up something as simple as Section 8 vouchers. You're making it seem like these women are just, that they just had to do this hard job of taking care of their child. If it wasn't for Section 8, well,
he's ignorant.
He said hard job. He's equating money to the actual care of children.
Right. And child care is very difficult. So he's full of shit.
And it's
Food
expensive.
stamps and a court system. You don't know what would happen.
Well, yeah, because working and taking care of a kid at the same time is not possible. You need help. You can't do that as a single parent. So when you say, where is the welfare money going? Probably going to the people that have the child, which is going to be the mothers, of course. But like Section 8 and food stamps is not.
Who's giving the mother the child?
I mean, both of them are, right?
We just said that the court system 90% of the time gives the child to who?
Why do you think?
Remember now, the guys don't even show up 90% of the time for custody. So you know, patriarchy, you didn't look that up, did you? Or did you look it up and just kind of ignored it? Maybe
what I find baffling is and it's amusing. It's freaking amusing. You do know that it's a patriarchal system, and it is the man that made the court, and it is the man that made the laws that put men in the position that they're in as far as child support goes.
And the reason why they did it is because they knew the men could skip out and the women couldn't.
And it wasn't for Black people initially. It was white. It was for white women.
Right.
90% of the time, the mother is getting the child.
Because I think our court system has a bias towards giving children to women, and
the men have to show up first, you idiot.
Ruling against men.
So I just want to hear this so it can be stated because it's ridiculous. You think that at least 50% of those Black men would have fought to keep their children over the mom. You think that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what to say.
I think if those Black men,
I'm totally clueless. You guys are lying to like make a point.
Hold on a second. If those Black men would have been armed.
Remember now, if those Black men would have showed up, they might have got the child. You never know. But they didn't even show up.
Government to get Section 8 welfare, food stamps,
go back a little bit more,
PPP loans.
Go back just a little bit more, because he said something about armed. So go back just a little bit more.
And why is he talking about a PPP loan? What the? This nigga please. If nigga please was a person right here.
Public housing is putting a roof over their head. These women are not doing anything except
like these women are just, that they just had to do this hard job of taking care of their child. If it wasn't for Section 8 welfare, food stamps, and a court system, you don't know what would happen.
Well, yeah, because working and taking care of a kid at the same time is not possible. You need help. You can't do that as a single parent. So when you say, where is the welfare money going? Probably going to the people that have the child, which is going to be the mothers, of course. But like Section 8 and food stamps is not.
Who's giving the mother the child?
I mean, both of them are, right?
We just said that the court system 90% of the time gives the child to who?
Why do you think 90% of the time the mother is getting the child?
Now I need to repeat this. The mother's getting it 90% of the time because the dude doesn't show up 90% of the time.
I think our court system has a bias towards giving children to women.
Yeah, the bias is you need to at least come through the door of the courtroom to win your child over.
And ruling against men.
So I just want to hear this so it can be stated because it's ridiculous. You think that at least 50% of those Black men would have fought to keep their children over the mom. You think that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what to say.
I think if those Black men,
I'm totally clueless. You guys are lying to like make a point.
Hold on a second. If those Black men would have been armed with daddy government to get Section 8 welfare, food stamps.
Armed with daddy government.
I just said that they are receiving it. About 43 to 46% are receiving welfare. So what's the excuse? There is no excuse when I say that half of you are receiving it. So what's the excuse?
Right. He's getting so frustrated with them. Like I mean, I think Camo said this is the face we make. Like, this is really how frustrated we get with them. Like then they come up on the panel, it's just like, oh my God, I can't.
WIC, PPP loans, tax write-offs or whatever, right? Anybody can take care of a kid if you give them all that stuff. And then
wait, so single mothers got PPP loans?
PPP loans have nothing to do with kids, right? Unless
I mean, are they talking about the time and energy that it takes to raise a child? Like,
that's how you know that they aren't parents.
I need somebody to talk about the PPP loan. How does that go?
Right,
I
but
thought
that's
the
how you
PPP loan was for businesses, right?
That's how you know that they're not parents, because they're equating everything to income or to money. They're not talking about raising a child. All they're talking about is money.
Wait. You guys are going
exactly.
You guys are going on to another thing. I'm still stuck on the PPP loans.
I know, right?
So isn't that for business, right?
He
was probably talking
to
about
save a business.
stimulus. He was probably talking about the stimulus money. And if we want to go
but
there,
then they got stimulus checks too, though.
They did, but if we want to go there, we could talk about the women that was killed over stimulus checks by their baby daddies.
And when you have the court system ruling that you're going to get the child 90% of the time, the men are automatically from the rip.
Aren't these the same courts that, the men built and that the men, control and that the men made all these laws for? And,
if I'm not mistaken, isn't child support and custody two different, they're in two different cases? Like they're heard in two different.
Right.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Eliminated.
Okay, so how do you square this away? And maybe you don't agree with the Angryman who said this, so maybe the Angryman wants to amend a statement.
Yeah.
How do you square this away with the fact that it's only like a few black men are knocking up like 50 women? Like you're telling me those men, if it's only a few men that are fucking over all of the women giving the babies, are those guys just trying to find a kid that they can eventually keep, or what's going on there? Would that guy want to keep every child, or what?
No, those are the deadbeats. That's why I cited that stat, 8%. Those are the deadbeat guys. No guy of any value is going to try.
Let me say something. The difference is, right, that those men don't get handouts from the government and sympathy from people such as yourself when they do those things.
Wait, but you could.
When women. So you're telling me there's a massive amount of those men get.
Is he saying? I'm confused. Is he saying that the men that are knocking up all these women should get some kind of sympathy? Is that what he's saying?
No, he's saying that they don't get the sympathy that you're trying to give them. I don't think he feels as though they should get the sympathy.
No, but I'm okay.
The type of men that do that get Section 8 as much as women?
If you have a child, isn't the Section 8 qualification only based on income?
So
and then you also get the same tax write-off. You get the same.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I think I was thinking. I'm sorry. I think I misspoke. I thought it was Destiny making those statements.
So he is saying that those men should get welfare Section 8. The ones that are deadbeat and knocking up all these women, they're not getting the consideration that the women are getting for Section 8 welfare. This is hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's being distributed because if more women are single moms, then more dad are single dads, then of course more women are getting Section 8. Of course.
Who gives the child to the mom?
Men. How about that? Men made the laws, idiot.
The moms are taking care of it. How many of these guys have left before the kid is even born?
How do you know that? How can you quantify that?
We can literally look up numbers.
Go ahead, quantify how many dads leave at the end.
Now this is funny.
Where is the logic? He just said 15. That some man knocking up a woman and having 10 to 15 kids, and then you ask him, how do you know if this man is leaving the women? Of course he left. He can't be without 10, 15 women. I mean, come on. This is not making sense.
These guys are roasting themselves, really.
Don't put their name on the birth certificate. Versus how many men we literally can find.
No, you gave him a number, dude. Shut the hell up while he punches the numbers.
The data for men that lose custody of their children in court. Show me the data of men that leave their child at the hospital.
You guys are the ones who brought up this whole conversation.
See, he's
okay, I can try to find this, but it's going to take me a little bit.
He's asking them to prove something
number
that's
like offhand,
provable.
but I mean, I can.
And I want you guys to notice what this white guy's doing. He's looking up information.
But he's looking at research. Something that's not provable. He said, "How many of these men left the kids at the hospital? How's that? It's not even provable. You can't even look. You can't quantify that." And then he said, losing their child. So that means that the father had to have had custody to lose the child to begin with, does he not?
Exactly. It's weird. Let's see.
I can try to find it, but why do black men have this unique problem, and all these same welfare systems exist for white people, for Indian people, for Asian people as well?
Why do black men have this unique problem? Did you really ask that question?
Well, number one, I do think so. Hold on a second. I will yield a couple points to what Destiny's talking about in terms of crime, right? I do think that there is a culture of crime that is present, right? But I do think that when you're
why did he? I thought he didn't ask about crime. I thought he was asking why is it different?
He did. I don't know why he's talking
custody
about
of their
crime.
children in court. Show me the data of men that leave their child at the hospital.
Okay, I can try to find this, but it's going to take me a little bit because I don't have this number like offhand. But I mean, I can try to find it. But why do black
He should be the one who's finding it? By the way, this guy's being nice right now. Destiny's being nice because he's the one who brought up the question. He should already know.
I don't even believe
and
you
have
can
this
find
unique
something
problem
like that. How do you find
all these
something-
same welfare systems exist for white people, for Indian people, for Asian people as well?
Why do black men have this unique problem? Did you really ask that question?
Well, number one, I do think so. Hold on a second. I will yield a couple points to what Destiny's talking about in terms of crime, right?
He never was talking about crime, right?
Right. It wasn't.
Remember, here we go again. If nigga please was a person.
I think that there is a culture of crime that is present, right? But
he's making black men, by the way, look even worse by even bringing this up. This is the last thing we would want brought up.
I do think that when it kind of is a chicken and egg conversation. I think that when you're raised in a single mom household, that it kind of is a cycle, right? That's what I honestly think. So I do see what he's saying in terms of crime, but at the same time, it's not like the court system. It's not like if a black father out there wants his child, that the courts, even if the mom is strung out, that the courts are going to do everything to make sure that black father is able to have his kid.
That's not true.
But he brought up something that they weren't even talking about.
I worked at IT in family court, and they're quite stringent about if a woman can't handle it and the guy can. If the man is in a better situation than the woman, they're giving the kid to the man.
Well, here's the reality. These are the numbers when it comes to, well, not the numbers, but this is the reality when it comes to black families. When you have black families,
now he's bullshitting because he wouldn't say here's the reality about black families, because he would start punching out numbers or say he would be looking at Lisa's phone.
There is a structured black family where you have the father and the mother. The child is way more likely to succeed and not get in any trouble or things of that nature. Also, if the child is awarded if the father is awarded custody of the child and he's being raised by a single father, he's less likely to get into trouble. The only time we see black men growing up and getting into a lot of trouble is when they're single mother raised. Now, the reason why
I don't know if I believe
number one, there isn't
That's
enough.
not true.
You would have to actually do a study, and let's not pretend that fathers aren't enabling their sons and their children to get into illegal trouble when they themselves have been in trouble,
right?
Or they're inviting their kid right along with them to do these things. Shall we talk about the guy at McDonald's who got his 2-year-old to pull a gun on the police officers?
Right.
These men, they're not social scientists.
This is, in my personal opinion, because I can't really quantify it, is because the women of today are not really taking the time to actually teach those children. They're actually.
I need to remind everybody, this man is a deadbeat. He admitted it himself in so many words and didn't know it.
He's zoning out. They have the children in the household running buck wild. They go outside, they run buck wild, and they're not really playing a heavy role in those children's lives. So that's what's going on culturally.
Yeah, but the question is who's from. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at this number. So here, this is like because I've never looked at like this particular data before. But listed someone here, apparently 32% of Black newborns have no father listed on the birth certificate. Now, this is just one, this is just Cook County, Illinois, but damn.
That's one part.
That is one part. Do you have any numbers on how many Black fathers are listed on the birth certificate?
I know that I have numbers on how many children are awarded custody to their mother.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
I still have 90%. You have 30%.
Yeah, but you don't know why the number is 90%. That's the whole part of that conversation.
And you don't know why that number is 30%.
He's just being a dick.
Yeah, but
you do know why it's 30% because the father didn't show up to
because
put his
the
name on the
women of
birth
today
certificate.
are not really taking the time to actually teach those children. They're actually zoning out. They have the children in the household.
He sounds like a bigot.
You could never give that number. There's no stat. There's no. And then in the next breath say, well, I'm going to cite this like very esoteric analysis to prove that Black men are just as involved with their children as everybody else, when everybody in the United States knows that's not true.
Yes, I can, because look, okay, first of all,
did I already go over
the fact that there is an epidemic in the Black community.
Okay, now there's an
that
epidemic.
didn't want to be there.
The
men don't
talk.
have a choice when you know if you go into something, you're going to lose 90% of the time.
The reason why women are awarded custody most of the time is because women are usually the ones taking care of the kids.
It's by choice.
That's not true.
That's not true.
The majority of Black men aren't in their households of their children because of like judges. I don't like. You could never give that. No, there's no stat. There's no way you could ever swear. That's just an insane.
What I can do is I can look at where custody is being awarded. I can look at where the welfare money is being distributed. I think if those Black men.
I'm totally clueless. You guys are lying to like make a point.
Hold on a second. If those Black men would have been armed with daddy government to get Section, telling me there's a massive amount. Those men get. The type of men that do that get Section 8 as much as women?
If you have a child, isn't the Section 8 qualification only based on income? And then you also get the same tax write-off. You get the same.
Look at how it's being distributed.
No, you can't ask me how it's being distributed, because if more women are single moms than more dad are single dads, then of course more women are getting Section 8. Of course.
Who gives the child to the mom?
The moms are taking care of it. How many of these guys have left before the kid is even born?
How do you?
So the thing is that I'm just going through this, and patriarchy seems to have this idea that if a man makes a woman pregnant, he has a 50% chance of getting the kid regardless, even though the woman is by default, and the man knew this before making the woman pregnant. By default, the woman's getting the kid unless there's something wrong with the woman. It's just like that. Or unless the woman agrees to give the man full custody and not the kid. The thing is this, it still goes back to my strap up theory. If they strapped up when they were supposed to, they wouldn't have to worry about this at all. But they don't do that.
But they're being disingenuous because it's in every community. It's not as though the judges are doing this just to Black men. It's every man. It's every woman that goes to court. Like, it's not just Black men.
Right, exactly. And the thing is that, well, if you're so worried about having a kid and not having a kid because the kid is being awarded to the woman, then don't have a kid. You see what I'm saying? I'm being extremely simple with this. It's like I'm going to the very, very beginning of this situation or relationship or situationship, whatever it might have been. There is nothing keeping a man from being cautious with his, as they call it these days, seed.
What's also baffling is if it's just that percentage of men that's impregnating all these women, why are they fighting so hard for these particular men? If it's such a small percentage of men, why are they fighting so hard for this percentage?
Because it's probably their customers.
I don't know if they ever answered this, but how did Black women participate in the oppression of Black men? They said we just kind of went along for the ride. I don't know if they ever got into that, but anyway, I just thought about it.
I don't know if they got into it on here, but the thing that I always hear is that we it's the calling of the police on them. It's divorce. It's we got a job, and apparently for some reason we stole their job. I don't know how that works since they're not educated, and they don't have the degree to get the jobs that we get because we have a degree. I don't know how that part works. And
we stole their job.
I don't.
We
I don't
stole
know.
their job. We stole their jobs.
Yes, because we're working, they can't work in some kind of way. We're united. We're united at work to get them fired.
I mean, these talking points sound eerily like a supremacist or
It is.
a hate
It
group.
is.
It sounds, I mean, eerily like that.
You know that. Now, how can you quantify that?
We can literally look up numbers.
Go ahead, quantify how many dads leave don't put their name on the birth certificate versus how many men. We literally can find the data for men that lose custody of their children in court. Show me the data of men that leave their child.
See, that's false right there, because men don't lose custody of their children unless they were given custody in the first place. And they're not going to get custody because the custody by default is going to the woman unless the woman is found unhealthy or she doesn't want the kids at first. So he's being disingenuous right now, even before the guy punched up the numbers.
At the hospital.
Okay, I can try to find this, but it's going to take me a little bit because I don't have this number like offhand. But I mean, I can try to find it. But why do black men have this unique problem when all these same welfare systems exist for white people, for Indian people, for Asian people as well?
Why do black men have this unique problem? Did you really ask that question?
Well, number one, I do think so. Hold on a second. I will yield a couple points to what Destiny's talking about in terms of crime. Right
here, why did he do this crime thing? I don't know.
I do think that there is a culture of crime that is present, right? But I do think that when it kind of is a chicken and egg conversation. I think that when you're raised in a single mom household, that it kind of is a cycle, right? That's what I honestly think. So I do see what he's saying in terms of crime, but at the same time, it's not like the court system. It's not like if a black father out there wants his child, that the courts, even if the mom is strung out, that the courts are going to do everything to make sure that black father is able.
No. If the mom's strung out, she's not getting the kid. If she really is seriously on drugs and strung out, she's not getting the kid. She might win custody later, but not then.
Able to have his kid.
Well, here's the reality. These are the numbers when it comes to, well,
no,
not
you
the
haven't
numbers.
brought up any numbers, dude. I didn't even want to hear you.
But this is the reality when it comes to black families. When you have black families, when there's a structured black family where you have the father and the mother, the child is way more likely to succeed and not get in any trouble and things of that nature. Also, if the child is awarded, if the father is awarded custody of the child and he's being raised by a single father, he's less likely to get into trouble. The only time we see black men growing up and getting into a lot of trouble is when they're single mother raised. Now, the reason why this is, in my personal opinion, because I can't really quantify it, is because the women of today are not really taking the time to actually teach those children. They're actually
I like to remind you again, he's a deadbeat.
Out. They have the children in the household running buck wild, they go outside, they run buck wild, and they're not really playing a heavy role in those children's lives. So that's what's going on culturally.
I like to remind you, everybody, that his child and his child's mother was on welfare. His child's family.
Yeah, but the question is who's from. I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at this number. So here, this is like, because I've never looked at like this particular data before, but listed someone here. Apparently, 32% of black newborns have no father listed on the birth certificate. Now, this is just one. This is just Cook County, Illinois. But damn,
that's one part.
That is one part. Do you have any numbers on how many black fathers are listed on the birth certificate?
I know that I have numbers on how many children are awarded custody to their mother.
Shut the fuck up with that custody crap.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
I still have 90%. You have 30%.
Yeah, but you don't know why the number is 90%.
It's 90% again. Of course. Well, what am I saying? I played this over again. Let me shut up.
I'm having like secondhand embarrassment for them. I'm so embarrassed as a black woman to be watching them. Like I have no words.
Yeah.
Whole part of that conversation.
And you don't know why that number's 30%.
Well, is it because they're
Maybe
all
the mom told him the wrong hospital?
What,
I mean,
what does that have to do with it?
They
You asked him
got
to pull
told
up
the wrong hospital.
the thing is, he asked him to pull up the numbers. He pulled up the numbers. If you don't like the numbers, you look yourself.
This is what I'm saying. Like, they don't even care about how they look. You got the father got told the wrong hospital. Okay. I'll be quiet again.
we both could make up numbers.
Okay. I can't think of many reasons why somebody wouldn't be on a birth certificate. If you can't, well, maybe the father dies. I don't know if that'd be a reason to give off. I can't think of many reasons why. If you can think of something, that's fine. Plus,
I can't think of a reason. Hold on a second. I can't think of a reason why 90% of custody should be awarded to women.
Okay,
I think 90% of.
He doesn't have the range for the conversation, so he just keeps repeating the same thing over and over again.
Look, he got his hand in. He got his head in his hand. Like this. Look, guys. This is how
give
we
you a
be
ton of
doing
reasons
this.
right now because women tend to be primary caregivers for children. Courts tend to prioritize the well-being of the child, and a lot of fathers that fuck a woman might just end up leaving completely. So there's like barely
How do you
even.
know the last one?
How do I know that fathers are more likely to leave mothers than mothers leave?
How do you know that with something
being a complete dick? If the number one is this, neither one of these brothers on here, and I'm being nice, have even put any effort into looking up the data. None.
Yeah.
They have walked in here with no data, just hearsay.
Thing that is that radical with 90% to 10%, right? How do you know that every single one of those was a father?
How about you have a kid and see why? You have a kid, you push a kid through, and you see why.
That just did not want to be there. Okay, so if it's 90%, how do you know if even half of those were a father that just did not want to be in the child's life?
I don't know what the exact numbers are. If you're going to tell me that some men fight custody battles and they should win, but they lose because of a gender bias, that probably happens for sure. But when you look at a number like 90-10, that's not all sexism. A lot of that is going to be people awarded to mothers because the mother is the primary caregiver in that situation. I don't even know if the 90% figure is accurate. By the way, I'm trying to find a number on that.
I think it's like last time I checked, 90%. I'm rounding up, but I think it's like 88 or 89.
If you want to know where the 90% comes from, it's very simple. There are a lot of practices that go on in the court system that are still reminiscent of the past. It's still archaic. Okay, it's no different than the freaking marriage license. It's no different than any of that.
It's just making up crap.
We're still operating under
remember now, everything was cool since men were supposed to be in charge and was building everything, and men, were doing men things, and men should run things. But since they remember now, they also wrote the laws that these men have to follow for family court, right? But now, since it doesn't work for them 100%, now they got a problem with it.
So
presumption that women are going to be better caregivers. That's the main reason. They automatically assume that when two people separate, the woman is going to remain in the house and the man is going to leave the house. So the court system does not want to uproot the child.
I'll tell you what's going on. The court system is built they are built not to go broke. They were going to put a system in place so they don't go broke.
Besides
It doesn't make sense. Wait, let me finish my point. It doesn't make sense to give the kids to the man because the man may not want the kid. I mean, the thing is this is 90% of the men, 90% might be low. Because 90% of the time, black men don't show up at the custody, at the place where you could get custody. They don't even show up. So how can they give somebody the kid if you don't even show up to fight for the kid? You got to at least show up. They don't even do that.
Out of the house.
I'm sorry, somebody wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say he rounded. Was somebody else talking?
Yeah, I was talking for a minute. I mean,
go ahead.
I was muted out and all that. I started thinking. I mean, like I said, I got a family beyond, baby mama. I don't have kids, right? But I started thinking about my own family as far as like my my dad's side, my mom's side, aunties, uncles, and all that stuff. And I was worried about what they were thinking. And every time, like I thought about getting close with a woman in certain ways, you know what I'm saying? It was like I started thinking about my family. It's like I'm like, nah, like I don't want to subject them to that. Like I said, I grew up in a strict family. I don't know. Strict family. I mean, like if I brought a woman home, like they're gonna want to know every detail about that person. Eh, And if I couldn't answer those questions and things in that nature, then they're just gonna disapprove. But that's the family I came up with. So it was like I had to be extra careful as far as like, you know. But a lot of these guys, like, they don't have that support, familial support and things in that nature. I mean, it's a sad situation, but that's how I see it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And can I say something real quick? Like they keep blaming these things on black women, and I don't know who I was watching, but they were saying like as much as black women really like to think that we are raising our black sons, the culture, the black male culture, I think has more influence on our sons than the mothers do. Because really at some point, like the young man's environment is going to have more influence on him than the mom. And these ideas of masculinity and what it is to be a man, he's not getting from that mom, from that single mom. He's getting it from the men in his community. So the men in his community have more influence on him than the mom does. So it's up to the men in the community to set the standard.
Got it.
They're used to living in and put them in another house.
Sure.
That's the
So
reason
here,
for
so
that.
here, like
now, hold on. Let me say this. For the 32%, that are not on the birth certificates, there's a few things that could be. One, the main reason is they could not know who the damn father is. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons is you got so much promiscuity because here's the thing. When it comes to
And men aren't, right? Men aren't promiscuous, even though they brag about being promiscuous.
Culture specifically, there are two things that are being promoted in our music, which has a huge effect on our culture.
Right. And what are you doing about it? You're a music producer yourself.
And who's the number one people making that music?
Right. I think I want to look up Angryman's music. Let me see something here. Uh-oh. I better not. My computer is tripping. Okay.
Which is for the guys, gang culture, crime, drug dealing is constantly promoted. For the girls.
Right. The dudes do all that. The dudes are doing that. Black women don't do all that. So what's your point, dude?
Girls, promiscuity, acting like thoughts, that is constantly promoted. So when you have that going on, you have more young boys that are more prone to go out here and be part of gangs because they want to be part of something, or to go out here and sell drugs because they may have grown up with a mom that didn't have any money. And the other part of this is women tend to, when they're single mothers, they tend to look at their sons as a meal ticket. Oh, he's going to grow up and go do this, or he's going to go out and go do this and help with the house.
He's, just so you know, he's totally full of shit right now.
Household, because that's the little man of the house, right? So you got that going on. On the flip side of that, you got the girls growing up, going out here, getting into the party lifestyle, all of that different stuff, getting pregnant.
And of course, the men themselves are angels.
And sometimes they don't even know who the damn father is.
But women aren't doing that. I'm sorry. I mean, not the numbers don't show that that's what we're doing.
Right. And then he's saying that the men have to become men and be responsible in the home. That's not true in the Black culture. That's true in the Hispanic and Latino culture, but that's not true in the Black culture. How many Black boys are actually going out being employed and caring for their families?
Right.
Why do you think you had the emergence of these goofy shows back in the 90s where you are not the father, all of that goofy stuff? There's a lot of stuff that factors into that.
He's just making shit up. I mean,
Yo, like,
he has
Tort,
not
what?
touched his computer once.
Yeah, what the hell? I mean, do these guys not have families and things of that nature?
If they have
Because
families, obviously they don't care about them because they haven't mentioned
like,
anything about them.
damn, like,
One thing we know about them is
I
that
would want to face my relatives, talking this type of, rhetoric. I couldn't stomach facing my relatives if I thought that way. I mean, I might get my ass whooped. I mean, it's just one of me versus 20 of them. So
true. Let me keep this going.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so nothing you told me can be proven, right? There's no number, there's no data. It's just like your stories. I can try to find stuff. I'm just digging around to see, but like, so here's a couple of things that I found, right? This is talking specifically about like that 90% figure. That the certain men's rights groups have made the claim, and now the fucking page. Certain men's rights groups have made this claim. It seems obvious enough, given that it's that Chicago Tribune thing that I linked. It seems this fucking dog shit ass fucking thing. Hold on one second.
All right. We still don't know what an NFT is, but we got you.
It's all right. I could tell. If you need me to tell you what an NFT is, I can explain.
That's my favorite episode with him, the NFT.
Jesus.
Oh, here he brought another person in.
Men's rights groups have repeatedly made this.
Yeah, let's wait and see who this other guy is.
Okay, that mothers have an automatic advantage in custody cases. It seems obvious enough, given that more than 90% of the children of divorced and single parents live with their mothers. There's more to that statistic than meets the eye. Most divorcing or single fathers, roughly 90%, never ask for custody. In contested divorce and
we're done.
We're done. Parentage custody cases, however, the father wins 60% of the time. So if that's true, that completely blows up your entire narrative.
Would you like me to ask?
And that's what I've been trying to get to for the last hour.
60% is contested. Wow.
That's what I've been trying to get to through the last hour.
He said 60%. He said 60% of that. If the fathers ask for custody, 60% of them win custody.
Right. So if they ask,
that debunks what he said. Yeah.
The odds are on their side that they will win. Okay. So Angryman, Benji, is Angryman what genre is Angryman in?
You like me to answer why that is?
Yeah, let me see that.
Because I can tell you why that is. If you really
he sees why it is, he just read it off, dude.
Want to know?
Yeah, because usually they don't go to court because they don't have the funds or whatnot. But go ahead.
Camel, my bad. I think
the bottom line is that it is what it is. God dang.
And single moms do have the funds to go to court?
Here's the thing. No, wait a minute. Here's the thing. Because I had this issue when I first got on YouTube in 2015. There was a guy that I used to deal with that would actually help guys.
There was a guy. Now it was some people, then it was those people over there, and then now we're to some guy. Go
to court. And the problem he kept encountering is most guys did not want to go to court to fight.
Most guys, my bad.
Custody because they believed they would automatically lose.
But 60%.
That doesn't matter. You still went. And he's about to say that 60% of them won.
Win. Most fathers win when they contest.
Know that. That's
that is another fault of black men. That's more black men problems if they don't know that. Then
wait, hold on. Listen.
No, there's nothing to hold on.
Listen to what I'm saying. Not saying it's not their fault that they don't understand or educate themselves on what they can do in the court system. But you have to realize, for black men culturally, the court is a place where they believe they're always going to lose.
It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Everybody has their own disadvantages.
Right. My ex-husband went and fought for custody of his son, and he won. So it can be done.
It can be done.
Okay, that's just a cultural thing. All right.
No,
we can't get around that. Now,
There's no way to get around that. Come on.
No, I'm saying we can't get around the fact that is a cultural thing they believe. Now, I constantly tell guys.
So women can't believe what they want to believe, but men can believe what they want to believe, even if it's bad for them.
On my channel, that you can go to court and win. And there are a lot of guys in the space that we're talking about who have
bullshit. And I can see why that guy's, because it makes no difference. The bottom line is the numbers are numbers. I'm going forward. I can't
around. I don't know where he's at, right? So they say, okay, we'll give.
No, you're bullshitting.
So even when the mother has an inability to support the child, it's still the man to blame. And did you know, Destiny, if a man doesn't pay child support,
3 on 1. So it takes 3 black men to beat 1 white man.
Yeah,
this is a freaking bad look.
Only
thing. Bad look.
Maybe it's just a younger. Is it just the younger generation of black men? I'm praying that it's just the younger and not. It's an age thing.
Or he could go to jail. And we're talking about men who can't pay child support, right? So now they can't pay child support because
he's talking about something that has nothing to do with the numbers. It might be the reason or some of the reason, but it doesn't matter. The bottom line is that the man's situation is a man's situation. It's not like the woman made the guy go out and do crimes or whatever or child support. So I'm just going past that. I can't bear to see this kind of stupidity. They're just making me look bad. They're making me look bad.
Fair system that you begin to see the day to a. If you got
now he's going. See, it's bad when you just want to hear the white guy talk now.
I know, this is embarrassing. You know, guys.
That's better than
that exacerbated.
We need another one.
That exacerbated.
I think we've seen enough, really. I think the rest of this is them trying to beat the facts. You see what I'm saying? They're not trying to counter
right, man.
They're just trying to beat the facts. That's all there is here. So, any last words? Because I'm closing this down. Brother got to get up in a couple hours. Shoot.
I know. I got to get up too in like 5 hours. But I've been expressing my disappointment over what I've seen happen over the last 2 years. I mean, I think my disappointment doesn't mean anything to them, because they really are just heartless, cruel demons that are going to hell.
Yeah.
And I don't have anything else to say.
I think we've more than proven that the numbers that they try to steal are not in actuality, and Destiny just destroyed all of their arguments, and they came out of left field, from left to right, and they still weren't making any sense, and they just kept harping on the same, what they call facts. And when we put our numbers up, it just didn't make sense. Their arguments didn't make sense. Again, they were trying to put this welfare status on Black women when we know that 43 to 46% of the recipients of welfare in the Black community is Black men. So therefore, they're welfare kings if we're welfare queens. And this number of the 80-20, I think is what Kemo said. If it's 20% of the men that are impregnating 80% of the women, why is there so many men online crying about this issue of child support and welfare?
Right.
And we also proved that somebody who says that they're taking care of their child, the mother of their son was on welfare. And he equated a mother on welfare's child to essentially being a ward of the state. So in other words, his child is a ward of the state.
All right, JP, how about you?
Man, like I don't get how these guys could say this shit. You know, like girls like I don't know. Maybe my family was more strict than other people's families and all that. You know, I can admit that. You know, and I'm imagining like, well, you know, my family is very strict for the most part. So it's like, yes, if I knock a chick up, if I told my mom about it, the whole family's gonna know about it. If I told my dad about it, the whole family's gonna know about it. Like, that's the situation I'm in. So it's like I had to be very careful with, you know, the decisions I made as far as like, you know, who I introduced to my parents, and the thought of that, you know, in the back of my mind, it saved me from making a lot of bad decisions in my life. I mean, so I couldn't stomach, you know, facing, you know, my uncles, my cousins, my dad, my granddad, on both sides of the family, you know, talking trash about sisters like that. I would have got a mud hole stumped in my ass. Like, what? Wait, what the fuck you talking about, boy? Like, no, I'm not finna face that shit. So it's like no. And then, like, you know, I thought about, you know, the overall principle is like, well, shit, you know, sisters was just doing, you know, what they wanted to do for their life. I mean, what do I look like having beef with women just living their life? I mean, I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday, and like we was talking about the manosphere shit and things of that nature, and I just told him, like, look, man, like, it's a group of guys that are mad at women for simply living their life. You know, the hell is wrong with these people? But you know, this is how these guys think, and I'm like, damn. I mean, and it's like these guys don't have empathy. I mean, like, these are the guys that say that women are incapable of love, but even though, you know, they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a woman, you know, sacrificing, you know, her organs and her life, bringing this motherfucker into the world, and things of that nature. But women, you hear all sorts of shit in the manosphere, and it's like, damn, man, like, these guys don't have compassion, they don't have empathy, they're just unrelatable. That's why they're frustrated and angry. And it's like, they did it to themselves. I mean, who told them to think that way about it? That's all I gotta say.
Got it. Anybody else? Camo, you still there? I think she's probably asleep. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming through. This is DJ Torch. I'm out of here.
All right, thanks, DJ.
Y'all be cool.
Thanks so much for coming through. I appreciate your time.
It's all good, man. Take it easy.
Okay, you too.